Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Just getting out of the water for a surf. I've just taken the wetsuit off, just down there in the sparkling waters off Bass Strait. Believe that if you will. But a very big welcome to the very first race meeting of 2023 for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. It is their Pyack Access events, of course, off the great success of August Access over the last couple of seasons, and also flying out of Island Magic at November last year. Got a massive day of racing ahead. Headline act this weekend is the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia Series, and obviously the highlight for this weekend. I guess it depends on what angle you're looking at the racetrack from. Returning to Phillip Island following their last round of the 2022 season was held at Island Magic. The series has become one of the top one-make categories in its own right. It's, I guess, the junior feeder category through to Carrera Cup, but in 15 years it's created its own records and legends as it plays a key role in showcasing the next generation of racing talent, and of course backed by one of the most motorsport factories in the world is Porsche. They do a tremendous job. McElrea Racing are back with Perth teenager Caleb Sumich making debut alongside Tom McLennan, who spent summer racing open wheelers in New Zealand, and that is a very, very competitive, let's call it the off-season for the Europeans, and they come from all over the world to race the open wheelers in New Zealand. Arch rivals Sonic Motor Racing, celebrating 25 years, have done a fantastic thing there. Can't wait to see that. Kiwi Invasion, led by Zac Stitchbury, Marco Giltrap as well, did a terrific job in their opening stanza of qualifying yesterday. Can't wait to see them in the race. Brady Bolton's back in Pro-Am, and fantastic to see Phil Morris. New South Wales SuperSports have also joined us, the fastest state-based circuit racing series in Australia, as we see the cars making their way out on track for the first race for the day, race 3 for the E30s. They're up first. XL Masters next. The Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge third on the program. New South Wales SuperSports XL Trophy Race Series, sports cars and E30s, and we roll it all out right through the day pretty much in that order. The XLs are making their way on track. Come back in, I'll introduce you when it's run through.
Yeah, okay, yep.
Geez, I tell you what, 22 years can fly. Right back in 2001, the E30 Racing Series emerged on the scene, and here we are at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for another weekend of E30 racing. Matt Thullis right alongside me with the grid. Welcome, Matt. The E30s are a nice car to race, and we've got a beautiful racetrack, an even better day, haven't we?
Absolutely. Phillip Island's turned it on again, but yeah, the boys and girls at E30 Racing have put on a great show yesterday, and they'll be looking to back that up again in race 3 and race 4 later today. We'll go through the grid though, and it's Jesse Bryan who's been the pick of the drivers this weekend, coming out of position 1, with Royce Lyon coming out of position 2. He put a lot of pressure on Jesse Bryan yesterday, and I expect him to do big things again today. Alex Drury will come out of position 3, followed by the number 27, Brian Burt, and then we see Simon Schiff, who's been there or thereabouts all weekend, with Jeff Bowles coming out of position 6. Then it'll be Goose Rogers out of 7, young Seth Burkhart's out of 8, and then we'll have Rory Plant, Jess Bell, who'll round out the 10, and then we should have Adam Trapsky, Peter Knight coming out of position 12, with Darryl O'Neill and Shannon Cooper rounding out the field. So looking forward to this one. Put on a good show, as we said, in the first 2 races of the weekend, and I'm expecting big things again in race 3 early this morning.
Totally agree with you on that one, particularly Alex Drury coming out of the second row. In fact, the second row of the grid, I'm looking forward to seeing, I'm going to say, a bit of a lift from those guys and try and not let Jesse get down to turn 4 with a substantial sort of lead. He's been able to get a 3 to 4 car length lead down into turn 4, and kind of like Cam Bella in the 944's one make series in the Victorian series. Once he gets out in front, you're sort of cooked.
Yeah.
And they've got to try and not let that happen. And look, I reckon both Alex Drury and Brian Burke are equal to Jesse's ability on track, so it's just a matter of getting a good start. Fantastic to see the way these guys line up to come down to the start. They basically pull up in their grid, and then we're not too far away from going for a race start. The grid marshals really do have to get through the field, tick them all off and get off the track, because it really is testament. It means our guys on the front row don't sit there for more than about 20 seconds as we see Royce Line coming into the spot, just moving up into the spot there in the top line, concreting car number 4, a new competitor into the BMW E30s, graduating out of the XLs, and really enjoying that step up in horsepower and pace on the lap time for the rear drive type cars. As lights go on and we get underway, equidistant off the line there. Alex Jory getting away, but it looks like the gear change up the spot there. And boy, oh boy, Jesse Bryan crowding right over onto Royce Line there. He wants to push as far as he possibly can to the driver's right with a sweep through 1 and 2, because right behind him, carrying some great momentum, side by side, the two main protagonists, Alex Jory and Brian Burke.
Yeah, good start by the
Look
first
at this.
4 or 5.
Royce has done it.
He's through.
He's cut him off at the pass, taken him into the lead at turn 1. Who would have thought your first weekend, your debut into the E30s, and you've just topped off 3 of the best in this category as you head into down through turn 3. Very fast and sweeping. Have a look at Brian Burke. He looks right up the inside at 3. Boy, Jesse doesn't want to let him through, does he? He knows his advantages early. He does not want to let them through.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jesse has been strong early in the first few races, but it appears that the other boys have found something early in this race. It's going to be on here for young and old. Interested to see what Royce Line does. I think he might be able to break away a little bit here with some fresh air, and it's going to be up to the other guys to chase him.
Ryan Burke held tough there on the outside. Eventually it switches back at the bottom end of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and he's managed to put Jesse Bryan in his mirrors. And I reckon Jesse right now is going, damn, there's my advantage, just gone by that young fella in front of me. And it wasn't that long ago that Jesse was the young fella out in front too. So
I remember coaching Jesse there for a couple of years, and he's certainly progressed a lot since then. So he's doing a great job, which is evident in the results he's been getting.
Look at this down the inside. This time Brian Burke, the 27, going fairly defensive to slow up the 38 there. Oh, there's the 57 as he put fuel in. This is the question.
I'm sure he did. I feel sorry for poor old Darryl O'Neill. I'm not sure what's happened there, but he certainly come to a stop.
Big Dazza came to a stop late yesterday as well with a technical glitch. We'll let him explain that too. Go and tap him on the shoulder and say, hey, what happened Saturday at March Access at the Pyack event? He'll tell you.
I'm sure he'll be very honest and truthful with the findings.
So we've got a safety car out, and that would make sense, being that Darryl is parked up on the track and Jesse Bryan goes through on our race leader there. That will be...
it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting result. Very clearly safety car boards and flags being deployed, and the safety car... well, he isn't on track just yet, but the safety car boards and flags were, and that means that Royce Line will be essentially the pacing the field or holding the field to a safe level. He won't know exactly what's gone on, but he will as soon as he exits turn 3, because there will be Darryl O'Neill.
Be interested to see what happens to Bryan there, Jesse Bryan. I mean, yeah, past 2 cars and did red dress, but I'm not sure that really...
I don't think the Motorsport Australia manual has readdressing in it.
No.
It's a supercar
thing, which I don't really understand how that works either. But anyway, this is characteristic E30 racing, so total different thing. But anyway, we are under safety car, and Royce Line is leading the field, which is good to see. He's a great young kid, as I said yesterday. I've got a lot of respect for him. He's a great little driver. In the car, he's an absolute animal, but you get him out on the circuit and you have a chat with him. He's very quiet and well-mannered man, so or kid, I should say. But it's good to see him out there leading the pack.
Fantastic to have the Garagistic E30s part of March Access here at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit, a magnificent venue. Looked brilliant. Went to the World last weekend with the superbikes down here. Maintains the rage. Just looks fantastic here at this time of the year. Great message across the bottom of the screen there if you're interested in motorsport and getting involved either as a competitor or official around the track. Check out pyack.com.au. And of course, all your usual avenues via Motorsport Australia, etc. But Pyack is certainly very, very active in recruiting volunteers and officials. And let me tell you, right at the very top of Australian motorsport, guys have turned out and girls have turned out at Pyack and have gone to the very top. Even the race director at V8 Supercars these days is a ex-Pyark race control and trackside guy. So they come from all over. There it is. Visit pyark.com.au/officials. And Matt, you've raced all over the country and continue to do so.
Yep.
We can't do it without these guys and girls, can we?
100%. We've said it before. We'll say it again. They're the lifeblood of motorsport, and without them, we just can't do what we really love. And
have a look at this. Ross Earl doing double duties out there, waving the yellow and holding the safety car board. Hey. Very loyal Pyark member and board member over many years. Big shout out to Ross and all of the volunteers trackside there. He's been doing this for a long time.
And what a technique. He's got that down pat.
Hasn't he? Just until the cars actually appear, just relaxingly wave that.
He's done this
flag.
before.
He certainly has. I'm not actually sure what point of the track that's at.
Yeah.
But we've got Darryl O'Neill in, so the field is under the safety car. So I reckon we'll get 2 laps next time round. I'm just speculating. Don't hold me to this. But I'm just speculating that we'll see the lights go off around sort of Lukey Heights and the safety car accelerator. This will be the interesting thing. I don't think in Royce's XL career he ever got to restart under safety car. There's plenty of opportunities in XL racing to restart under safety car, but he wasn't actually the lead car. So this is going to be interesting to see what strategy he deploys from your perspective, Matt.
Absolutely.
How would you do it?
Oh, look, I don't like to give away too many secrets, Darren, but it depends on the situation, who's behind you. Yeah, it looks like the safety car is going to be in this lap, but I'd be looking just to make sure that when I do go, that I've left the competitors behind me a little bit wanting and not expecting it. But naturally, you can't go too early because we've got to wait for the green flag, and be interesting to see how young Royce actually deals with this. But he's got a good head on his shoulders. I'll expect him to do a good job.
One of the ones for the, let's say, the young competitor is once you go, you got to go.
Got to go.
There's none of this. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna trick you. I'm gonna go.
100%.
But do you hold it in second gear at high revs and then give it a squirt, grab third and drive away? Is that the strategy?
Maybe, depending on how, I guess, slow he holds the field up, will determine that. But ultimately, it's going to be around that 80k mark. So yeah, he could be second, nearly into third gear there. So it will be interesting to see how he does actually get this done and hopefully pull away from the field. That's what he'd be looking for.
Agreed.
But then, Jesse Bryan, Brian Burke, Alex Jury and Simon Schiff, who are just in behind him, really need to be on their game and ready to react when he goes.
Absolutely. It is in this situation, in the safety car restart, it is one opportunity for the race leader to grab 2 or 3 car lengths with a bit of good race start, race craft, I guess you say. Lights are out on the safety car, and just getting that message. Make sure those on Facebook, if you want uninterrupted viewing, go on to blendline.tv, I think /live it was, via YouTube. That is certainly the optimum way to experience the Pyark March Access event in 2023 here this weekend. Currently, if you've just caught us, we've had basically 1 lap of competitive racing. We've gone safety car. Darryl O'Neill had stopped on the exit of turn 2. The car is now rescued. Safety car lights are out, so we are absolutely set for a restart. Beautiful sunny day here today. Customarily, we would say come and join us, but this is basically a for TV only event. It is a closed event, but we'd certainly love to see you all back here for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships 27-28 of May. And he is holding them beautifully here.
Yes.
This is good, but Jesse's with him and he's gone. We heard the revs pile up there. Green flags are go. And he's got no distinct advantage.
Not
Jesse
a huge
was
one,
right
no.
with him.
But it's probably done enough to maybe hold him off into turn 1. They filter through one by one, trying to get the slipstream. I think Jesse Bryan might be up the inside here. As we look back through the pack, there's Simon Schiff, Jeff Bowles battling out into turn 1.
Simon Schiff has just gone through on Rogers over the line there as well. Have a look at this. Brian Burke looks for the long way around. It looks to work.
Got it done. That's a fantastic move if he can stick this.
He's flowing the car nicely. You can hear that 6-cylinder hum, can't you, when they're just flowing it nicely. Alex Jory joins in the party as well. Looks to go up the inside as they run down to turn 3. But Jesse Bryan's going to hang tough around the outside. The 22 has got, I reckon, just the front wheel past, and he slides across in front. That is some magnificent driving by Alex Jory.
Very aggressive and just shutting the door, letting you know that that's my position and I'm taking it. But Jesse Bryan's hanging tough on the outside and should have the inside run into Siberia here.
And gives him the don't fight. Gives him the shove in the face there.
Just says,
this is the way we're going to do it. This is the way we're going to do it. We can do it all day long like this. So that is awesome. Alex Jory gets into P3. Jesse Bryan fights back, and the 22 just lands back a spot here. But I guess the good thing about Jory is he knows he can put the car in that position on the run down to turn 3, and he can certainly move the car around. So a couple of don't argues handed out on this already on the restart.
Don't worry, there's a little bit of fighting going on, in-house fighting, but good fighting, like fair fighting. I mean, Alex and Jesse Bryan have gone at it a bit over the last few rounds, in particular towards the end of last year and certainly the start of this year. So there's no love lost there on the track anyway.
Yeah.
Lots of respect off it.
I like, and what I do like is the fact that what this has done is given Royce Lyon the opportunity to get a good second up the road from Brian Burke, and Brian Burke seems to have cleared out on these two as well.
Yep.
So it looks to the inside, Alex Jory, which will have him around the outside of turn 1 and up the inside of turn 2 if they can stay, and they have done. They've been enjoying the side-by-side stuff. The 22 just not being able to swings in. I reckon the 22 is going to carry better speed up into turn 2, though.
Yep. The car look a bit stronger. Jesse Bryan seems to be struggling a little bit early on, but obviously they've got this car set up to maybe come on later in the race, given that it's a 10-lap journey. So there's still plenty of miles to play out in this one.
Great run out of turn 2 there for Jesse Bryan. He really does have to get his eyes on the road. What Alex Jory doesn't realise yet is it looks like Simon Schiff is weighing in. I'm liking the, as they say in sailing, the cut of Simon's jib this year. He's not mucking around as Jesse Bryan still holds out, and he's going to push the 22 wide here. Alex Jory a little bit calmer than that. Yeah. So no, I'll just drop him
aware
behind
of that.
Here.
Absolutely, he was aware of the situation, got out. Probably a smart move in the end.
Well, it probably is. You've got Simon Schiff that's ready to pounce there as well. So Jory's got it going on out the front window and out the back window at the moment.
Note too that Goose Rogers is back up into 6th place. I think he might have found his little issue with that car and seems to have a bit more pace. So don't be surprised if he can catch onto the back of these guys running for 3rd, 4th and 5th and get amongst this race.
Interesting, Simon Schiff on the first intermediate around there.
Very
fast. Split, the fastest, gone to purple sector, fastest car in this race, our race leader, Royce Lyon, doing a tremendous job, 154.70. So really cool to see that with the young fella.
It's credit to Simon. He's really improved over the last season and a bit, and it's showing in his driving. He's now just starting to get used to basically racing up the front and working on his racecraft. So it's something we talk about a fair bit, but he's certainly showing what he's made of, that the car's capable, and certainly he's capable as well. So it's credit to Simon Schiff.
Across the line, Royce Lyon leads, and that lead has been pegged right back to 0.2 of a second physically. Brian Burke is right in his mirrors now, and in fact, Burke's gone through.
I think he's through.
Looks like yes. Well, it's all but side by side. And have a look at this. Jesse Bryan's seen the gap in the middle. He's like, hang on a minute, I have a piece of that action.
And Royce Lyon stayed there. He's been able to keep him out wide and hang on to P1, but Brian Burke is not giving up here.
Just trying to get the nose on that run down to 3, puts him on the outside here, and it looking to the inside again now. Alex Jory's got a strong car there. Brian Burke to the outside, flowing the car nicely. It's a long way down to turn 4 from there. Under brakes, Jesse Bryan in there. We're going to have 2x2x2. Great E30 racing in the Garagistic Series.
Absolutely, and not one panel rub just yet, so that's fantastic. It's good to see this, but once again, it's that top 5 or 6 that are just battling away. It's so tight at the front, and it goes to show just how even these cars are. And it all comes back to the driver ability.
Ash Rogers now.
I told you, he's there or thereabouts, and a 52.8, so that's very quick. And it's clear that he's obviously been able to fix the issue in that car. So he's made a move on Simon Schiff too, so he's coming on strong. I'll tell you what, watch out for him later in this race.
Gee, I hope Royce Lyon hasn't got something going wrong with that car, because he's slowly dropping back on this lap.
Yeah.
Was fastest car on track with a 154.2, and now his sectors are just starting to suffer a little bit.
I must admit, yesterday they did say they had a bit of fluttering in the engine at times, so whether that's reared its head again, that'd be disappointing for them. But he'll hang in there and do what he can anyway. But yeah, it was a little issue they were dealing with yesterday.
Geez, I tell you what, normally the fluttering is the butterflies in your stomach just before you roll out on track. You don't want that happening in the engine, mate.
No, not in the engine. You need it running sweet and smooth. But they did have a bit of an issue with that yesterday, and I'm just wondering if that might have come back to bite them on the backside.
Plenty of experts down there in the lane. Across the line, our leaders go, separated by 0.06. Burke to Jesse Bryan. Jesse's fighting back, and they've actually got a bit of a gap now from Alex Jory.
Yes.
He'll be putting his head down and just getting on with this. pretty serious competitor. Takes it pretty seriously. Likes to bring home the big Peter silverware at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, he's a competitive beast. He doesn't act like it in the paddock, but once he puts the helmet on, part of his demeanour. Absolutely,
part of his deal, which is cool.
Doesn't give too much away, but put the helmet on and he gets right into it.
22 there. One of the faster cars over the last 4 or 5 seasons in BMW E30 racing. Now the challenge onto Jesse. He's got it happening left and right. And you've got to say, Matt, you do this for a living, coaching drivers. When they're doing that, just hold your line. 100%. Take the fastest line you can and let them do what they're going to do.
100% and try and drive away. If you don't want to compromise your own race. So if you can, stick to the racing line, because obviously that's the ultimate line and the quickest line. Hopefully then you can sort of drive away. But as I said, it looks like Jesse Bryan's car's come on strong here, sort of mid to late in the race. And Brian Burke's still there or thereabouts. And Alex is in third, but doesn't look to have the pace to probably go with the top 2 guys just at the moment. And my man Goose Rogers, he's coming on strong. I'll tell you what, he might feature in this yet, if he can get past Alex, of course, in the number 22 car.
Have a look at this. The top 6 cars covered by 1.2 seconds. Now that is a race. It's very, very common in BMW E30 racing to see this. I'm going to say it's not that common that we have a swap of the lead twice every lap in the first 6 laps of the race. But certainly this has been a torrid affair. Jesse Bryan has worked his way back into the lead. Led the first stanza of the first lap. Was taken by that youngster, which is now... He's now down in 6th, Royce Lyon, and I've got to say, from that 6th position, he can see the spot that he was in. He did a great job up there. Whatever it was, I'm sure it's not the driver. There's something not quite right in that car at the moment. He led the race maturely. He did the restart very, very well, and we're just being told that we are on the last lap here for the E30s.
Yes, well, they won't know that, or they might, who knows. But at the end of the day, it's Jesse Bryan out in front, followed closely by Brian Burke. And Alex Drury in behind Burke. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Goose Rogers, Simon Schiff, and obviously Royce Lyon. Here we go. I've never seen so many side-by-sides down into turn 3 in one race. Brian Burke shuts the door too and says, this is my line and I'm taking it.
Is Alex Drury going through with him? Yes, he is.
It's on here.
Is he going to let the 22 drift wide? No, he doesn't. He holds on. And
very respectful.
And I think that's why these guys have been able to go through turn 3 side by side. Bit of respect between competitors, knowing they're not going to card each other.
It'll be interesting to see if Brian Burke can just eke out a little gap here, which it looks like he has, and he may have done enough here.
Alex Jory through on turn 7 there.
Yep.
He's compromised his run through Hayshed though. Big
he's
slide.
Done all right.
Have a look at Simon Schiff. He's into it.
He's there. And is that Schiff or is it Rogers? I think it's
Goose
Rogers actually. As I said.
Well, Schiff's in there as well.
He is,
absolutely. Red hot go too.
Yeah, it's tight. Nearly a touch there between Brian and Jury. I think Brian Burke's got enough gap here to hold this lead, but it's on between P2 and P3 with Jury and Brian absolutely going at it.
Compromise run out of MG for the number 38 there. Went out over the back of the ripple strip, and that will start to tell about now as Alex Jory seems to be hanging on to it. And Brian Burke,
he's going to get it done.
Down. There's the checkered flag. It is being presented to the field, and is going to be a very close run to second. Brian Burke takes the win. Alex Jory into P2. Jesse Bryan to Ash Rogers, Simon Schiff, and unfortunately Royce Lynn not on the podium for this one. If you can get your head around that between now and the next race, find out what's going on there. Yeah. And with Dazza, of course, Big Daz.
Big Daz, I'll do some investigating, but another good race there. But then obviously we had Jeff Bowles, young Seth Burkhart's coming in at P8, Rory Plant coming in at P9, and Jess Bowles about to cross the line in P10, closely followed by Shannon Cooper, who's come through in P11. He'll be pretty happy with that. Fastest lap of the race for him, so well done to Shannon. And we've got Trapsky and Knight who round out the field, with unfortunately Darren O'Neill being our DNF for race 3 of the BMW 30 Garagistic Racing Series.
There it is, confirmation. The 27 wins race number 3 for the weekend. Alex Jory fighting back for a second place. So that's the second row of the grid. Now on the first row of the grid for the next race, Jesse Bryan to Ash Rogers. Ash will be on the second row, good place for him to start. Simon Schiff will have to deal with hopefully a well-lit number 4 of Royce Lyon. Jeff Bowles, not Sven Burkhardt, in fact, that's Seth Burkhardt. So we'll correct that on number 42. Rory Plant and Jess Bell rounding out our 10 there. Shannon Cooper, Trapsky, Knight and O'Neill are D and F there as well. Matt Tullis, thank you very much. What a great way to start day number 2 of March Access.
Yeah, great to be here. Thanks for having me up here again. Another great race by the E30s. Hopefully they've set the tone for the rest of the day.
Of course, E30s will be on again at 12:05, and we'll have a ripping old race with the E30s at 12:05. XL Masters on track next. Back in a moment.
Here with Barry, who is Chief of Marshalling here at Phillip Island. He works for Pyack. Barry, you work at Phillip Island, one of the most beautiful racetracks in the world. What's it like?
Fantastic, it's great. I love coming down here.
And what is, as Chief of Marshalling, what is your responsibility?
I line all the cars up here before they go out on the track, so they go out in the correct order. It makes it easier for the guys out on the grid to put them in place. So.
And how long have you been doing it for?
Oh, possibly just over 20 years.
20 years, that's a long time to be doing it. What is it you love about it so much?
I just love it with motor racing, you know. I not only do here, I do Sandown, I do Grand Prix at Albert Park. So.
And what would you say to someone who wants to get involved with Pyack?
Get in touch with them, come down. It's if you enjoy motorsport, well, it's great, and this is a great area to see. You see all the cars come here. It's not like some other areas where you just see them go past. Here they're parked right in front of you, so it's great. So.
And what are you looking forward to most this weekend?
Oh, they're all good categories. You know, it's that doesn't really worry me what categories go out. I love them all. So.
Just fast cars and the quality of the racing.
Yeah. Some of like the Porsches and that are, a lot of money there. But
thanks for your time, Barry. If you guys want to be involved with Pyack, web address down below. We'll get you to the website, and you can get involved from there. I'm here with.
Welcome back trackside. We have got Welcome back trackside as the XL Masters roll out as part of PIARC's March Access, the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, 70 years plus now, doing what they do best, running race meetings right across the entire platform of motorsport, national, state and grassroots. That's what we're doing here this weekend. XL Masters making their way onto the grid, and we've had plenty of racing right across the calendar years since XL Racing was invented. We've got Neville Blight joining us from the XL fraternity. Nev, you got the grid at hand, and we're about to get underway with the Masters race, second race for the weekend.
We've got Adam Bywater in position 1. He's just joined the Masters class. He's a bit of a veteran of the XL category, but just moved. Unfortunately for him, maybe he's just turned 40 and he's had to join the Masters, but he's showing them straight away. Next door we've got Tim Rouse, who's a veteran and been there for quite a while. He's done a lot of racing, Tim, so he knows his way around, so I expect a good battle out of those two. Behind them we've got a newcomer to the over 40s, David Musgrove, and he's letting them know that he's about as well. So he's been around in the junior class for a while, but unfortunately for him too, he's turned 40. So, but they're doing a great job, these guys. Larry Merrifield, he's been around for, well, I don't know how long. As long as I can remember, Larry's been in HQs and all sorts of stuff, and he's not far from the pointy end as per usual. Then you've got Carl Nielsen, he's always hanging around. Antonio Veneer, he's relatively new to us, but a couple of years he's been there, but he's made his way to the front as well. So these guys will, will put on a good show for sure. Then we've got Donnie and Daniel Webster. Following them up, Neil Hasler, Gavin Newman, he's new. I think he's just having his first or second race today. Michael Jeffs, he's slowly working his way to the front. He's had a bit of time out there. Mark Pizento, he's been up there, but I'm not sure what's happened to him at the minute. He's dropped back a little bit. And Glenn McKenzie, now there's a bit of a turn up. I expect him to get to the front very soon. I'm not sure why he's back there. Obviously some car troubles along the way. There's a decent battle between Troy Jeffs and Ed Narkovich. And actually the ones at the back, there'll be some good duels there. John O'Keefe and David Sharp, they'll battle it out a bit. And Jared and Dallas Harvey. Dallas is back a little bit. He should probably be a bit further to the front. And then rounding up the field, we've got Joseph Austin Crow.
Great to have a good field of 21 cars here in the Masters. Now, Neville, you've got a long list of supporters and sponsors that help keep this show on the road, going weekend in, weekend out, with Sandown and Tasmania last weekend with the Speed Series had XLs down there. Who's the biggest supporter on the XL front?
Well, Trick Trailers, and they've really been with us nearly from the beginning, right? And generally most of these sponsors have. I mean, they've been very loyal to us, and we try to look after them as best we can. And really, without their help, we probably couldn't do what we do. So we've got Trick Trailers, Federal Tyres. I mean, they're brilliant, the tyres. Everyone's happy with them. They've looked after us extremely well. ACL Bearings, they're over from Tassie, but they support us well. Just recently, 888 Home Loans. So if anyone's looking for a home loan, he's very competitive, and he'll check your own loans. And if he can do a better deal, he'll certainly do it. We've got Jenny and down there at Sub-Zero with refrigeration repairs. They've been with us a long time. Raceline for all your race gear. Superior Foods, Brakes and More, Battery Stop, probably shouldn't put these two together, but we've got Century batteries as well on board, so there's a little bit of competition there in the batteries. But it looks like we're just about ready for a start.
And we get away. Bywater and Tim Rouse will go head-to-head as they head down into turn one. It'll be Bywater that grabs about a half a bumper lead as they get underneath the Grand Ridge Brewery sign. Down into turn one, they plunge. It's the 81 getting pushed wide here. Bywater holding his ground, but have a look at that. Up the inside, David Musgrove. This is what he did yesterday. Really starting to play in with it as well. Larry Merrifield, got to apologise to Larry, was calling him Merriweather yesterday. Part-time Merriweather, part-time Merrifield. He's not a boxer, he's a race car driver, so great to have Merrifield in the battle there. Veneer also mixed up. Carl Nielsen in the Napa Auto Parts car there. He's ducked in there. It is there, the blue and yellow car, the Napa Motorsport Academy emblazoned down the side of his car. It's something that all of these drivers could have a good look at. There's plenty of information on the Napa Motorsport Academy. The 81 under brakes now, so Tim Rouse pops his nose in front. It's an 8-lap journey, and as we often see, leading the first lap will mean nothing at the end of 8 laps, because he could be somewhere back in 10th place here. Different lines being chosen. Aggressive one there by Adam Bywater, with Tim Rouse just allowing the car to flow a little bit wider there. He'd be hoping for a good couple of 2 or 3 kilometres an hour more speed as he gets to the top of the hill here. Round past the hay sheds here. Very critical part of the course. The 911 of Mark Pesavento going through on Glenn McKenzie. Glenn McKenzie fought from rear of grid yesterday, and he's not letting him through easy. The 911 Mark Pesavento just being pushed wide. It gives him the spot, I guess, on the inside under brakes here, but it means you get very, very tight trying to get out of MG and flow the car. That's what it's all about in XLs. Very, very much like Formula V, underpowered. And it's all about getting your racecraft perfect, positioning your car perfectly, not getting tangled up with anyone else that's going to annoy your flow as you come around onto the straight. Very important to get out of MG and flow your car nicely.
That's a terrific first lap there, Daz. They're doing a great job. Not only have they've had a bit of a tune-up, but they've tuned their cars up as well, and they're doing a terrific job.
Side by side, Rouse gets put to the outside, but have a look at Musgrove. He takes the lead. Straight line handling for Musgrove there, got tucked up behind these 2 lead protagonists. So Tim Rouse goes back 2 spots in a straight line, Bywater into 2. So he holds his spot, but Musgrove in there, right round the outside now. This is Veneer, Antonio Veneer lifting up a rear wheel, balancing the car on 3 like a tripod. Have a look at that, he could take some photos. He was that far up in the air on his tripod there, so getting a good look underneath the car, doing a bit of brake service on the way through turn 2 there. Bruce Woodward used to do it in his Golf regularly in improved production and club car racing. The 81 just holding line there. Bywater and Rouse now side by side. Merriweather just getting called upon here, but it's Musgrove. He's got himself a very, very handy lead indeed. And I'm going to suggest that these 3 are going to have to start to work together, because the car out in front, Musgrove, is just driving away from it at the moment. Had a good run on the straight, talking about flowing it out of MG. It's what he did. Then he got into the slipstream, which is pretty close in these cars. Not a big hole in the air behind them, but once you're in it, and we're seeing that right now. Have a look at Tim Rouse. He has to pull out from behind the 83 of Bywater. Looks to go down the inside. Great livery on the number 7 car there of Merrifield. Some pretty intense graphics across the rear quarters. The 83, the PFD Food Services entry, and Tim Rouse in the Beyond Blue Rouse Motors entry, and from Gippsland down Warrigal Way, and streaming the car very, very nicely here as well. But I tell you what, let's have a look at this leader, David Musgrove. Came across the strike last time round with 0.95 of a lead. Have a look at this. Bywater out, gets pushed out. The number 7 is Larry Merrifield. Hauls it up beautifully. What a gain. 2 of the heavy hitters, as we referred to them in pre-race comments. Just getting gazumped there by Larry Merrifield in the number 7, doing a great job. Last time across the strike, Musgrove now out over 1.2 second lead here. And let me tell you, that is an eternity in XL Master Racing.
He's done a great job there, Daz, to grab that lead, and the others that are fighting it out are probably holding themselves up a little bit there, and leaving David out in some nice fresh air. So
Merriweather's going to have to do it again here. Have a look at this, Neville. He's coming down. This is going to be his signature move, this one. Tim Rouse just saying, yeah, righto, mate, you want to have that? I'll meet you around the outside and try and get you on the switch back to Siberia. There's the 86 of Carl Nielsen, the Napa Auto Parts Motorsport Academy car.
Tim's a pretty smart racer, and he'll be happy where he's sitting at the minute. I mean, I'm not sure whether he'll get to David, but I expect him to not be far from him, that's for sure.
There's the great message across the bottom of the screen right now. Watch more grassroots motorsport at www.blendline.tv. A great service there. I find the guys in the office at work now have it just playing away in the background, and when the boss leaves the office, bring it up and watching all sorts of Victorian State Series racing and all sorts of stuff. So make sure you check that out as we are on lap number 4 of this journey.
I might just take this opportunity, Daz. If you wanted to get into motor racing, this is the place to get into it. This is the gateway. There's not a better place to start your racing career than here. There's a bit of everything. No matter where you are in the field, you've got a race.
Coming onto the straight now, Musgrove has a healthy lead. It's been pegged back though, so Bywater, Merrifield, Rouse and Benia working with each other across the strike this time. The 86 side by side with the 35, so Webster and Nielsen. There they go down the straight. Have a look at that, the 35 in the Racing Image car goes through on the Napa Auto Parts Motorsport Academy car, and they come down into turn number 2. Under brakes, the 86 just squirming a little bit there with Carl Nielsen at the wheel. 3 wheels up and down again. It's like coming into land at Laverton at the air show this weekend, isn't it? Like they touch down there, a little puff of smoke up the rear wheel and drive away with it. Racing Image 35 up against the Napa Auto Parts 86. And has Carl Nielsen got a run? Looks to the inside, doesn't have the manoeuvre quite ready to pull off there. Great battle going back here. We're looking now at, this is Glenn McKenzie. Of course, Glenn started out of 14. He started rear of grid yesterday. And now Glenn McKenzie is pushing pretty hard to try and get himself up inside the top 10. Just to give you he is in the 10. He's in 8th, and it's Daniel Mergvac, Jeff Newman, Neil Hasler in 11th there. Mark Pesavento into 12th. Michael Jeffs into 13. And this is a good shot. This is XL Racing at its absolute finest.
They're doing a great job, Daz. They're all behaving themselves and putting on a good display. And I might add, having a lot of fun while they're doing it.
Glenn McKenzie in the Vacation of Caravans car. Keeps it nice. Ultimate racing line there for just about any category. The nuance being front-wheel drive, front engine, front gearbox, everything over the front wheels, and we see them going through turn 2, freewheeling it. The 911 now getting busy again. Mark Pesavento has been providing a bit of entertainment in this race. Controlled aggression. Controlled aggression. You've got to get to the end, so control it. Make up the places, tick the boxes as you go along. So the 911 started out of 11th. He's gone up a spot and found his way back into 11th. But Musgrave now has got it back out to 0.6 of a second over Adam Bywater and Larry Merrifield in the number 7. Adam Bywater, the fastest lap, a 2-minute 0.63. 2-minute 0.63 in this race. There's only 2 cars that have gone under the 201s, and that is our race leader and car number 2 on the road is Adam Bywater in the PFD car. This is a great battle. The Racing Image number 35 and the Napa Auto Parts Motorsport Academy number 86, and there we've got Hasler off in the 17.
Yeah.
Came off yesterday late in the race, was featuring well inside the top 10 and has done it again in this race. Here's the Napa car and the Racing Image car side by side, 35 and 86. The Napa Motorsport Academy car just going around the outside. We'll put a look up the outside here. Not going to be the ideal spot. I guess trying to flow it wide, take an alternative racing line, Neville, and try and get the speed going up the back of the course here. Looks like he's going to do it too. They've gone side by side. Around Hayshed, this is Brave, the Napa car on the outside, unexplored territory in XL Racing. Puts him to the inside for Lukey Heights. Can he hold? They're going to stay side by side, but the Motorsport Academy racer from Napa Auto Parts in the 86 gets through. And this is for, where are we in the race? This is for battling to get into the top 5.
Yeah. Now we're going to have a challenge for the lead very shortly. Bywater's back on the back of Musgrove. So I think that position will change any time, soon.
Car number 3 featuring, coming around, this is Newman. Gavin Newman started out of 10th, and I think he's actually in 10th now. So Mark Pesavento still in 11th. Here's the front of the field. Now we've got Adam Bywater.
Lead's changed.
So Musgrove goes back a spot. Not a problem at this point in time. It becomes a problem in a lap and a half's time when they get to this part of the lap. Les Small Performance Engines emblazoned across the front of Adam Bywater's car, a man that needs absolutely no introduction to Australian motorsport. For mine, the last privateer to win the big dance at Mount Panorama in that VK Commodore. Pretty much every winner ever since then has had some sort of factory connection. And emblazoned across the front of your XL, there it is, Les Small Performance Engines. Great engine builder and race car engineer. And also fantastic, and I think one of the best things out of this category this weekend is that signage up the side of Tim Rouse's car, Beyond Blue. COVID has left some people with some issues going forward, and it is fantastic that Tim is trying to get this out there. Bloke's advice across the back of the car as well, and of course his business, Rouse Motors from Warrigal, across the front. So good stuff there, Tim. A fantastic message on his car. Get out there if you've got a concern. Talk to someone, make contact. If you're at the racetrack, talk to one of your fellow racers, have a chat. If you're struggling, get out there and talk to someone. It's a message shared, or a trouble shared is a trouble halved. So fantastic there. Well done to Tim Rouse for supporting the Beyond Blue cause. Wow, we are getting right into the mid-pack here now as well. Weighing in on this is the number 11. So Glenn McKenzie has just grabbed these two. He's grabbed Carl Nielsen, and he's also grabbed Daniel Webster. So he's on an absolute flyer from rear of grid yesterday up to position number 7 in the second race for the XL Masters. How do we get trophy and Masters? How does that work, Ned?
It's from the ages, right? Once at 40, once you turn 40, you're into the Masters. So it's probably, say, from 14 to 40, you're in the trophy class. From 40 to 84 or 94, if you can still drive, you're welcome in the Masters.
So I guess what we're seeing here is some experienced racers, and they're really showing us that. They're actually showing great maturity, great racecraft here. Cars are finding their own piece of track, and some fearsome racing, that is for sure. This is for the lead in this race and ultimately for the win. Bywater and Musgrove in the shot there. Looked like it was only one car. Tim Rouse starting to weigh in on it. Here comes the 44 of Antonia Veneer. Fantastic drive there. And Larry Merrifield started out of position number 4, and he's hanging on there as well. Currently in 5th, but Veneer's done a good job. He started out of one spot further back, and the 44 really starting to come on really strong at the end of this race. I wonder if this is a testament to a tyre pressure, starting pressure that these guys got, or they have a set pressure they've got to start at.
Well, some of them vary what they do, but it does make a massive difference. You either get the tyre to come on at the start or come on at the end. So you can be a little bit off the pace at the start, but you pay dividends. So David probably couldn't keep this up for much longer. His tyres will give up on him. So he's having a bit of trouble there. But
a little bit of puff of smoke out the pipe there.
Bywater's not in a bad spot there. He could nearly get out of the draft and take this.
So working your way around the top, we will begin the last lap.
He needs to be a little bit closer.
Nielsen, massive left front lock-up, slides down in the Napa Auto Parts Motorsport Academy car. Check out the Grassroots Racing podcast. It's a ripper. New one out with George Vidovic this week. Big back catalogue of stuff there at the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast. And of course, you can catch all the Grassroots Motorsport at www.blendline.tv. Here's our race leaders now on the final journey for race number 2 for the weekend for the XL Masters. I guess it's like football and tennis. They've got the Masters series there as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Yeah, and there's not a lot of difference in it. Maybe a whisker, maybe your reflexes go off a little bit after 40, but they're certainly doing a good job. There's no question about that.
Number 34 charging down now. David Musgrove's led the most of this race, but the lead has been certainly shared by Tim Rouse and Adam Bywater. Larry Merrifield as well. You get the feeling come the next race, Larry will have everything going very, very nicely. And I'm very interested in the incoming tyre pressure for Antonio Venier, because he really wasn't part of the mix in the first 3 or 4 laps of this race, but he's really coming on strong in the latter half. There he is there in the number 44. Started out of 5th. He's currently 5th in the race, but was a distant 5th.
Yeah.
Now he's really starting to come into it, and could, for all intents and purposes, in about 1/3 of a lap time, get himself into a podium position. It's going to be pretty hard to get through on the likes of Merrifield and Rouse, but you got a dream.
Here we go.
We'll lock up on the front of David Musgrove there.
Yeah.
He holds on though. The car's going to be down on a couple of kilometres of speed there, because the 83 being driven by Adam Bywater, who started out at pole, has flowed that car nicely. We won't know until we come out onto turn 12 and see how close they are. Checkered flag is at the ready. And the rear trick trailers sign looks like it's about to come off the back of that car, but he's going to lead it. He's going to take it. Great run there, all the way to the line there by David Musgrove. Adam Bywater into a very close second, 0.16 away. By the way, we're chasing that 0.010 of the 944 challenge at round 1 of the State Series this year for close finishes. So that was a very close finish, as you'd imagine. Musgrove, Bywater, Rouse, Larry Merrifield, Antonio Venier, Mackenzie. That's a great result. Out of the back of the grid yesterday, started out of 11th. He's in the mix now, isn't he? Third row of the grid to start there.
Yeah, no, he's back in it. That was a great job done by those drivers, and especially David. That's a big effort to...
there's a big slide down into MV for the 35, and Daniel Webster's thrown pretty much all of the great ground he'd made up away with that one little mistake there. Loses 3 spots. He'd been battling it out with the Napa Auto Parts racer Carl Nielsen, and threw a good couple of spots away there, Nev, didn't he? Ended up back in position 9, so out of 5th in the race there. So field still streaming across the line there, as you can see. The Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge cars lining up in pit exit there. They're pretty keen to get going. Our feature race for this weekend, and it is going to be an absolute ripper. The first race for the season will be the next race on track here at Pyark March Access. There it is, confirmation. David Musgrove to Adam Bywater, Tim Rouse, Larry Merrifield, Antonio Venier, Glenn McKenzie, Carl Nielsen, Donovan Merjak, Daniel Webster and Mark Pesavento round out our 10, with Newman, Barton, Narkwitz, Hasler, Jeffs, O'Keefe, Harvey, Sharp, Anveld and Austin Crow to Troy Jeffs, as we wave goodbye to the XL Masters for their first race. They will be back on track a little bit later on at 12:35. Thanks, Nev, for your time.
I'll escape there, Daz, and I'll see you later on.
Thank you very much, Nev. We're going to take a quick break because we have got the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge on track next. Thanks, Nev. Excellent, mate.
Oh, that was a quick one. getting from there. Yeah. That bloody car was miles back.
The nervous tension, the butterflies in the tummy, the preparation, everything is set for the first official Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge race of the year. And a guy sitting right next to me that feels none of that. Just a pensive urge to get on with racing. Richard Craill, welcome to PIARC's March Access and the magnificent Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge for 2023.
Thank you, Darren. Good morning to you and to everybody here at the circuit and watching live on Blendline TV. This is the 4.46 kilometre Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It's fantastic. These are some highlights and perhaps lowlights for some from the final round of the 22 Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia Series battles down into the final corner, and this ultimately saw race 2 declared with Danny Studdard tipped into the tyres under the bridge on the run out of MG, and that necessitated a lengthy barrier repair. It's the fastest circuit on the calendar in Porsche 1 make racing, indeed in Australian motorsport. The lap record held by Matt Campbell at 1 minute 31.11, set way back in 2014. And of course, Tim Slade, somewhat contentiously perhaps, set the outright lap record just last year in that Brabham BT 62. It's a terrific part of the world, and it is a racetrack as if designed for a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. And there are 24 of them on the circuit for this opening race of a brand new one-make Porsche season. Young Marcus Flack, the teenager, goes from pole alongside another teenager. This will be a theme, you'll note. Zac Stitchbury on the outside, Aaron Shields and Marco Giltrap on the second row of the grid. It was a good day for Team Porsche New Zealand. Hamish Fitzsimmons, his first car race coming up. He goes from 5th position for TechWorks, like he blocks him alongside in 6th. Ronan Murphy, yes, son of. G'day to Greg watching in New Zealand. In car 77 goes from 7th, and Harrison Goodman goes from 8th in the second of the Sonic cars. Caleb Sumich on debut in Porsche racing, just his 3rd weekend in the car, so not very experienced, goes out of 9th, and Tommy Taplin, the South Australian from P10. Sam Shikin on pole in Pro-Am, just 0.3 of a second to David Gregg in 2nd in class, and alongside him and the reigning champion Brett Bolton goes from 13th. Tom McLennan struggled yesterday, 14th for McElrea Racing and the McLennan Motorsports entry. Matt Slavin from 15th. Richard Cowan improved, survived a big moment at turn 12, but managed to qualify 16th in his car. Andrew Goldie, West Australian, from 17th alongside our Class B leader Lockie Harburg in the Autohouse Cover Shop car. Tim Wolfe and Jonathan Glixton in a new car this year for Racing to Beat FA. Travis Knight, Brayden Taylor on his debut. Caspar Tresidder, fascinating gent, had a good chat with him last night actually to find out about his background, and then Phil Morris rounding out the 24. 10 laps, 3 races today, 2 of them sprints, and 1 enduro later this afternoon, which is the opening round of the Jim Richards Endurance Trophy. And it will be Marcus Flack after a brilliant lap, 1:31.3 for Sonic in the Rorsch Paper entry. His dad, Damien, the whole family here watching on. Very proud of this young man who's come back from Europe and Asia racing Formula 4 cars to jump onto the Porsche Pyramid.
Tremendous to see so many new names as well, Richard. 9, not quite equaling the 10 that this time last year were debuted with the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, but cars look set to go. And just walking through the paddock this morning, really, really good nervous tension about it. Everyone was ready to go. It's Sunday. We've already had Saturday. We've now got 3 races to get done, as you've just said. So really looking forward to seeing how this takes part. And great to see Pyark giving this sort of event a run as we get ready to go.
Flack and Stitchbury on the front row. A new season of Porsche racing bursts into life at the island. The best start of the lot was Marco Giltrap from the second row of the grid. Good launch for the young Kiwi, and he could sail round all of them to the first corner. He does so. Brilliant launch. Lockie Bloxham as well from the third row of the grid's going to come out of 1 in second position. So the pole sitter's back to third, but he's on the dirty line on the outside of the southern loop, and Zac Stitchbury's going to get down the inside in the 72. He's now in an arm wrestle with Marcus Flack. What a start, Marco Giltrap, but even better, Lockie Bloxham jumps himself up 4 positions already as they run down to Stoner Corner for the first time.
On the third row of the grid, Hamish Fitzsimmons, who was right next to Lockie Bloxham, had a horrible start. He's gone back a few spots even off the grid there, so didn't get away nicely. Tough old car for your first time in a Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge race to get off the line.
Well, it's first race start, full stop. So, yeah, these things happen. He'll
get better at it.
Raw speed, no doubt. To the hay shed they go. This is Lockie Bloxham. He's got the pole sitter behind, but Marco Giltrap has cleared out in front. Brilliant start for the Team Porsche New Zealand, Earl Bamber Motorsport driver. I'm sure Earl is watching on. He's been a busy boy racing at Kyalami with the Groves in Intercontinental GT Challenge last weekend. Aaron Shields down the inside on Stitchbury. Shields across to TechWorks Motorsport this year and going to position. He's up to 4th. Stitchbury from the front row of the grid back to 5th. So some big winners and losers in this opening lap of a brand new one-make Porsche racing year in Australia. And the big winner so far is Marco Giltrap from one of the most famous New Zealand racing families there is. Flack with a great run up behind Bloxham in the toe on the run down to turn 1 at 270 kilometres an hour.
Flack, of course, joining in what is a long 25-year history now of the Sonic Motor Racing organisation. Great to see Michael and Maria grow that business to what it is.
Oh, contact between the two on the exit of the southern loop. So Bloxham a little bit wide. Flack got the nose up to the rear bar of Lockie Bloxham's car, and there was just a little puff of smoke between them as they traded paint.
If you were wondering if Flack has been doing some European racing, there it was right there. Come on, let's go. Get on with it, get on with it, get on with it. The 116 weighs in. That's Shields as well now.
Aaron's in his second season. Flack with a tighter line, both through turn 2 and then through Siberia as well. So just getting that car into the corner really well. And it opens up the exit for the 78. And while these two are scrapping, it's allowing Giltrap to pull away and build a really nice margin out in front. Is there a move down here at MG? Bloxham has to defend. Only make the one move in defence. They were very clear on that in driver's briefing this morning, and that was okay. But lap 2 of a 10-lap race is really early to start blocking your position when clearly the car behind has a lot of car speed. But gee, there's some energy in this pack of youngsters at the front of the field.
I tell you what though, Bloxham has got that experience of a season up his sleeve as to how the Michelin will respond over time. At the moment, Marcus Flack is throwing this car around all over the place. Great cold tyre speed, but will the tyre last throughout the weekend?
And they need to maintain their tyres. 2 sprint races into the Enduro this afternoon, and the idea is that you need to keep a set of tyres up your sleeve for the long race. So the 2 sets of Michelins you're allowed to use across the course of a weekend, you want to keep them nice. So use 1 set for this race and the second sprint a little bit later on. Keep a good set of fresh tyres, roaded tyres for the Enduro. Flack's got a clear pace advantage, but they're both catching the leader now. So Giltrap just coming back to this battle for second position. The quickest of them all is Harrison Goodman back in 6th place. He's in the Bob Jane Team Arts, the bright yellow, that iconic livery for Sonic Motor Racing, but he was in a little bit of clean air the last lap, so that's why he was the quickest of the lot.
Great shots coming out of Glenline TV for this opening round of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Bloxham now under massive challenge for the first timer on this category and holding on tight. He's holding some tight lines with that car. He's starting to think a little bit around. I'm focusing on the tyre because that's what we focus on here. Sends it down the inside. Does he bring Shields through with him?
And checks up on the exit of the corner and maybe a little front to rear contact. That started on the entry to Siberia because Bloxham's car had a little bit of a wobble as he turned the car in, so it cost him some momentum, and that opened the door for Flack to send one down the inside at MG. Textbook Phillip Island overtake there. So Bloxham now finds himself under heat from Aaron Shields, who's jammed up behind that Michelin rear wing and is going to try and go the long way round at turn 1.
Bloxham's got his covered initially on the entry to 1, holds him to 2.
Flack off the road at high speed, and he's going to slice across the front of the field at 2, and they take evasive action. A little bit too hot. Rush of blood to the head perhaps after getting that move done and clear racetrack in front, and it's torn the front splitter off that Sonic Motor Racing prepared Porsche. So from second place, he will be in a world of pain. Bloxham finds himself back up to second, Shields to third.
Bloxham, Shields, they just checked up ever so slightly there, but so did the cars behind them. They had to break up there, so the momentum was lost by the entire pack there, and we're going to see that as we start to see the second times light up. They've lost the best part of a second. They all just checked momentarily. Bloxham went through, and then we see the car just coming back on safely, but torn off that bottom spoiler, that's for sure.
Feisty, is it not? How good's this?
That's what we've come to expect.
Yeah, early days of the season as Shields tries to look down the inside, and that speculator just opened the door a little bit because Bloxham missed the apex by a Porsche width, and there'll be an over-under opportunity here. And all this has just been a gift for Marco Giltrap because 0.6 of a second has turned into 2.2 in a race lead. So this young New Zealand teenager gapping away out in front while we follow this battle pack. Second, third is Shields, Stitchbury fourth, Goodman fifth. Ronan Murphy has tacked onto the back of this as well in his number 77 car, and Hamish Fitzsimmons not far off the back of them either. In Pro-Am, it's Sam Shahin leading Brett Bolton and David Gregg. Lockie Harburg leads the way in Class B, but we want to keep our focus on this sensational battle pack for the steps on the podium in this one.
Car number 64, Giltrap at the wheel, reminds me of a 2012 and a 2013 Kane Rose and Richard Muscat at their first races, driving away, just stamping their authority on the series, driving away at 2.8 seconds, and there's a swap. Is there? No, there's an iteration. We're going to do it at some point.
It's a big commitment to go around the outside at turn 4, stone a corner as it is now, to get that move done, but he's very wide at Siberia. He's dropped it wide. Lockie Harburg, Lockie Bloxham. This is that moment from Adrian Flack, just dropping the car off. Let's see what the outcome of Bloxham running wide is. Somehow managed to hold on to that position from Shields.
Do you imagine firing off at Marcus Flack style there? That was hard work.
Shields ran the outside. This time, can he get it done? He is trying every which way to work his way past Lockie Bloxham, who is resolutely defending his position. That was Flack, who's been into pit lane, I imagine, to put a new front splitter on car number 78, the little plastic strip that sits under the front bar of these cars and creates quite a bit of front downforce. What a fight.
Half race distance now as we see second and third. We can't see first in the same shot just at this point in time because he is over 3 seconds up the road, but this is a massive battle. And there is battles actually raging right throughout the field. 23 in P2 at the moment.
So Bloxham, his corner exit out of the southern loop's pretty good. But the fact he has to defend to cover that line, or feel like he has to defend, is really compromising his exit out of here, and it won't matter this time because Shields finally gets it down the inside. There'll be an over-under, but it puts Aaron on the correct side for the run into Siberia. Bloxham just never say die attitude in this race. Second year of one mate Porsche racing out of Toyota 86s. Families here. Dad cooked a barbecue last night actually and did a very nice job, throw it out there, but he's surrendered that position. And you feel like 116 has got plenty of car speed at the moment and may well be able to drive away now. But the issue for Aaron is that it's 3.1 seconds to our race leader, who, while this has all been going on, has just been setting a really consistent pace out in front, looking after the Michelin tyres and doing his own thing. So Marco should have a little bit in reserve should he need to get on the defensive if Aaron gets to the back of his Team Porsche New Zealand car.
Stitchbury now weighing in on this battle for what is going to be the last spot on the podium for race 1 for this season. Terrific season of racing ahead for the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. 9 newcomers here this weekend, and they're finding their feet magnificently. Stitchbury now starting to apply the pressure. Have Harrison Goodman ranging up there in that iconic livery, as you mentioned there, Richard. Being supported by True Grid there as well. So Bob Jane Team Arts, the Sonic Juggernaut, celebrating 25 years. And then right in behind there is Ronan Murphy in the number 77. Another New Zealander coming over here to raid us for all of the silverware. And looking very, very poised indeed. Right behind there is the 16 of Hamish Fitzsimmons. He's recovered. He went back to about 9th place off the start. Started out of 6th. He's into 7th now. So good on him. That's a good fight back. Just to put the bad start to one side and get on with the race in front of him.
And Sam Shaheen continues to lead the Pro-Am class. He's running in 8th position outright. And Class B still led by Lockie Harburg. He's in 17th. See that in the totem, car number 91. Cover shop racing entry. So class leaderboard hasn't changed. Brett Bolton is 2nd in Pro-Am. David Gregg 3rd. But all the interest in these Michelin junior drivers, part of this comprehensive Porsche pyramid of motorsport that grabs the youngsters, puts them through their paces in Sprint Challenge, and then the opportunity to jump into Carrera Cup. If you are the top Michelin junior in Carrera Cup, you go to the Porsche Shootout in Europe. And if you win that, you get a scholarship into Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, and the pathway goes from there.
Talking about the Porsche pyramid, Tim Wolfe has joined us out of the Victorian 944 Challenge, and he's doing it for Pit Lane Clothing here this weekend and Per Equipment Rentals. So we'll see what Tim Wolfe gets up to. He's doing a terrific job at the moment, down in 16th at the moment.
Just hearing Caspar Tresidder in his first Sprint Challenge race has had a spin and has continued onwards. Son of Paul Tresidder, well-known one-mate Porsche racer. Spent his recent times in this kind of category up in Carrera Cup Asia racing. Also owns the 2019 Bathurst 12-hour winning 911 GT3R, which was the car that finally delivered Porsche an Enduro race win at Mount Panorama. It was the only one left in the trophy cabinet in Weissach that they hadn't got, and they finally got there thanks to the efforts of there were some other drivers involved, but let's be honest, it was Matt Campbell doing the heavy lifting at the end of that day.
And I'll tell you what, they tried for a long time in the 968 CS. I'd still love one of those cars. But,
you and me too.
That was a magnificent 12-hour, and they just continue to rack up at Mount Panorama. We have got the fast and flowing layout here of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit at our absolute command here today. And the Porsches, as you said in your opening remarks, Richard, this place is built for these thoroughbred European sports cars. And what a thoroughbred drive by the driver of number 64. Charges across the line, and we get another lap in the bag.
Some good pace at the front. So Giltrap, quickest final sector for him that race. Aaron Shields last time by set the fastest lap of the race. So now he got clear of Lachlan Bloxham. He was able to put his head down, and he's closed that margin to under 3 seconds. But as I said, a bit of maintenance, I think, for Giltrap out in front. Lachlan Bloxham still third, and he's got Zac Stitchbury working over the rear bar of the Option Team Navy McElroy racing car. Harrison Goodman having a good run. This is his second season in Sprint Challenge, and Ronan Murphy up a spot from where he qualified. Bloxham again having to defend down here. Into turn 4, over under perhaps for young Zac, who won his place in this Team Porsche New Zealand program through a shootout that they ran at Hampton Downs, south of Auckland, earlier this year. It's come out of the 86 Racing Series and big wraps as we watch Richard Cowan having a big moment under brakes down into MG. So Zac Stitchbury, the son of the late great Ashley Stitchbury, who lost aged 30 many years ago, but was one of the best talents in New Zealand at the time. So it's great to see that well-known Kiwi racing surname continuing to punch away. Richard just grabbed the brakes there, was a bit offline, defensive in what was quite a busy battle pack on the run down into MG, and just half-looped his car, so he has lived to fight another day. This is busy.
This is very busy. mixing it up here.
Ooh, so what's happened to Hamish Fitzsimmons' blue, white and red car? Just been gobbled up by David Gregg, who's off the road. There was contact between the two, and he's going to find the tyres in a big way. So Fitzsimmons had an issue and had dropped a few spots in car number 16. And David Gregg, who's a Pro-Am runner, was trying to go around the outside, and there was contact as they worked their way through turn 11. Come back to that, because this is the fight for the final step in the race 1 podium. And once again, Bloxham wearing someone else's final wrap through turn 2.
Getting the touch and a hurry up there, that is for sure. We're getting pretty game with it now.
He's going to have a sore neck after this race, Lockie. He has been under fire since lap 1 and a little bit wide. Stitchbury with a good run. There's a lap car there. I think it was Flack. That was Flack just getting out of the way. And this has just thrown this wide open, so Bloxham through.
Murphy through as well in the 77.
So that's really cost Stitchbury coming out of turn 4. And that's, yeah, he's dropped quite a few positions out of that. He was going to try and get one down the inside of Murphy. So the lap car actually caught them out. It was Marcus Flack trying to do the right thing, but unfortunately it's probably cost young Zac a few spots. Regardless, out the front, the Giltrap group. Team Porsche New Zealand driver with a famous surname and living up to it in the opening race of a new Porsche season. Well done, Marco Giltrap. He wins the first Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge race of 2023. The really impressive drive. And a brilliant start did the numbers for him. Aaron Shields second and Bloxham home in third after a breathless race for the driver of the 23 car. Sam Sheehan in 7th and wins Pro-Am. Brett Bolton second there. Tom Taplin in the middle of them, actually. Sheehan beats Taplin to the line, so really good job of the South Australians having a good little interstate scrap there.
Marco Giltrap came out of the second row of the grid. He led the field basically from turn 2 for the entire journey. Disappeared off, and a very ominous signal to the rest of the field. Here we go again, having a bit of a look at this mid-pack tangle up.
So that's David Gregg right, trying to go around the outside. Oh, and just the lightest of contact, but the car's so loaded up through turn 11, it gets the pendulum going, and he's backed that in. I hope that hasn't done damage to the rear chassis rails and the engine of the Dakin number 87 car.
I think he's actually plucked it out of the wall and made his way back too. So let's hope not. There is a good three rows of tyres there, so can be quite a soft touch.
And this is Jonathan Glixton running wide at turn 1, unseen by us in the race to beat FA, which is Friedrich Ataxia, and doing that in support of the legendary Carl Batson Batstech logo on the back of that car from Porsche Centre Melbourne. And then the final incident of all of that was what happened with Flack going slowly out of turn 4 when that battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and I think 7th as well all got to him. And Zac Stitchbury, who was about to make some passes on Lockie Bloxham, was running side by side. I think just got unsighted a little bit there, Daz, and was caught out, so he's dropped down to 6th position. But Marco Giltrap, the first winner of a brand new season, and this tradition of fast young Kiwis coming to Australia and doing the job has continued. Aaron Shields, that is an outstanding drive. PB result for him in 2nd. Lockie Bloxham fought for 3rd. Harrison Goodman 4th. Ronan Murphy 5th, up 2 spots from where he started. Zac Stitchbury in 6th. Sam Sheehan wins Pro-Am in 7th in front of Tom Taplin, with Brett Bolton 2nd in class and Tom McLennan rounding out the top 10. Wild start to the year, Darren Smith. If that is an indication of what we are going to have for the remainder of 2023, Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge is going to be box office this year.
You're right there, Richard. Interesting look, though. Giltrap, Bloxham and Goodman all came home very strong, starting from the left-hand side of the grid, and they all got really good starts. There was the right-hand side of the grid that didn't get away. Just a little bit of observation. Richard, thank you very much for your time. As always, really enjoy the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. We're going to take a quick break here. It's not going to be for too long because we've got the New South Wales SuperSports first race for the weekend coming your way. Back in a moment.
looks like, because I said 2 laps and I said no, just 1. So the safety car will lead them out.
Yes.
Well, the safety car will go down to 5.
Now,
They'll be released from the lane once the
Cars on track now for the New South Wales SuperSports race number 1. Great qualifying session yesterday, a fastest lap of a 1:31.0 and a 1:34. Here we are in the commentary booth now. We've got a couple of legends of PIARC over here, both life members, and they are absolutely loving their life here. They're going around advising everyone they possibly can. Everyone's adhering to their authority. Ken Smith and Hank Banner-Duncan here, absolute legends of the club. So we'll put them aside because now their heads won't be able to get out of the commentary booth, and they are fulfilling all sorts of roles around the track. Course cars on track ready to receive the New South Wales SuperSports, and just a couple of updates out of the paddock. Justin Tigani broke an upright in qualifying yesterday and was trying to source a replacement overnight. We'll see if the car has made it out on track. Yes, it has. It's on the timesheet. I did miss the cars exiting pit lane, but certainly on the front row of the grid, and we will see if Justin Tigani can take it up to the Nick Kelly on pole position. Now, this is going to be an interesting story out of today's races for the New South Wales SuperSports. Nick Kelly in the SR8, the only SR8. I did have a very quick chat with Phil Hughes, who was going to join us here this weekend in his SR8, but he's been very, very hard at work at Hughes Supercar Services, rebuilding one of his great friend Alan Simons's Ferrari GTs that ran in the Australian Championship. So we'll only have the one SR8, sorry, that is Nick Kelly and the number 99 there as well. Justin Tigani right alongside, and we're looking forward to seeing how this all works out. An SR3 versus an SR8 on a rolling start. The numbers sort of tend to play with the 2.5 litre V8 of Nick Kelly. Next on the grid is John Canavan in the number 67. That is a Radical SR3 on Hankook. Simon Arthur out of Canberra is the next one in the SR3 RSX, one of the newer iterations. Terry Knowles, the Victorian competitor, the only Victorian and new competitor in the field there in his SR3 XX. Steve Champion out of New South Wales in number 34 in the SR3 XX as well, 1500cc. Warwick Morris is next to Mark Brame. And Simon Copping joining us from New South Wales Sports Sedans, loving his SuperSports racing. Used to race that magnificent Commodore in the Sports Sedans. And Paul Royal in the number 78. Will Royal Kitchens. All of the Radicals on Hancooks. It's only the Simon Copping West WRX WX10 starting on the 9th position on the grid that is on Avons. So we are just getting ourselves set for a race start. Great shots out of the iconic main straight here under the Melbourne sign. Grand Ridge Brewery as a testament to last weekend's Superbikes. We're going four-wheel racing here this weekend, and a very long hold on the rolling start there. They get underway. They pour down into turn number 1. The number 6 crowds right up on the corner there, and that is Justin Tigani. So they've got the car fixed, but he will slot in behind the SR8 being driven by Nick Kelly. Massive spin. The West WX goes wide and spins there. Massive amounts of Avon rubber being left on the road there. So Simon Copping spears off, and we really only have a field in 5 now because there was 4 cars tangled up down there at turn 1. All the services have arrived down there. We've got Fire and Rescue, the great team at the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad supporting PIARC here this weekend. Team Medical, so they look to have left the scene there. So no harm, no foul, I guess, health-wise, but a couple of Avons have just done a very, very hard job on the West WR-WX10. Tyres are going to really pay in on this weekend's racing. Longer races than normal, and it is going to be something I'm going to concentrate on for the number 99 of Nick Kelly, because that car with more horsepower, more speed, better lap times is just going to churn up the landscape down there. So great medical response from the PIARC medical team down there at turn number 1, doing a tremendous job supporting the PIARC March Access event. And as I said, the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, via the Women for Wheels charity many years ago, jumping on board and doing a tremendous job as they do right across the Victorian landscape. Lots of racing in Victoria this weekend. Winton, of course, hosting, strangely enough, the first round of the New South Wales State Championship. But when you've only got one big racetrack in your state, you look elsewhere. So that's what's going on up the Hume. But we have got a massive weekend here, and these guys are really turning it on. Nick Kelly, there's Stephen Champion, driving very well. One of the guys that has been to Phillip Island before, the 47 slowing there. Or sorry, the 42 slowing there. There is no 47. That's Mark Brame. Lots and lots of racing, Mark Brame. This is his first time to Phillip Island. I find that absolutely hard to fathom. A very well-known racer, Mark Brame. As we continue on, Nick Kelly, fastest opening stanza. Of course, a rolling start, albeit a very slow rolling start, very skillfully done there by Nick. He's used his torque and power of the V8 to his advantage of just keeping the field trolling down to the line there and then getting into it as the lights go green. Champion in the 34, just coming across the top of the hill, tied up a little bit, I think, in that first lap melee. Not too sure what happened there. It was right off the back of shot, so we didn't actually get too much detail on what happened there. Tagani, who, as we were brought up to date on the start of this race, broken upright. The Radical, that's the good thing about the Radical races, is that you can dig into quite a deep parts bucket and drag your bits and pieces out as you may need, and keep your thing going. And there it is, our race leader, no longer race leader, Nick Kelly, slowing down in the Roller Radical Industry clothing car, and he goes across where the Avons that were spinning of Simon Copping, and he's left some big number 11s on the track. Nick Kelly, experienced racer, he's trying to get out of the way and up to the track and trying to get out of the way so we don't get a safety car in this race. So now what happens is car number 6 comes into the race and doing a nice job. So it's like Justin Tagani, his first weekend in SuperSport, he's had an upright failure. He's managed to piece it all back together and continue on with it. So great to see. We're now looking into the field here. This is Simon Arthur in the number 65, currently third on the road. Good battle pack there. And the number 68, Terry Knowles, just down there. There is Nick Kelly. He's managed to make his way all the way back around to the return road at turn number 4, where the cars exit at the end of the race there. So fantastic, Nick. He's been around for a long time, done GT3 racing, Australian GT racing. He knew full well in the back of his head he didn't want to cause any safety cars or stoppages in this race. And testament to his thought patterns there. He's managed to bring the car back into the paddock area. In fact, he looks like he's gone around the access road to head back out on the track, so not too sure. No, Nick is actually back in the pit area. So cars continue on. We get a look now at Paul Royal in the SR3, the Will Royal Cabinets car. This is a great battle pack here. Stephen Champion pushing these guys very hard. All of his experience here. Numerous journeys to Phillip Island. And coming along nicely indeed. Be interesting to see where Mark Brame can come back into this. He won last year's championship and doing a brilliant job. So Nick Kelly back in the paddock now. There's the 68 Osnet's car, one of the series sponsors for the category. Of course, it is the official 2023 Industry Clothing New South Wales SuperSports Championship. 3 classes available. The 2A2 SC sports cars, motorcycle and engine up to 1500cc, pretty much regularly your radicals, which is what we're seeing on screen now. Class 2 is your 2A2C 1500cc and Group 6R motorcycle engines up to 1340cc, so your Wests, your Wolfes, etc. And Class 3 is your 2A, 2B clubmen. It'd be great to see some PRBs and some Westfields, etc., some Lotuses and Elfins mix it up with this category as the season goes on. A great series, and going to pretty much run the rest of the championship at Sydney Motorsport Park round 2, the 15th of April, 29th of May is round 3, 8th of July round 4, and the 28th of October is round 5. And if this sort of racing is anything to go by, it is going to be awesome. Terry Knowles in the Osnet car there. His first time here in the series. Just puts a wheel off the back of the ripple strip there. That will have sent a massive shock and vibration through the radical. Very, very stiffly sprung cars. Aero under and over the bodywork. Using basically all surfaces to stick the car to the road there. Stephen Champion looking wide. Ironically, the 34 over the 68, so the 68's twice as good. That's what the numbers say. If you're a data-driven person. And then the 65 driving out of the corner, Simon Arthur. Started racing in the mid-2000s as an eclectic racing pedigree, Aussie races, rally sprint, Formula Ford and Lotus sports cars, and commenced his supercars career at Phillip Island here, SuperSports career here this weekend at Phillip Island. Shame that our series sponsor, Nick Kelly, and the number 99, taking no further part in his SR8 in this race. The owner of Industry Clothing. Fastest lap now, Tagani. Have a look at that. On debut, this is an ominous sign for all of the competitors racing in this year's championship. 1:35.34. 1:35.34. So not quite down to qualifying pace yet for Justin. He did 1:34.1, but easing into it. Definitely just easing into it. 12 and a half minutes left in the journey for this one. Glenline TV providing all the shots for Pyark's March Access weekend and the 2023 Industry Clothing New South Wales SuperSports. Great support out of Regulator Automation, Osnets, Gary's Motorsport Tyres, Oswide Freight, Ready Set Reline Pipe Repair Specialist, First Neon Illuminating Brands, something that has been with SuperSports for a long time, Sydney Composites, and of course Radical Australia East, the crew that they have on board. Last year's champion, Mark Brame, won with 179 points over John Canavan, 147. Pete White in 127. Then we go down to Steve Shields on a 122. Steve Roberts on a 121. The first of the West was Aaron Lee, then Simon Copping weighing in on it. A Juno, Darren Barlow running his store, WF1. Did a campaign after winning the championship the season before. In the 68 was finding some more dirt there as well. So Terry Knowles, the only Victorian running in this weekend's races, just finding a bit of dirt going down a spot there. Warwick Morris continuing on. Great to see a couple of the real veterans of champion, Warwick Morris, getting in there. This sort of racing. There's Stephen Champion there in the number 34. White SR3. Radical, and doing a ripping job. Class 2 last year, which was won by Peter White over Steve Roberts, Aaron Lee and Steve Copping. So a couple of different classes there for the category. Class 1, the Radical SR3, PRB S6, Minetta Z1, Pro Sport Mulsanne. In that class, this is the race still continuing on. A swap for position there. Simon Arthur goes down to champion, starting to come on good in the second half of this race. Let's see how that happened. This is the earlier one where we saw Terry Knowles go off into the dirt, coming onto the straight. That really affects your run down the straight. He lost a lot of ground there. This guy didn't. Stephen Champion now trying to impress on a podium result. Class 2, quite an open structure. The Radical SR8, the Store WF1, Juno, the West WR1000, Wolfe Tornado and Radical SR10. I think we've seen an SR10 running. And of course, Class 3, the Clubmans and PRBs essentially in that class as well. They are a sight to see, the Clubmans racing as well. It'd be great to see them all out on track at the one time. Certainly a fantastic class to do. Here we go. This is the run with Champion on beautifully. Did one move, dived up the inside and put Simon Arthur back at one spot. Arthur wasn't lying down for it either. Ended up out on the ripple strips over on drivers right there. That is in no man's land out there. You're in a world of pain if you end up getting sucked in by that one. But continues on. Stephen Champion having some good momentum now on his side. Coming along very, very nicely indeed. Ranges up onto the back of the 78 now. Really starting to come on strong late in this race here. Paul Royal, the Will Royal Kitchens. The good thing about all these radicals, they're all running on the Hankook, which is the Radical Australia Cup issue tyre. They ran on a Dunlop iteration for a while, now on the Hankook here in Australia. And Will Royal Kitchens outfit, the matte bronze wrap on there with the blue accents. SR3 now really coming under fire. Stephen Champion doing a ripping job. Has made his way very, very nicely indeed. Right onto the back of Peter Royal here, and you get the feeling with 8 minutes left to go in this journey that Stephen Champion has got a race car custom made to come on hard and strong at the end of this one. Sweeping through turn one there. Royal goes off in a massive manner, almost in a royal manner, and what he's done is he's kept everyone behind, and the 68 has gathered it all back up. Terry Knowles and Stephen Champion taking evasive action there. I reckon the best part there, that was certainly the better part of Valor there. Don't get tangled up in a guy that's gone off at turn one, and I reckon he'll be reaching for the new race suit for the next race, because that gets your attention. Peter Royal and the Will Royal Kitchens outfit just drops the spot now. Stephen Champion gathers back up the momentum he had going into turn two, and Stephen Champion now all on his own goes round, gets a clip on the way through, and we've got Royal off. So Champion span all of his own, Royal off, and I think that is Simon Arthur that we've got made contact down there with the wall. But Champion, the rear fairing or the rear diffuser, rear of the back wheel there, all damaged up as he lost it, and Royal came around, gave it a bit of a clip, and he is just slowing down now. Peter Royal and the Will Royal Kitchens outfit, number 78. Oh yeah, the rear wing absolutely torn up. That would certainly not be a car to go at speed with at the moment. Champion with a little bit of bodywork hanging off the back of his car. Let's hope that clears the car soon, because that will be grabbing many observers' attention around the track here. So drama breaks loose on lap number 9, exiting Siberia there. Stephen Champion goes around of his own accord, gets clipped by the 78. I think it did anyway. I can only surmise as to what happened off camera on the way through, and you'd have to suggest probably that left-hand rear on the number 78 was part of that. So we will get a bit of a look at that in the fullness of time. But the race now still impressively being led by Justin Tagani. Here we go, exiting turn 4. Champion just got the move done, poised nicely, come into the corner, hot and bothered. Got out of it and understeered, yes, and it was the 78. It gave a bit of a clip on the way through. And then it was Arthur that went through there. There's Morris off now. This is the back to live pictures. Car number 4, Warwick Morris. And he's gone off the track as well now. So what it is now is it is Justin Tagani having to hang in there and keep this dream alive after an upright issue yesterday. There he is, car number 6, doing a ripping job. And he will gladly be welcoming the new cars that are going to join in for round number 2. Numerous cars debuting for round number 2, so the momentum gaining in the series as we go to Sydney Motorsport Park for the following rounds. Been great to see the New South Wales SuperSport Championship come to Phillip Island, because these cars are just made for this sort of very, very fast flowing racetrack. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to go for car number 6. Just got the game on a string, flowing it nicely. Obviously the new upright, the boys did the string line on it, gave it a wheel alignment, and away he goes. Of course, did qualify on the front row of the grid with a 134.19. Best race lap is a 135.2, and you would have to suggest right now here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, this is ideal conditions. So if you're going to be able to go fast, the day's just going to get hotter and hotter as we go on. So this is ideal conditions to be setting your PBs in, that's for sure. Looks like we've got a Novo Proto coming out in round number 2 for Class 2 as well. So we're looking forward to seeing what those cars look like when they hit track. They're going to have their absolute work cut out for them, as the Wests and the Stores in the annals of history of Australian Supersport type racing have been absolutely massive. The Radicals certainly are brilliant, and we're seeing them just absolutely leading this weekend's racing. The Wolves are starting to land on the ground a little bit thicker and faster as well. Yellow flags being waved, so maybe Warwick Morris didn't get going again. So yellow flags down at turn 6. And there is recovery cars. So that is still the blue car in the wall, or is it a different car? Because here's number 67. John Canavan circulating nicely in position number 2. And a pretty large gap back from Justin Tagani to Canavan, and then a very large back to Terry Knowles, the Victorian. And Terry Knowles nicely in the mix there as well. And just touching on the Wolves as well, we believe in round number 2 in Class 2 we'll have some more cars there. So a compact field of 10 cars here today could easily grow out over 20 between now and the next round at Sydney Motorsport Park. It'd be great to be trackside to see that and really see the SuperSports 2023 season, the industry clothing New South Wales SuperSports Championship just grow and grow their 2023 season. It's been a lovely category just to watch in the background, run as part of the New South Wales series. It's brought lots of great races that have moved in and out of this series into Radical Australia Cup competition, Australian Prototype Series competition. All these cars can sort of come and go as they please. The Praga also running in the Prototype Series as well. So plenty to go. 2 laps to go, we're being told by race control, as we see our race leader Tagani going through, getting a lap on someone there as well. So this has been just a wonderful race for the driver of car number 6, Justin Tagani, coming into the series for the first time. And let me tell you, Justin, doesn't always go like this, but while it is, really, really enjoy it. The job is now between race meetings is to keep the prep up. There is our only West parked up on the side of the track. Just trying to pick where that is. Stoner curve there, so hasn't even made it down to 3, or just gone into the apex of 3 where the ripple strip is, and stopped there. So that's not what we wanted to see from the only West in this race. So that's a real shame. Sending out a great message to the Avon Shod car of Simon Copping, the West WR WX10. Early days in the SuperSports and sports races categories when they were racing with the Superbike series. The Wests were the absolute full bottle. They were what everyone had to have. Along with the Stores, actually. The Stores were absolutely brilliant with Proctor and Barlow. Had some really strong battles in those early seasons, which is not that long ago. I think Radical Australia Cup is going into about its second decade of racing, 11 seasons in the bag, 12 seasons in the bag. Here is car number 6, our race leader. Pyack officials down there at pit exit have the checkered flag ready for our race leader. Here he comes, sweeping around hay sheds as it's known. Of course, this circuit used to be a part-time racetrack and a full-time farm, so the hay shed had literally the hay in it. And if you speak to any of the old guys like Ken and Hank that we had up here in the booth just before, often at the late in the afternoon they'd have to go and help with a cow giving birth as well. So full-time farm turned into a full-time racetrack, and we have this magnificent facility. And this guy is really, really enjoying his afternoon. A 35-second lead over Jonathan Canavan. Car 4 will follow him across the line there. That is going to be Warwick Morris down in P5, not in P2. We've got a long old wait. And we've got a car off. In fact, our race winner, it looks like our race winner has gone off and hit... Oh, is that car 4? That's car 4. Warwick Morris has gone off the track. He's cleaned up the 200-metre brake marker board. So if anyone's using that for the weekend, that's out of action now. That's worthy of note. And this whole tyre thing is starting to play into it. Darren Barlow is feeding me some great information, watching on the Blendline stream. And really, this is very, very interesting for all of the New South Wales SuperSports competitors in the industry clothing New South Wales SuperSport races, that these cars are going to be really feeling it when the tyres come in. It really is a Hankook battle, if you like, for the racing, being that all of the radicals are. There's car 4, Warwick Morris, just going. Doesn't look like he's made contact with anything, but let's see. He was following the race leader. We come around across the line there, and he has just jagged to the left. Maybe race leader backed out of it as he's got the checkered flag, and Morris wasn't quite ready for that. But that sees the end of race number 1 for the weekend for the industry clothing New South Wales SuperSports races. Can't wait to see the rest of the racing for today for these guys. Really, really awesome stuff. We go to 1:05 and then at 3:10 for the next races for New South Wales SuperSports. Can't wait to see that. I'm going to take a break, a worthy break for a couple of minutes. There's your race finishes. I'll be back soon with XLs.
I'm here with Andre, who's a Pyack scrutineer. Now, Andre, what's it like working at one of the most beautiful racetracks in Australia?
Yeah, good, real good.
And tell me, what do you do as a scrutineer?
We check the cars, helmets and everything like that.
So essentially you're making sure everything's regulation, everything is up to spec and following the rules, basically.
Yes.
And how did you get involved with Pyack?
I got involved in Pyack through my brother's no longer here. I got involved and he left.
How long have you been involved with Pyack?
About 12 years.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time, Andre. If you guys want to be involved with Pyack, become an official like Andre, then all you have to do is visit the Pyack website. Should be on screen right now. Back to you guys.
XLs making their way on the track here. A very big welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for the 2023 Pyark March Access meeting. 8 laps for the trophy race. Now we put the plus 40-year-olds, experienced, skilled race drivers, they can have a rest in the paddock for the moment. This is the trophy race for, I guess they are the up-and-comers and the younger racers out there on track. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Neville Blight. Neville, cars heading out on track. We've got lots of support flowing in for the category and a grid to get across too.
I'll just jump in there, Daz. I want to thank Pro Coat Powder Coating. I want to thank Pro Coat. I've buggered that up there. Powder Coating, Next Gen Interiors, our local, Dayco, Brakes and More, and Sem Motorsport. And most of all, probably Pyark for inviting us back to this meeting. We got off to a pretty shabby start at the start of the year and they've bailed us out. So we can't thank them enough for that. And let's just hope we put on a good show for them. Now, as they're coming round to the grid, this is what this class is really all about. We've got Harry Tompkins in position 1, Toby Waghorn in position 2. Now these two young blokes have probably been with us 2 and a bit years and started off probably a little bit ordinary, finding their way as most young blokes do. But now we've got a couple of fine drivers and that's what this class is all about. And you could actually put them in any car you like and I'm sure they'd bring them back. Then behind them, we've got Bradley James Lodge. Just got to keep our eye on him for a little bit longer. Ethan Gregg, he's normally right at the pointy end. I'm not sure what he's doing back there, but I'll bet he rectifies it. Then we've got, here's another young bloke, Jay Rothbottom. Started off in this category. Now he's driving supercars. But he's back here having a play, and that's just testimony to what this category is all about. So, who we've got after that? We've got young William Sala. He's out there beaving away at it. Josh Senko, now he's brand new at it, and he's had a little bit of an incident already, but he'll settle down and get on with it and turn into a great driver like the rest of them. Then we've got Jake Harwood, Trey Conjonsis. Some of these names are a bit of a mouthful. Devon Nichols, Lachlan Harvey, Christopher Harris, Ashton Catch, Matthew Bink, and Callum Heffen down the back.
Callum Heffernan, of course, from New South Wales, joining us here this weekend. So a bit of a trip down, like the New South Wales SuperSports, a field of 15 cars here in the Trophy Series. And certainly plenty more that can join us next time we go racing with the Hyundai XLs as part of the Phillip Island Auto Racing Access series of events, getting very, very strong momentum. Nick Scarcella and Reece Carlton Carlos, etc., and the crew down there that put these race meetings together. And it'd be good to see 25 cars in the Trophy and Masters Series for the XL. There's certainly plenty of cars out there as the cars slowly make their way down into position. The Ethan Grigg Gold car number 1, Adam Macro Racing, emblazoned across the bonnet and down the side of that car. Adam Macro, of course, experienced Formula Ford racer. Ash Seawood also with his cars being prepared there as well, chatting on the radio to the drivers of the cars that he's preparing. Very, very skilled preparation company run by Ash Seawood. They get away and get away nicely. James Lodge gets away for a good one. Greg Galt finally gets away for a nice start as well. Does Conjonis as well. The field stream their way down into turn 1. Each grid row line side by side with each other. Greg Galt's broken the third row line, but Tompkins and Waghorn, they're going to go right where they left off last race and go into turn number 2, but it's Waghorn that's going to push it through from P number 2 on the grid. And Harry Tompkins all but says, yeah, just have it, mate, I'll be here. I'm ready for the next challenge. And then we have Brad James weighing in there, the Adam Macro Racing car number 1 with Ethan Grigg Galt at the wheel, charging into P5. They stream down through turn number 3, come up to Miller Corner. Under brakes, still side by side as they started the race here. Brad James in the 61, getting on with it nice and early, just putting the nose up the inside there, letting both Harry Tompkins and Toby Waghorn know that He wants to weigh in on it. James Lodge is doing exactly the same. Well, we'll all do this together. We'll all make sure we know where we all are. So we'll start to line up, line astern with each other. I say that, but then Lodge and the 61 of Brad James go side by side through haysheds. Can't always do it that well, and I would suggest after a formation lap and only half a lap, the tyres aren't completely up to heat, so you don't want to get hung out to dry out there because you're just going to end up in a position just about everyone locking up a left front or a left rear. They slide down into MG corner for the first time. This is the all-important corner to try and flow the car, keep the revs, get up through the gearbox, and you find out who's done it the best in about 1 kilometre's time at the bottom of turn 2 as someone goes streaming past someone else because they've managed to keep the car revving nicely right in song with where the engine works its best. They dive over to driver's left again. I'm not sure what the fascination is by going out over the white line there, but they all seem to like to do it at the front of the field, Nev.
Yeah, they do. They're not doing a bad job here, Daz. They're behaving themselves, which is good to see. I mean, they're turning into good little race car drivers, and that's what this category is all about. We don't want to see anyone's car knocked around, and you touched on it briefly just before. The presentation of these cars is second to none. They spend a lot of time preparing them, and they're turning up with some pretty classy looking vehicles.
Presented well. Names, trick trailers right across the front of the windscreen, names and then number on each car. Getting very, very close here with it, Waghorn and Tompkins. Bit of trust with these two guys that they can race so closely with each other. At the moment, you'd expect that Waghorn would be starting to glance over at the temp gauge. He's been right up the back of that car there for about the last 2 Ks of the lap. The last time I drove a Hyundai XL, it boiled just after I started it, so these things need to get a bit of clear air, but they're definitely very, very well prepared and presented. They can run close to each other for lap after lap.
The 2 macro cars have got a bit of a race on them for themselves. Let's see who comes out in front there with that camp. But they're pretty even, so Adam's done a pretty good job of the cars. There's nothing in it.
139 of James Lodge is just in the mix there, and unfortunately for James, he's gone back a spot and would like to gather it all back up to stamp his authority on it. The number 1, Ethan Griggold, just another left front lock-up. He's trying hard. Knows how to do these things. You don't get the number 1 on the side of your car. Oh, the 29 gives the 138 a big hurry up, loses massive momentum, or was the 139 slowing anyway, and that was just a result of that. Yeah, so gone in. So that car was, I guess, a racing incident because he'd slowed in front of him and he was following right up behind him. And that can happen when you're that close. You don't even get the opportunity to dive out. If the car in front of you slows, then that's what happens. Harry Tompkins at 2:01.13, fastest in this lap. Setting purple sectors there, so the fastest car on the road is the car out in front, which is often the case. Toby Waghorn wants that spot, as does Brad James. The 29 now, just a little bit of damage on the front of Jalen Robotham's car. And Nev, as you touched on, Jalen's had some great support thrown at him. Has been able to go into others. Caddick in the 13 started out of.
Oh, he's out of there. 16. That's great.
I guess that's the feature of running these cars. Quite a high ride height. They run a treaded tyre, so if you do go into the sand trap, you don't bally out too often. You get to engage first gear and just gingerly make your way back onto the track.
Well, they're not doing a bad job at the minute, Daz. They're all behaving and field spread out a little bit, but they've still got a fair way to go. You've only got to make the slightest mistake and you lose an enormous amount of ground, and it's very, very hard to get it back because they're so close.
This is what happened down at turn 2. There goes the 13. The Ashton Caddick car started out of rear of the grid all by himself there. So no harm, no foul. Plucked himself out and continued on as we see now Tompkins taking a backward seat to Toby Waghorn. Ethan Griggold ominously in the matte black. Adam Macro Racing car number 1 starting to move into position. Nev, looks like the bulletin number 3 that was issued that said this race was going to be 8 laps. I reckon it's gone 10. We've done 2 and it's still saying 8 remaining.
Yeah, right.
So the bulletin from the officials not as accurate as what the timing is saying.
No, there was a bit of an incident yesterday, I think, Daz, and they got the race shortened by a couple of laps, so they've been good enough to give it back to them, which is a great effort. Thank the organisers of Pyark for doing that.
Fastest lap now, under 2 minutes, is the Bradley James car, and he is currently running in P4, so picking up the pace. A couple of laps into the race and picking up the pace, trying to gather it all back up. So Brad James has gone fastest and the first to go a sub 2 minute. In fact, there's only him under the 2 minute, and under a 2:01 is race leader Toby Waghorn. Everyone else is operating in the 2:01s. So the two movers on track, obviously the race leader and Brad James out of P4 at the moment. Here we go. This is the front of the race now. Waghorn over Tompkins. The battery stop car.
This is anyone's race till the end, as it's they're all sort of in it, and the tyres play a massive part in it. So we'll see who's done their homework there.
Flowing the cars. This is what it's all about. We keep talking about it, but it's so important. Whatever little bit of horsepower that they've got to keep it right banging on that number. Wherever that sits in the rev range, keep the car nice, keep it as straight as you can, do the braking as much as you can in a straight line. Tip it in, and often in a front-wheel drive car, you can turn it in a little bit later than a rear-wheel drive car, and they tend to pick up a rear wheel. It's interestingly enough, we had Simon Evans, multiple Australian rally champion, talking about his time in Corolla Cup and driving Volkswagens and things like that, and he said, all these front-wheel drive cars, there's two wheels on the back of the car. All they do is stop the back of the car dragging on the road. If you can float them in the air, who cares?
Well, that's true. That's how it is. You drive them like a wheelbarrow. You're on the front wheels. You're not really interested in what the back does. It's the front wheels. And then if we're going to quote old sayings and that, it's like the old Peter Perfect. That's how you've got to drive these. You've got to be perfect, lap after lap after lap. And if you can't do that, well, you're going to move back a spot or two.
Great message from our promoter, the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, across the bottom of the screens. Become a member, join Pyark, visit pyark.com.au. The promoters here for all the Island Magic and Access meetings. This happens to be the 2023 March Pyark Island Access event, and a terrific event is unfolding in front of us. There we go, and again, three-wheeling it around the top there, a little touchdown like a jet coming to land at Tullamarine, and away they go. Puff of smoke off the federal tyre, just to give the guy behind you a bit of a fresh rubber burning smell.
I'm going to jump in on that promotion stuff there, Daz. If you want to get into this car racing, come and join us. We've got a terrific member base full of great people, and the racing's terrific, and it's a good, cheap category to get into. So if you're thinking about getting into car racing, come and join us.
Hey, Nev, one thing I like when people say cheap car racing. Cheap car racing is all relative to how far you want to get up the field, really, isn't it?
Well, that's true. Right.
33 leads the way. Harry Tompkins has taken it back off Toby Waghorn on this lap. 6 laps remain, and we've got some great racing going on here. Nice and clean. Everybody's getting the job done that is in front of them. Here we go. Let's have a look back through the ranks. This is the number 95 of Jake Harwood with the 123 of Nichols in behind here. So Nichols has made up some good time. Devon Nichols in the 123 started out of 12th, is in 11th, and they're swapping positions now just in front here. The 641 of Caleb Heffernan is now moving, or trying to continue a move up through the field, and continuing it on as well. The number 14
Chris
also
Harris.
going well there as well, which is
Chris
Trajan Congenis. P-plates on the back of some of these cars. Here we go. Yeah. This is the pack going around the runoff road there.
A bit of a moment.
Harwood going off. The Scarcella Designs car getting through there. No harm, no foul. And we continue on there. So some positions changed. And the number 95 rejoins back in now in position number 9 for Jake Harwood. Started out of 9th, so obviously gone off. It made some spots and comes back on right where he started. You can't you can't do much better than that. If you're going to run off, at least regain your starting position so you can start the last race for the weekend in that same spot.
Yeah, Bradley James was getting a bit anxious up the front there. He's starting to have a bit of a sniff, putting a bit of pressure on him. So it's going to get interesting. We've still got 4 laps to go, and as I said, the tyres might be playing a bit of a part in this very soon.
So we still have another XL Trophy race coming on this afternoon at 2:10. That's these guys on track. They'll be their last run for this weekend as part of Island Access. Been a great weekend. Of course, pretty much a for TV only event here this weekend and not a public event. But if you want to come and join in all the great racing and come in and have a sniff around the paddock and join in right around the track, make sure you make your way back here for round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, 27-28 of May. Always a fantastic event. And then, of course, at the end of the year, November 24, 25, 26, the massive weekend, that is Island Magic. Make sure you note that one down. Always get down for that. 25, 26 of November for Island Magic.
While you were doing that, Daz, Bradley James has moved into 2nd place and Harry's gone back to 3rd. So it's a bit of a shuffle on. Toby's pulled a little bit of a gap. I don't expect it to stay, but he's got a gap at the minute, which looks like it's disappearing pretty quick.
3 3/4 laps remain here, and we've had a couple of races have iterations for the lead here, but it really has just been shared between Waghorn and Tompkins. But we see Tompkins being relegated 1 spot back now as the 61. Bradley James at the wheel, the Carrack entered outfit, and he is showing a good pace coming into the closing part of this race there, and just off the back of Ethan Brick-Gold. And you get the feeling, Neville, that Ethan doesn't quite have the impetus that he's had over the last couple of years.
No, I would have expected him to be a bit further up than that, but he's with them, but not quite, you know.
Well, he's right with the bunch that he needs to be, and going off wide like that is not going to help.
Well, he's milking it for everything it's got. Hello, we've got one off. He's coming back on, though, so we're okay. He's made a meal of that.
Tank slap there for the number 14, which is Trajan Jonas.
Yeah.
And gets back on track, so essentially no harm, no foul. Just a bit of dust up in the air creates the drama for the ships going by out in Bass Strait.
They've actually done a pretty good job, Daz, all these guys. They're well behaved, and that's what we want. But I'd say it's pretty pleasing.
Devin Nichols' car there looking brilliant. The Scarcella Designs livery. They really do turn out a good livery, the Scarcella Designs. Nick Scarcella, the president of PIARC, and his family crew there, doing a tremendous job. Let's have a look at this car 14. Plummets off there. So that was the car we just turned out.
Yeah.
Trajan Conjanis gets back on track. Tank slapper straight back over the track. That will draw some attention downstairs, I would expect. Your obligation once you go off is to rejoin the racing surface safely and in control of the car. So let's see how the number 14 Trajan Conjanis goes with all of that.
He's had his ambitions mixed up with his ability there, but anyway, he's
Heffernan,
back on and going.
Heffernan, Harwood, Nichols and Caddick now. Mixing it up, coming onto the main straight here. They'll be looking straight down out of over Bass Strait. The Melbourne Bridge is the first landmark. The new landmark, the Grand Ridge Brewery sign over the track as well. Last weekend's Superbikes and the field stream on by. A mid-race, mid-battle pack going on here, and they're fighting it out for the last spots available inside the top 10. Here's the front of the race now. Waghorn getting a short back and sides as we see Bradley James going through in the 61. A very, very nicely executed pass by the 61 there on a guy that's been pretty much in the lead of the race. He's shared it with Harry Tompkins most of the race. So Toby Waghorn and Harry Tompkins off the front row of the grid, succumbing to the guy that started out of third. And there we go, Bradley James, and doing a good job, not to be confused with James Lodge.
Bradley's been sitting back patiently just watching this, I'd say, and then he's decided, right, time to go.
Certainly been right in there, hanging in there, and has had the good measure to weigh up the odds, what's going to pay off here. Don't pull the 1% move. You've got to have at least 10% opportunity. The 1% move sees you dive bomb and collect someone else on the way through, or just have yourself off and you don't feature in the results.
Yeah, no, there's a little bit of science in it. You've got to plan your race, watch what's going and work out where you can pass and whatever. It's not like you've got to push the pass button. You've got to do a bit of homework because each car's faster in a different spot. You know, you might be fast in this spot, they're fast in that spot, you know, and you've got to work out where you've got the wood on them.
Jake Harwood, a big lock-up coming down into MG corner that time around as the lead changes again. Toby Waghorn now puts the 61 of Brad James back into his place in P2. Harry Tompkins doesn't have the answer, hasn't had the answer for the best part of 3 laps now, as we see this lead pair start to just eat an extra car length out. Waghorn goes to cover turn 4. Runs it up, puts the 61 right where he wanted him there. He's going to have to go right wide around and get him behind. Great run there. Toby Waghorn, some fantastic racecraft being shown there. And that's really, really ruined Brad James's run on it. In fact, Brad James could certainly fall back into the clutches of Harry Tompkins now. Tompkins just keeping it going.
They've been working pretty hard here, Daz. They haven't let up the whole time. So... great effort, bit of stamina there. They've been drinking their Lucasades.
The 4 turns into 5 now as Ethan Griggold starts to fight back with it. Car off at turn 2, and that is Davin Nichols in the Scarcella Design entry. Be back for some fresh livery on that car. And here it is at the front of the field now, sorting it out. Toby Waghorn has got Brad James in back behind him now. Tompkins has got the 29 ranging right up here. This is Jalen Robotham. In fact, this is some heavy hitters in the world of XL racing. Tompkins leading Robotham, leading Ethan Griggold, and out in front doing a ripping job. I reckon we're going to be coming up for the last lap. They start on their last lap now. 10-lap journey. It'll feel like eternity to these guys. They'll have some sweat on the brow, that is for sure. They will have worked very, very hard, as we see now Tompkins taking a spot back in P3. It's Brad James now. Look, Neville, there's not really anyone that's got a specific lead or advantage out of these 5. So on this last journey around, it's going to be grab a card in the pack and see where it lands you.
You've just got to get a good run somewhere. That's what you need. Just a lucky break and you'll get it done. But it's not over. It's not over till it's over with these.
So the 61 crowds the corner here. The top 5 enveloped with a couple of Adam Macro Racing entries. And Waghorn going
been
wide.
Hung out to dry.
Waghorn wide, just trying to keep the flow of the car up here. What has Tompkins got? Is Tompkins playing a game here, or has he just got what he needs to go and lead this race? He's got about 4 more corners to decide whether he wants to.
I don't think he's got it in the tank now, just quietly. I think he would have pulled that whip earlier if he had it, but I'm not sure whether things will change here. Toby's got to try and set himself up for a good run down the straight, but I don't know whether you want to call it, but I think Bradley's nearly got this in the bag.
No mistakes into this corner and get it out of the corner nicely, and you'd have to say he's got it home and hosed. But one of the other guys have a little bit more straight line handling, or there's a little bit more performance, whatever you want to look at it. Has someone got 1 RPM more that they can pull out as they run onto the straight here? But Bradley James started out at P3. He's had a race-long hard battle. In fact, the race-long hard battle has been the 2 guys that are currently in 2 and 3, as they will line up behind each other and try and use the advantage of the car. They're going to go side by side. What will be the gap at the end of this? It will be Bradley James that gets it home. He's equalled the 944 Porsche Challenge finish at Sandown, 0.01 to Toby Waghorn. So it's now XL Trophy, XL Trophy and 944s that have had the 0.01 gap between race winner and second place. Harry Tompkins into 3rd, wondering what may have been. Jalen Robotham started out of 5th, gets it home in 4th. Ethan Griggold, he started out of 6th and gets home in 5th. Then we go to Jasco, William Sala, Caddick, who'd had some time off the track in the middle of that race there as well.
It doesn't get much better than that, Daz.
Certainly a ripping finish there. No one had to tear any mirrors off that time around to get the result, and that was a fantastic drag race to the line. And ultimately, it was the guy that started out of P3 that comes home to get that fantastic race result. Toby Waghorn will again start on the front row of the grid. There we have it, Nev. Brad James, Waghorn, Tompkins, Robotham, Greg Galt, Seiko, William Sala, Caddick, Heffernan and Harewood rounding out our top 10 to Devon Nichols in the 1, 2, 3. Lachlan Harvey, Trajan Kajanis, Chris Harris, Bink, James Lodge not getting to the finish line. Neville Blight, thank you very much for your time up here. We've still got plenty more races coming for the XLs. That was our trophy race. We've then got an XL Masters race at 12:35 and an XL Trophy race at 2:10. Thanks for your time.
No worries. We'll see you shortly, Daz. Thank you.
Great race there for the XLs. We'll take a quick break because we're about to go into some sports car racing, and we really look forward to seeing how the Victorian Sports Car Series takes off for their race here. Very, very quickly turn around here. We'll be back in a moment. Production Sports Car Racing of Victoria, their brand new Victorian Sports Car Championship being launched here this weekend with much fanfare, great entry. They've really done a terrific job to get the support. We're going to have 16 cars out on track now. In fact, I haven't been given an update on Sven Boykarts. He was experiencing electrical gremlins in that magnificent car of his, the GT3 Cup S that he was running here this weekend. And here is our grid. We've got Callum Brannigan, who is fresh off a massive round number 1 for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series. And Callum, welcome. Here's the grid for the sports cars for their race 2.
G'day mate, hello Darren, hello to all the viewers tuning in at home on Blendline TV. You'll have to excuse my slightly husky voice this weekend, but yes indeed, this is the 20-minute opening race, second race of the weekend for the sports cars this weekend.
You've been singing along with Harry Styles and those guys this week, have you?
How did you know
yeah,
I was at the
I
concert?
can see it.
It was absolutely magical.
It's your haircut that gives it away.
Anyway, Jamie Lovett starting from pole position in that number 16 Porsche. He's alongside Andrew Hall. There are regulars alongside each other, having plenty of competition between those two Porsches in the Victorian Sports Car Championship in recent seasons. Stephen Kepper, Michael Kokonos, Ben Schutz, George Constas, Andrew Smith, Sunu Voha, and we have further back, Simon Zettel, Anthony Pontonio, Rowan Little, Stephen Sluger, Billy Morelli, Michael Stilwell, Sven Burkhardt, as you touched on before, Darren. We'll be keeping a keen eye out to see if that car is making its way down on the screen, which we're just seeing the car's grid up now. And William Timms starting from the back of the grid after a bit of a troubling race yesterday, must be said, where he got into a bit of an altercation at turn 10, and the left rear tyre on that car was a little bit 6s and 7s, so it's good that they got that car turned around, ready for the second race this weekend.
I bet these two guys, Jamie Lovett and Andy Hall on the front row of the grid, are happy to be looking at an orange 996 orange and black car out of Cup Car Engineering with Ben Schutz at the wheel. Normally they were looking across at him in the Sin. He won all races, clean 500 points for last year's Victorian Championship. He's now driving for Andy Hall. This series brought to us by Evolve Technic, and Michael Kokonos very keen to get racing there, gave it the big launch. And the Evolve Technic Racing driver there of Bora getting away beautifully there as well, with Christian Fitzgerald actually coaching him along there.
Great start there from the two Porsches. So that's Jamie Lovett in the number 16 car. He's just ahead of Andrew Hall, but they were side by side going into turn 1 there. That was a bit of a jump start there from the Kokonos Audi, unfortunately. So we'll be keeping an eye on how the race control will deal with that one. But you can see, as we saw yesterday, it is a battle royale between these two cars. The number 16 of Jamie Lovett just ahead of Andrew Hall. That's number 130 car with that Audi R8 looming large in the background there. There it is on screen. Doesn't it look absolutely fantastic in that matte black livery? And just behind him, it looks like Kepper in the number 58 Porsche as well. It's a fairly Porsche heavy weekend this weekend, obviously with the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. It's good to see a smattering of Porsches in the Victorian Sports Car Championship as well. Proudly brought to you this weekend by Evolve Technic. It's great to have them on board to support the series as a corporate partner.
Jamie Lovett in the 991.1 GT3 Cup Car 2014, and Andrew Hall in the very much like-minded car there as well. So doing a ripping job. This is on screen now, the 447 of Sunil Vora, the FCAM Motorsport 997.2, and the 996 being driven by Ben Schutz there in the number 78 Cup Car Engineering car. Broke a drive shaft in qualifying yesterday in the 996 for Ben Schutz, so that was a shame. Still qualified well, and a guy that really does push hard for victories. He's here to win in the 996, no matter what they're bringing in the way of 991s and 997s, etc. So they're still going to push very, very hard, the Schutz boys. It's great that he's in the field. As earlier this week, he said I could be on the grid, and fantastic to see him there. Looks up the inside now in the Evolve Technic Victorian Sports Cars Championship, and Ben Schutz being told to go right round the outside. And this is a full manual Porsche. Yep. When I say full manual, it's H-pattern gearbox, no ABS, all of that sort of thing, which came on in the later 997 and 991 iterations of the Cup cars. and he is literally going back down through a H-pattern gearbox whilst the car in front is just a little tap on a micro switch, tap up or down and grab another cog. Not wasting any revs there, but Ben Schutz wanting to get right back on with this racing as they exit Siberia. He's done plenty of racing here in the family-owned RX-7 club car, improved production car that Bill built for the family all those years ago, and does a tremendous job.
I love looking at the svelte little 996 driven by Ben Schutz there. So you can actually see a bit of a size comparison between the 996 and the car being driven by Vora ahead of him. And it was a great example yesterday as well with that 996 as he looks around the outside here coming into turn 10. And he's going to have the ideal line as they come around turn 11 as well, assuming he gets the power down nice and squarely. And he does indeed. The car squats down and he drives on out of turn 11, coming up to turn 12 and onto the long main straight there. So Ben Schutz doing a sensational job in the 996 Porsche. Doesn't it sound fantastic, Darren? It's a little bit older than some of the other Porsches we've got on track at the moment. As you can see, Jamie Lovett in that 991.1 Porsche at the moment with the fastest lap of the race at 1:34.9. But if you actually see the size comparison between those two cars, the 991 versus the 996, it's quite drastic. The car has grown quite significantly as it's evolved over the last few
The
decades.
996 is the first iteration away from those earlier 911 shapes that we saw, the 356s, etc., those different iterations that came through. But certainly, I guess the important message that we can get out about the car that Ben's driving is that yesterday morning he'd never driven a Porsche racing car on a racetrack ever, and now he is featuring inside the top 5 of round 1 of the Evolved Technic Victorian Sports Car Series. Getting a bit of a good look back down through the field, the 428 there. This is a Porsche Cayman GT4 reflective Fabrications Australia outfit, and the Cayman GT4 is being raced all around the world, including in DTM in the second class there as well. Getting a good look at the 70 of Andrew Smith there, a 997.2 car from Mitutoyo. All of your precision measurements come off an MTI Qualis Mitutoyo vernier or whatever it might be. They've probably moved on from verniers and different bits and pieces. So car 8, which I think will be Michael Kokonos. It is a 15-second penalty, which will be served as a race time penalty at the end of this. So we'll have to keep that in the back of our mind. Callum, time certain race, 20 minutes. We're now 10 minutes left in it.
Yeah, it's surprising how fast time ticks down around here, and it must be a big shout out as well to the weather this weekend. Look how glorious of a day it is out here. It was looking a little bit ominous on Thursday and Friday for the bump in for this weekend, but the weather's certainly turned it on for racing this afternoon. We've got plenty of action coming your way throughout today on Glenline TV. As Michael Kokonos gets that time penalty, which he'll serve post-race, he does indeed take the fastest lap of the race with a 1:34.5. And with Andrew Hall just ahead of him. Now, here is a great battle as well on screen at the moment. So that's number 70
Stephen Sluger,
car
isn't
of, yeah, Smith and Sluger as well entrenched in the battle there. Now, is that the number 68 car of Sluger going slightly slow coming out of Southern Loop? No, we might have just...
So those that have been watching the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships via the Blendline coverage will have seen Stephen Sluger in the last couple of seasons racing in the ex-VIP Pet Foods car. He sold that on. That's got a new owner in Sydney now, and he's popped his backside into this one here, 991.1, so a lot newer car, a lot newer piece of kit. There's a lot more going on inside the cabin as well with all of the driver aids that they do have as these cars started to come on. So getting himself used to that is a big ask. And boy, oh boy, it's not often you see the back end of a white Porsche with a P plate on it, is it? Around the beautiful Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, couldn't think of a better place to do it in the Evolve Technic Victorian Sports Car Series.
There's Billy Morelli on screen. That's number 170 in that 718 Porsche, the Cayman style hardtop. A beautiful looking race car, and it's great to see that car as an addition to the multi-class racing that we're seeing here, and it's always been a fan favourite, the Victorian Sports Car Championship. There is Smith still in at number 70 Porsche. He's in Class C2, currently sitting, he's a little bit further down the order in the overall C2 class, in 9th position overall, and that's a number 58 car on screen, coming out of turn 2, and that's Kepper. Stephen Kepper in the number 58. Now, it sounds like, can't quite make out what's going on with that car. There's no visible signs of why He has slowed down at the moment, but yeah, we're hearing he might have a bit of a leak there. So he's going to make his way off at turn 4 going into the infield, and that's an unfortunate end for his race 2 this weekend. So that's Kepper out. He was sitting in 4th position when this misfortune has struck, but thankfully he's able to make his way to the infield, and there shouldn't be an intervention from the safety car, thankfully. So we're able to resume green racing with just under 8 minutes remaining in this race, Darren.
Here's the 997.2 Cup car of St Ilvora. Out of Evolved Technic, Christian Fitzgerald in his ear. Great battle going on with the Mustang and the Mark III car as well in this race. Back down in the classes, numerous classes have been represented in the draft regulations of the Production Sports Car Racing Club of Victoria. Of course, your GT3 FIA approved cars in A. B, we'll see your more MGB GTV8s, Ford S550 Mustang like Michael Stilwell, your Nissan 260s, 280s, 350s, 370Zs, BMW, M4s, MX5s, Corvettes, Elises, etc. And then Class C, your older GT3 Cup cars. There we go. There's number 60 and 170. Car 170 has been given a time penalty. We'll drill down on that. That's Billy Morelli in the GT4 Porsche. And doesn't this Mustang fill the screen just beautifully? It really is. That is how a Mustang should look. Big bonnet bulge, big fat arches on the back there. And Michael Stilwell, great to see Michael back at the wheel. He's been doing some pretty heavy work on the Victorian scene, being the overall series driving standards manager, and had his hands full with nearly 300 cars at Sandown last 2 weeks ago. And here is the car trying to get away from him. This is William Timms in the Mark III, the newest iteration of the Mark factories. Started up by Ryan McLeod all those years ago with the Mark Mazdas, and then onto the Mark II, the Mustangs. And this one here is the newer iteration, Mark GT, number 27. And although buried down the field a bit here, had an off yesterday trying to fight back. As we get back into the main battle pack, here's his car number 70, Andrew Smith, doing a strong job.
Having a good dice there with Stephen Slugar. So they've been switching positions throughout this race. Slugar sneaking up the inside, coming through Siberia there, easing it through Lukey Heights. I say they're easing it through. They're probably going absolute hell for leather at the moment. And up the inside, here comes Andrew Smith once again. Plenty of space on the inside there. So very gentlemanlike between the two drivers. And we expect this battle to rage on for the remainder of this race. So ebbing and flowing between these two Porsches, but Stephen Slugar back down into position 9. This is the battle for position 8, we should point out. And Billy Morelli behind them as well. He's got a 10-second penalty hanging over his head. Currently sitting in 10th position overall.
So, 5-round calendar. Phillip Island here this weekend gets it underway. Winton on the 29th and 30th of April. The Bend Motorsport Park in SA on the international circuit, 27th and 28th of May. Phillip Island back here on the 20th of August, a one-day meeting. And Winton will be the 16th and 17th of September. So we look forward to seeing the category grow from strength to strength. And that is the reason why fast Porsches, fast sports cars, there's plenty of others you can bring out. You've got your Lamborghinis, you've got a plethora of Gallardos out there that need to be dusted off and bought racing right throughout the year. Love to see them all out there as well. Of course, your MX-5s will be absolutely catered for. Class D, we'll see GT4 cars, McLaren 570s, AMG GTs, KTM Crossbows, Aston Martin V8 Vantages, Toyota GR Supras, M4s, Janettas, Holden Monaros, Mustangs, the list goes on. Audi TTs that can come up in the sports car racing, and we can certainly have plenty of variety right across the landscape with the Victorian Sports Car Championship. There's a Cayman there just being overtaken now by the number 70. He gets through nicely, and no harm, no foul. The number 70 goes on through there for Andrew Smith. So he's got a very nice package under him at the moment and pushing very, very hard indeed. Started out of grid position 8, went backwards for a little bit there, and now into position 7, so made a spot up.
And that's Pontonio in the number 428 718 Porsche in between the cars of Smith and Stephen Slugar. great example of how these cars all make their speed differently around this fast-flowing Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. You can see the heat haze there as well. Just a bit of an idea of how baking hot it is out there at the moment. So on screen there, that's 718. It's got plenty of pace in a straight line, it should be said, Darren. It's people often say that the GT4 cars, obviously they're not as quick as the some of the GT3 cars outright, but they do make plenty of horsepower, and they're pretty handy in a straight line given the fact that they've got a lot less aero as well, so there's a lot less drag. This is the spirit of battle as they come into Siberia. This is Constas in the number 12 car, having a look up the inside as they're coming through the hay shed, and that's a great battle as they've got 2.5 minutes left in this race, Darren. But we should point out it's still Jamie Lovett at the head of the field with a 2-second gap back to Kokonos.
Sonny Alboro's coming under a bit of pressure now, isn't he, with number 12 all over the back of him. Constas is doing a ripping job, and these guys are getting on it. Sunil Vohora in the 997.2 Cup car, and the number 12 coming on very strong now, and we get to have a good look at the performance of these Porsches as they come under the Melbourne sign. Grand Ridge Brewery blazons across the beautiful landscape. 29.5 degrees here, 58% humidity, down from 95 this morning. Wind from the west-northwest at 13.1 kilometres an hour. And it is a magnificent day here at Phillip Island. Love to say come and join us, but this is for a TV-only event. But certainly come and join us here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit come round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship on the 27th and 28th of May. And then again, of course, at Island Magic, 26th of November. The fantastic celebration of the season, been going for over 30 years now. As we watch a passing manoeuvre, the number 12 sends it up the inside there. The 447 from Evolve Technic just getting a manoeuvre on here, and the word is we're on the last lap of this race there. So Sunil just gets one taken from him. The number 12 on his way through, George Constance. And performing well, coming on late in this race is the number 12, that's for sure. And will land inside the top 5. Ben Schutt's currently in P4. And here's another pass here. In fact, that is Lovett in the lead of the race here. And Kokonos, who, yeah, I guess he can keep fighting, but he's got a 15-second penalty. And at the moment, that will put him back to about P4. That could actually put Ben Schutz into a podium position. We'll see how it turns out. Our race leaders now coming around the hay shed here. Jamie Lovett come to the track here this weekend. He wanted the W. He's taken one. Let's see if he can take 2 here. There is a launch, black Audi right behind him, and he covers off the corner nicely. Have a look at that, Callum. Absolutely crowds it up, which he can do, and flow that Porsche out of rear-engine Porsche, whereas the Audi mid V10, flat 6 versus V10. Flat 10.
Well, he's got some lap traffic here, Darren.
Flat 6 versus V8, sorry, we'll get that right.
But it's not over yet, so they're coming onto the main straight, and he's flashing the lights to get around the car of Billy Morelli, but he's covered off the car of Kokonos, and he comes across the line to take the checkered flag. So that was a bit of a drama-filled final sector there for Jamie Lovett, but he does successfully navigate home to make it 2 from 2 this weekend in the Victorian Sports Car Championship. Brought to you by Evolve Technic.
We've got to wait to see how that 15-second penalty that applies to Kokonos at the moment. Gap to next is Andy Hall is 10 seconds. So he'll land inside the P3 because Ben Schutz is a further fair bit back. Here comes Ben now in the Cup Car Engineering Evolve Technic outfit. Sands a bit of damage on the rear bumper there. The bumper's still in it, but it's just popped out the side there. So I wonder if the number 12 has come charging on through, maybe in the closing last half a lap there, that there was a bit of a touch there. But the launch Porsche has had a really good back end of this race, and is coming home. So Schutz will lead him onto the straight here. The 996 has had the wheels absolutely driven off it. And it is interesting when you get that tail shot, the size difference, not only in diameter, but width of the rear tyres on the later generation Porsches has taken a massive size difference. But Ben Schutz will get home in Fourth place, George Constance in fifth. That's a great result, and even with Sunil Bora as well. Fantastic drive home there. Andrew Smith in the 70. So the 12 and the 70, Callum, really pushing hard towards the end of that race. So they obviously had the car set up to come on in the second half of that 20-minute race.
It's also all about confidence, Darren. So, the more practice and the more time they spend behind the wheel, they learn to extract even more and more pace from the cars underneath them. So here's the provisional results on screen. Jamie Lovett in the number 16 Porsche takes out race 2 of the sports cars. 0.2 of a second clear of Michael Kokonos. He will, of course, take a 15-second penalty after this race. Andrew Hall home in P3. Ben Schutz in P4. We suggest he'll go up to P3 to make it a podium on his debut weekend in a Porsche. George Constance in P5. Sunil Vora in P6. Andrew Smith in 7th. Stephen Slugo in 8th position. Pontonio in 9th position. And Zettel rounding out the top 10.
Billy Morelli, William Timms, Michael Stillwell, Rowan Little. Steve Kepper took no part, neither did Sven Boykarts. We have got E30s coming your way here at Island Access, brought to you by the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Keep tuned to Blendline TV. Catch it all on YouTube. We'll be back in just a moment. Garagistic BMW E30s coming on track now for their race 4 for the weekend, and this will see the conclusion of racing for today. So a nice early checkout for the BMW E30s as part of March access for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Here is the starting grid. Brian Burke for Transrock will be on pole position. Alex Jory on P2 there, so getting away nicely off the front row of the grid. Ash Rogers to Jeff Bowles in car number 24 will be out of position number 4 in the Sheba Bob Racing outfit. Seth Boykarts moving up the grid for KKI Lawyers and Tickford Racing. Out of position number 5. Rory Plant for Upflow Racing. Great to see Royals up the grid now in car number 7. Doing a ripping job. Jesse Bryan down there in position number 7 has had a great weekend so far, but starting out of 7th in this one. Jess Bell out of 8th, moved up a couple of spots. Klaus Kenny Intellect's Bell Motorsport entry. Adam Trapsky in the 666 got the Diablo on board there, the Devil with the 666. Peter Knight for Russell Studios in the 86. Darryl O'Neill. Let's hope Daz has made his way out on the track in the yellow and blue car. Yes, he has. 57 had run out of fuel in yesterday's race and had another issue which caused the safety car in the earlier race today. Royce Line coming out of position number 12. So cars on the grid, taking up their spots. This is race number 4, 10 laps. Garagistic, Liquamolly, of course, all cars running the magnificent Yokohama A050 radial tyre. Often used in Targa type competition, certainly used for E30s and 944s and improved production right around the country. Yokohama control tyres for David Levy Motors and Trans Rock. Brian Burke gets away nicely, as does Alex Jory. They go side by side with each other. The whole grid clears whole field clears the grid nicely there. And here comes Royce Line in that yellow car number 4, the Line contracting outfit. As they stream through turn number 1, our leaders have jumped away beautifully as we see car number 24, Jeff Bowles, just getting monstered there. And we see Jesse Bryan going very wide there and off onto the grass. Not managing to catch that before he went off there. Didn't see what actually occurred there. Just sort of started to drift wide, so maybe not enough temp in the Yokohamas to load it up like that. But Jory, be happy with this. His first time he's had good clear air in front of him, but he's got his famous protagonist right with him, Brian Burke. Jeff Bowles wants to pay a part of this as well. Ash Rogers, goose to his mates in position 4. Then Rory Plant, good start, and Seth Boycart's. But Alex Jory now, cold tyres, good pace, just wanting to clear off and try and get a victory out of this weekend. Hasn't had an easy run of it with Jesse Bryan weighing in on the battles, and also Royce Line getting in on it as well. Side-by-side action around the back of the track here at Haysheds. It's going to be the 50 of Ash Rogers going side-by-side with Jeff Bowles, and the 50 getting through there. Now the 7 ranging up here. This is Rory Plant coming on gangbusters in the final race. There's Royce Line. There's Simon Schiff in the 55 there. And the 42 of Seth Boycart's in the mix here. Some new names in BMW E30 racing, and I'm told there's still more to come. Some new cars for the 2023 season. This is mid-pack, believe it or not. They're getting very jiggy with it. Here it is, turn 2. Let's see what happened with Jesse Bryan. Was wide on the entry, locked up a left front. A little bit of smoke off it there, and then just drifted wide. No harm, no foul. No one else involved there. Jesse just getting it a little bit overcooked into turn 2, and a little bit of a lock up there, which stopped him from steering the car towards the apex there. But he's returning, got the lights on, high beam in behind Seth Boycart's there at the moment. So this will be a good learning thing for the first time racer in the BMWs. Have Jesse Bryan all over the back of you, trying to fight back for a result in this race, with Royce Line as well, podium finisher today. Tremendous racing from Royce, as Simon Schiff looks down the inside in the 55, looks to get it done. It does. A bit squirrely under brakes, but Schiff in the Titan entry just puts Royce Line back one spot, although Royce had driven pretty hard to get up there as well. And Simon Schiff just giving him a bit of don't argue, mate. We are going to share the spots around a bit, because now you're going to have to deal with Jesse Bryan, and he'd be well aware that Jess is right in the rear bumper now as they start to climb up the hill. Royce Plant got them all starting to bank up behind him in the number 7. Schiff looks to the outside, goes wide and high, right round the outside, and looks like Royce Lyne's going to join him here. So Rory could come unstuck pretty heavily here. He has 2 go through on him, and 3 go through, so Jess Bryan gets that job done as well. So in one corner, Rory Plant loses out to Simon Schiff, Royce Line, and Jesse Bryan in the mix there. But it's Alex Jory, fastest car on track. In fact, it's Brian Burke in the first sector who's fastest. Ash Rogers fastest in the second sector. And the sectors are being shared around. The number 27, which is Brian Burke, is fastest in Sector 1. Number 50 of Ash Rogers, fastest in Sector 2. And Alex Jory, fastest in Sector 3. So 154.39 for Jory. It's Jesse Bryan now. Just ticking some boxes, gone through on Simon Schiff now in the 55. And looks out to go around Royce Line. Slowing there, so another problem coming for Royce Line. Car slows there, and both Schiff and Jesse Bryan had to take evasive action there. So the gremlins that are plaguing his campaign here this weekend, and there's a little right front lockup as well on the number 4. Simon Schiff looks to get around the outside of Jesse Bryan. It's a hard ask. Jesse can make these E30s very, very wide for a long, long time in a race. Simon Schiff is up to the challenge too. He's looking left and right. But it's the 24 of Jeff Bowles. Just eking out a little bit of a gap here. Alex Jory's got 1.5 seconds on Brian Burke out in front. And then it is a further 1.5 seconds back to Brian Burke. In fact, Brian Burke must have made a mistake or something, because that gap has just changed. Jesse Bryan gets the move done on Jeff Bowles and gets it out in the dirt as well. Gives everyone a spray full of stones as they come out of MG. Simon Schiff going wide around the outside of the 24. And they nearly have it coming together side by side in that part of the track as well. High load, high speed. Royce Line goes right round the outside now. Jeff Bowles getting the short back inside by the charging pack, because we've had Jesse go through, Simon go through, and Royce Line go through there as well. So Jesse Bryan now in the chase into P4. 7 laps remaining, or 6.5 laps remaining in the race. So Jesse Bryan can see the leaders now and wants to go with them. It's Royce Line, car number 4. Got some sort of temperamental, intermittent issue with this car, and it always seems to be when he is got a whole lot of cars in close contention with him. So that's not when you want an intermittent fault to rear its ugly head. Ash Rogers now in the 50, having one of his better race meetings here this weekend. Look at the West Vic entry, and just keeping the car, keeping the nice momentum up here. And watching what Brian Burke is doing would be a really, really good day's lesson in the final race for this here. But you get the feeling that Ash Rogers feels as though the last spot on the podium in the West Vic earth-moving outfit is not good enough for season 2023. He wants to be right with Brian Burke, and I would suggest ultimately challenging for that position. Gone for extra duct work in the number 50. Got the knacker duct there on the passenger's window. Just getting some fresh air flowing through the cabin driver's window right down now. And these guys starting to feel the ambient temperature as the race gets on. We're now experiencing 26 degrees outside here. But once you fire up a race car with no insulation on the floor and the hot exhaust and gearbox and all the moving componentry just gets right through the whole car, and heats it up nicely, throwing a triple layer suit, balaclava and a helmet. And it's a hot old office to go to work in. Very pleasant one though, very pleasant indeed. It's just hot in there. Enjoy yourself. And more often than not, you really don't feel the heat. Probably in these 10 lap races, yeah, about lap 10, about lap 9 you'll start to feel it. Alex Jory now, clock's fastest lap, takes that back at a 154.0, and he is the fastest car on track by at least 0.4 of a second. Jesse Bryan, 0.33. Jesse Bryan's the second fastest car on track at the moment, but hasn't really done a fast one since lap 2. Still 6 laps remaining, not even half race distance. There's Simon Schiff. Some great racing being applied this weekend by Simon. Really got his head in the right place and putting the car in the right place on the track as well to make sure the result is given. Jesse's done a fair bit more and variety of racing there as well. So Jesse just in front there. 12 seconds off the leader out in front now, which is Alex Jory. He's coming around turn 12. These guys exiting MG corner and coming around turn 11. So our race leader now on the main straight. These cars just going past the pit entry road at turn 12. Turn it in. One nice action on the wheel there by Simon Schiff. And just keeping that momentum, using every bit of speed you've already gathered and adding to it incrementally as you come onto the straight. And then ultimately VMAX down the bottom of the hill here. Be a dab of the brakes, about 100 out. Maybe even shift down a gear, and the all-important run up to turn 3 here. If you've got any sort of momentum up to there, you really need to carry it through. And have a look at this mid-corner. Simon Schiff is immense. He's made up 2 car lengths mid-corner there, so he's got this car absolutely humming. Jesse Bryan just, I would suggest, has asked the Yokohamas one too many times here this weekend to give him just a little bit more, and the car's starting to move around. We saw Jesse on the opening lap go spearing off. He's come back from there. And he's going out wide there in the number 38. So covering a little bit more real estate than he needs to. Simon Schiff just keeping it. There it is. It's a great battle here. He just needs to keep this momentum up, not get out of it at all coming through Siberia and start to climb the hill here. If he's got the pace, he really needs to start to show Jesse where he's going to make his lap time. So if Jesse does make any sort of mistake at all, Simon will be all over him, and that's what we expect. Down into MG, a left front lock up on the 55. Jesse Bryan gives him room for racing and then gives him a don't argue, shut the door. Came right across onto Simon Schiff, had to take evasive action or there was going to be controversy there. They've avoided contact. Let's see how it goes for another lap. There's 4 laps remaining as Alex Jory crosses the strike. He's got eased it out now to 5.61 seconds. With Brian Burke, Ash Rogers, a further 2.8 behind. Then this battle, 5.8 seconds, 13.9 seconds off our race leader. And we're going to stay with this one because this is the battle of the race at the moment. Royce Line and Raw's Plant just coming down over the start-finish line now. Jesse Bryan has got his hands full of a car 55 at the moment. Simon Schiff driving magnificently. He's putting the car just about anywhere he wants. Trying to look down the inside into turn 3. Jesse Bryan, gentlemanly enough, didn't close the door as such, or certainly didn't slam the door on him. Schiff in the 55. Just get the feeling that Jesse's got the control of this one. He's putting Simon Schiff in all the wrong places to try and execute a manoeuvre, and Schiff trying to get the switch back there and flow the car nicely. Jesse Bryan asking a lot of the turn in there. Tyres started to roll to the side of the front rim. Simon Schiff right alongside. He has to give him room now. There's no point forcing Schiff off now. He's got right up alongside. There is an obligation to allow the passing car room to have racetrack to share as well. So the 55 still remains up the side there. Let's hope the 55 can sweep out of this corner here. He has 1-2 turn in. That's lost him time. Scrubbed off a bit of time there going down under the brakes there. So he has allowed Jesse Bryan to continue the momentum and gather some more speed around turn number 12. This time around, the hole in the air behind the Bryan car is working in Simon Schiff's advantage as Alex Jory goes across the line again to complete lap number 7. And this is the battle we are following. Simon Schiff to the inside now. Nice move here. Jesse Bryan gets across the track as well, so that angle not quite showing the story. Here's the run up to turn 2. Jesse Bryan again driving at the first part of the corner there. So just keeping Simon Schiff out of any opportunity he might have thought of to get it up the inside. We go into turn 3 again now. Simon Schiff alongside Brian again, allowing just enough room. And this is going to be the braking duel, the head-on shot at turn 4. Simon Schiff in the same position again. This is what I said last time round. Jesse Bryan using all the racecraft in his kit just to not let Simon Schiff in the 55 through there. This is for 4th on the road. Our leaders, Alex Jory, Brian Burke and Ash Rogers, are up the road a fair way. In fact, 15.5 seconds further up the road as our race leader. This is certainly the battle of this race around through Hayshed. Simon Schiff now. He's got everything he needs. He just needs an opportunity to drop it down the inside or outside or try and drive around the corner. Here he goes, Simon Schiff now. It's going to be hard to get out of the corner from that tight entry. And Jesse Bryan is not allowing him any racetrack to get away with it on here. And Jess can do that. That is racing. You're the guy in front. Just as the car starts to draw alongside, you have to give the guy room to race. As we see Royce Lyon coming back into the pits as well there. So we'll take no further part here in this weekend. Cars embarking on their last lap now, and this is the guys that are racing for 4th and 5th on the road. So Simon Schiff, he's got to make it work. Now it looks like Jesse Bryan knows that they are on their last lap, and he's just eased out a little bit of a gap here. Schiff in behind now. Just needs to choose something different. The run down to turn 3 is not working on driver's left. Try and get on the other side so you've got the inside running to Honda. Jesse Bryan's not going to leave that open. Don't go for it down there, Simon. Jesse's trying to suck him into that. Simon doesn't do it this time. He uses something different. He drifts it wide. Jesse has to give him the room to get through the corner. Under brakes now. The 55 just does it. The 38 looks for the switchback and could quite easily get away with this as well. Draws alongside. But Simon Schiff manages to just hang on with it. It's not over. The checkered flag is absolutely at the ready for Alex Jory. He has run the race he finally wanted to run. He's still got 2-3 corners to go, but this battle is going to rage as our race leader plunges down into MG. It's him and Daylight back to Brian Burke, and then Daylight again to Ash Rogers. Here's the number 22 as the battle with Schiff goes on. He holds it nicely into MG as Alex Jory fronts it up to take the last race for the garagistic BMW E30s for the weekend, as a couple of geese like to get a good look at the final bit of competition with the E30s there as well. And the victory going to Alex Jory. Home for second place will be Brian Burke. Simon Schiff, you'd have to say, is going to hold on here, but Jesse Bryan's going to try and flow the car wide, draw alongside, holds it straight. Simon Schiff gets it home for P4, wins that battle. What a great battle for 4th and 5th on the road, with Simon Schiff ultimately coming out the victor to take 4th on the road. Worthy of a podium, those two, with that drive. They really did turn on a show. Across the line this time, it is Seth Boycarts and Jeff Bowles. So Ash Rogers gets home for a very rewarding 3rd place, and Simon Schiff as well. Turn 10, here it is, the 666, looping around. This is Adam Trapsky. Not sure what happened then, all on his own. Pretty violent spin around there. And those cars just making their way to the line there. So not sure what happened with Adam Trapsky, as he finishes off the final race for the BMW E30s for the day. XL Masters race up next, and then New South Wales SuperSports race for their 10-lapper. And there's the results for the BMW Garagistic E30 race. Jory, Burke, Rogers, Schiff, Brian, Burkhart's, Boyle, Bowles, Rory Plant, Jess Bell in 9th, she's improved there, Shannon Cooper in 10, Knight and Trapsky round out our finishes, and that rounds out our BMW E30 competitions for this weekend at Pyark March Access. Plenty of racing still to go, though. As I said, we have got XL Masters, New South Wales SuperSports up next, and then at 1:40, the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, their second race for the weekend. We'll be back in just a moment.
I'm here with Andre, who's a Piarc scrutineer. Now, Andre, what's it like working at one of the most beautiful racetracks in Australia?
Yeah, good, real good, real good.
And tell me, what do you do as a scrutineer?
We check the cars, helmets and everything like that.
So essentially you're making sure everything's regulation, everything is up to spec and following the rules, basically.
Yes.
And how did you get involved with Piarc?
I got involved in Piarc through my brother's no longer here. I got involved and he left.
How long have you been involved with Piarc?
About 12 years.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time, Andre. If you guys want to be involved with Piarc, become an official like Andre, then all you have to do is visit the Piarc website. Should be on screen right now. Back to you guys.
Welcome back trackside here for March Access. We have got the XL Masters lining up at pit exit ready for their race start. Don't be confused, that's the BMW E30s returning down the other lane there very, very slowly to make their way back into the pit and paddock area. Neville Blight has joined me again for the XL Masters. Some names that have been around a little while, not only in XL racing but motorsport in general at the front of this field. Nev, certainly the Masters seem to have really taken to it this weekend, put on some great racing.
Yeah, well, you've got Larry Merrifield and Adam Bywater. They've started off in HQs, so they've been around for a long time. And Tim Rouse, well, he's been there forever and a day. You'd nearly call him a gentleman now. He's been around that long. Not much has changed in the lineup of the field there, Daz. It's pretty much the same as the previous races, and I expect to see a pretty good battle. with these guys. But David Musgrove, he's a standout at the moment. He's first time in the over 40s and doing a great job. And Adam's right on his tail, so great effort. While they're going around there, I'd just like to thank Matt from Rap Studio as well, because he helps the club out enormously with all the stickers and the deliveries on the car. Does a great job. So a big thank you to Matt at Rap Studio.
There it is, the 4.45 kilometres of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Since 1956, the forefathers of the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. 12 of the most demanding corners that will get your attention in any sort of racing car. We were seeing the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge highlights from Island Magic last year, just on the background there as well. Nev, Glenn Mackenzie as well is coming through the field nicely. We'll start out a 6th in this one. That's one that certainly has grabbed our attention. Started off rear of grid for the first race. Yeah,
you'd expect him to play a part in this race for sure. He'll be doing his utmost to be amongst them. So I'm looking forward to an exciting race. I reckon it'll be a beauty.
So David Musgrove out of pole, Adam Bywater out of 2, Tim Rouse out of 3, Larry Merrifield out of 4, Antonio Vanier out of 5, Glenn Mackenzie out of 6, and we are on board for the car starting out at 10th, which is Mark Bento. Kendall Webster will be out of 9th, 11th will be Gavin Newman, Michael Barton, Ed Narkwitz, Neil Hasler, Michael Jeffs, John Keefe, Dallas Harvey, David Sharp, Gerald Anbart, Joseph Austin Crow, and Troy Jeffs right down the back of the field for this one. Cars weaving and diving from side to side.
I think you'll find Troy Jeffs as a non-starter. He's had a mechanical issue, so he's out of this event. One of the drive shafts is broken on him, so he's had to park that up.
It's all right, we've still got Michael Jeffs in car 30. He'll be starting out at 15th, representing Flying Flag.
He's representing the Jeff boys and Superior Foods, who has been a terrific sponsor from day one, been on board with us. Most of our sponsors have.
How good's this? Blendline TV putting the onboard camera with the 911 at Pesvento. He's had a bit of action around him here this weekend, and I think he won the popular vote to put the onboard camera with him out of 10th, so mid-pack. And we'll see Mark Pesvento going about his job as this race unfolds.
We hope no one hits him, Daz, because he'll put on a show for us if they do. He gets a bit vocal in there, and the arms are waving, and there's a bit of action goes on if he gets cleaned up. So that could be something to look forward to.
Yeah, well, let's hope we don't. We want to get that camera out and put it in another car for another race meeting somewhere along the way. Tune into your Blendline TV footage right across the motorsport seasons on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, jump over to YouTube. That's certainly the uninterrupted way to see the vision right throughout these events. Our PIARC officials just making sure the front cars on the grid are in the right spot there. Reece Carlton, Carlos, very experienced, over 35 Grand Prix in Australia, Adelaide, Melbourne, Bahrain and the USA. Very, very experienced grid man. And he just makes sure those front 2 rows are in the right spot, so there's no question, no doubt that anyone gets an unfair advantage. Sitting down there at the moment, Nev, is that the idea? Start revving away while the field forms up?
Yeah, they need a few revs on board, and they've just got to watch those lights and time it. Be careful not to creep. And we've had some good starts.
Merrifield gets away nicely in the number 1 clean duck car as we see Bywater move over on Musgrave off the line there as well. So they're very clear intent. They're going to crowd each other down into turn number 1. In fact, clear intent by Musgrove. He's driving away from Bywater at the moment. The number 7, Larry Merrifield, just getting out wide there. Tim Rouse in the Beyond Blue entered car. Looks up the inside there, and Tim will slot into position number 3. That was his grid position, so takes that spot into turn 1. It is our pole sitter that is leading the race. The Winmax Bywater car is the next one there to Tim Rouse. We look over the shoulder of Mark Pesvento. He's having a look in mirrors left, right and middle. So you can't say he hasn't got his eyes on to be aware of where the other cars are in this field. Some digital features on the dashboard of the car here, just monitoring different temperatures. And steering angles as well by the looks of things there that he's recording. There's the Mojo Auto Cure car. And going through very, very nicely there is Vinia.
Pez has done a great job of looking through those mirrors, and I mean, I can't stress that enough. That's the most important thing you've got in that car, those mirrors. You need to know who's beside you, who's behind you. You can't move without knowing who's there, so he's done a great job of that. That's one of our biggest problems, the awareness of what's around you. So we can't stress that enough.
And this is what Mark's doing now. He's checking out the competition around him, seeing where he can put the car. Here we go. This is 3 wide, turns into 2 wide. It's going to have to go line astern of each other at some point, and I reckon it's probably going to be right down the bottom of the main straight now. Bywater's being pushed wide, doesn't want to go back, but tucks it back in. Otherwise, he's going to have to cover too much track to get around, and he'll lose the spot to Tim Rouse, who seems to have got a little bit more energy around this one. And car from Rouse Motors as the race leaders are side by side coming down. This is how they finished in the trophy race earlier today as well.
That's not a bad little snake we've got going there, Daz. That's they're all in amongst it. Bit busy now down the front.
So Musgrave gets hung out to dry there because Bywater drives away, and at the moment it is going to be the number 7 who is pushing through here. This is a good move here from Larry Merrifield. And right round the outside, Vernier as well. And here comes the number 11 of Glenn McKenzie. So an opening lap that was fairly quiet. Lap 2, as they hit the line, they're into it.
You could throw a blanket over it now. They're all in amongst it.
Tim Rouse has gone back to spot, and he was fair to guard there.
Yeah.
The 44 gave the 81 a bit of a touch-up, and he says, no, mate, that's not how it's going to be. You go back to spot there, Vernier, sorry. Vacation Caravans entry is the next one on the road. Here we've got Mark Bezvento in the number 11. This is all happening right where he is in the grid. Great onboard shot. Look at the angle on the steering wheel. It's 90 degrees around to the left. And just eases it up through the revs. Bit of valve bounce or a bit of rev limiter there.
I was going to say he needed to grab a gear then. He's left that a bit long, I would have thought.
Rev limiter, I would suggest. Getting the gear change there. We had the oxy sensor on the dashboard, which probably one of those ones would have started to lean off quite heavily there. That's not what you want to see. The clean duck car of Larry Merrifield, sorry, I keep saying Merrifield. Merrifield. Sorry, I apologise, Larry. And friends and family, I apologise. The 34, David Musgrove, started off pole, led the early stanza of the race. We're now seeing the PFD Food Services car of Bywater driving away with it very nicely indeed. Lining up behind each other now, very much like you see in an open wheel competition in Formula V and Formula Ford, all following each other, trying to create the same hole in the air as we see them fan out across the track down in turn 1 now. Now we see a change for the lead.
I'll say this one, Daz, Larry Merrifield, he's grabbed the lead.
Congratulations, Mr. Merrifield. Good job there in number 7. Gets done. Tim Rouse, again, he's got some energy in this race, but he's just letting those front 2 go on with it. This guy has been around the top end of national saloon cars for very many a season, so he knows what he's on about. Here we go, racing in the Masters race number 3. Here we go. 3 wide, under brakes on lap 3. Wow, that's some big brakes in the number 7 there. Really hauling it up.
They've still got a fair bit of work to do, Daz. We're only 3 laps in, so there's a lot of work to go.
So, Dev, what's the avenue into an XL? How do you go about it?
Well, I suppose the first thing is you've got to have a desire to drive a race car. And if you've got that, well, there's plenty of second-hand. Obviously, they start off second-hand anyway, these cars, but there's plenty of cars. There's a fair sort of a turnover. I suppose maybe we get 10% a year that roll over and the others stay and whatever. So there's cars available. Price ranges, it can be anywhere. Look, you've probably got to be looking at 12,000 up to 30,000 you could spend. Some chase a little bit more, but that's getting a bit pedantic. But So anywhere from 12,000 to 30,000, you can get yourself a car. And we've got David Sharp in the gravel. This will bring out the yellows. Which is
Not what we wanted to see. David started out of position number 18 and was ultimately down there in 17th place. So bogged up to the front tyres. As we said, the safety car come out, and we want to probably see Tim Rouse not continue racing because the safety car boards and flags will be well and truly being displayed there.
He has backed out of that.
And I'm not sure the rest of the field have seen it, but they've certainly gathered up their thoughts.
Tony's gone up the inside.
44 is going to spend some time with the stewards.
Yep, he's gone up the inside.
They all start to slow down. It becomes Larry Merrifield's race to pace now until they come around for the next lap, as I think the safety car is staged in pit lane. I don't think the car actually made it out to the track. So they'll come under. The safety car essentially will be our race leader. And sorry, that is Adam Bywater. And he is our race leader. As we look back down through the field, you can see the timing screen there, Nev. Let's just see how they all panned out after 3 laps of racing.
There's not a lot in it, Daz. They're all looking reasonably close. And generally the cars are. It's if you've got the ability to drive them, a $12,000 car you won't win a race with it, but it won't put you far away if you've got a bit of ability and you can set the car up. So it's a good category to get in and get started. And then as you get established and get going, you throw a few more dollars at it and work your way to the front. And that's exactly what a lot of these guys have done. They didn't start at the front. They've had to work their way to the front, and they've done a good job of it. So, but it's like anything. It's an apprenticeship. You can't. There's some think they can just get in and do it. Well, it doesn't happen. You've got to work at it.
Nev, do you want to just have a look at the timesheet? Give us where everyone are in position in this race.
Well, we've got Adam at the front, followed by Tim Rouse, then Larry Merrifield, Dave Musgrove, Tony Vanier, Glenn McKenzie, Mark Pizzazento, Carl Nielsen, Neil Hasler, Webster, Donny Markovich. The A's silent, or there's no A. I'll get picked up on that later. Mark Burton, Newman, Michael Jeffs, Ed Narkovich, John O'Keefe, Jared, Justin Austin Crow, Harvey, Sharp, and Troy's not in there. Troy's out.
So that makes up our field of 20 cars on track in this race. No one's gone to the pits yet, but you'd expect that this one will be. It's been dragged out of the sand trap by one of the most experienced recovery guys in the job, Jeff Rowley there. Just giving the driver instructions on how to best get out back on the track and get back to the pit lane without distributing too much of the rocks on the racetrack. Of course, we are in lead up to the New South Wales SuperSports race and then the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge race over 10 laps as well. So we've got a sports car race coming up. They don't like to see gravel brought out onto the track, such low cars to the ground, and then of course the Porsches will enjoy unimpeded view of this magnificent racetrack. Here we are, the 2023 March IARC Island Access. The rest of the schedule for today. XL Masters on track now for 10 laps on the safety car now.
We've still got 5 laps, Daz, and they should be able to re-establish themselves in that time, and we'll have a good race. They've actually done a pretty good job up until today. It's just a bit of a shame that's happened then. But those guys in the front, gives them their tyres cool down, and they'll be ready to go again.
Lights are out on the safety car, so no, actually they're back on again. So we will keep an eye on the safety car to see that when those lights will go out, because that car has been rescued. The recovery crew are back behind the first row of defence, and certainly we look staged, ready to go for the, let's say, the second half of this race, which will be over 5 competitive laps. As I mentioned, we have got the New South Wales SuperSports, the industry clothing New South Wales SuperSports race up next. Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge for their 10-lap sprint race. The final race for the XL Trophy Series for 210. And then we have the sports cars race for their final race. Been a ripping race earlier on today for the sports cars. Look forward to seeing how the Evolved Technic category comes along this year. More New South Wales SuperSports, and the final race for the day will be the Jim Richards Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Enduro. So looking forward to that. Lockups under safety car, we don't like to see that. So a couple of cars under safety car will have a visit, I would suspect, up to Bill Bennett, the chief steward for this weekend. Here's Mark Pesvento in the number 911, up a couple of spots into P7. Started out at 10th, so carrying the Blendline TV cameras on board. And
we're away.
We go. Back underway, Adam Bywater leading the field across the line. Tim Rouse right with him now as they start to fan out across the track to try and find their own piece of real estate. Cars 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the road, line astern with each other. Tim Rouse just not able to get that straight line performance he needs to go past on Bywater. Let's make sure they all keep it on the black stuff on the run up to turn number 2. There's the 44 weighing in on this again.
Not
Pretty
sure
good.
he'll be staying in that posse after that safety car. He looked like he breached it to me.
Mark Pesvento into 8th. Got Carl Nielsen in the Napa Auto Parts car right behind him. Had a good couple of battles, these guys, right throughout the weekend. Under brakes. Around the outside, Merrifield looks to go in the clean duct entry. And they're all lined up, all want to have a crack at each other. 5 laps remaining. Wouldn't be surprised. We've had some word that maybe this race could possibly
short,
not go the full distance.
They're all time certain now, Daz, and that's what happens if there's any yellows or whatever. Well, unfortunately, you lose it off your time. So they've done a pretty good job up to date, though, through the weekend. Adams pulled a bit of a gap now. He's looking pretty comfortable out front. Tim's going to have to do some serious work to get back onto him. Larry and David have got a decent little battle going here.
Great battles going on through the field there. The 911 with the 86. They've had almost a weekend-long battle. This is the raging battle out the front there as well, with Musgrove trying to drag back this leading bunch. So it's Bywater, Rouse and Merrifield to Musgrove and McKenzie. That has been a tough old weekend for Glenn McKenzie in the number 11. He's back in the mix though, inside the 5.
Yep. Look, the bit of the trick to the championship is not necessarily winning them either. It's being consistent, right? You've got to be there every meeting, somewhere thereabouts, and those points add up, so...
Ooh, that's not good. Bit of blue smoke coming out from underneath the back of the Napa Auto Parts entry there. We're on board with Mark Pesvento, so he's gone through. Carl Nielsen's gone through on Mark Pesvento. In fact, in the run down to turn 4, it looked like Pesvento's gone through again on the Napa Auto Parts Motorsport Academy car. There's Antonio Vernia. And there is the battle we're talking about between the 911 and the 86 of Carl Nielsen. This is good. This is a strong run for some front runners here. The number 7 is Larry Merrifield and Dave Musgrove, who's been at the front of this field very, very well all weekend long. In fact, the front runners in this particular field have done a ripping job.
Oh, really?
Nielsen's gone through on Pesventi now, and the 77 looks for look up the inside as well. That's Neil Hasler. So the 911 carrying the onboard cameras coming under fire, left, right, and centre. Now the 35 is weighing in, which is Daniel Webster as well.
Neil's been around for a while. He's a bit of an old hand at this. not new to the game. So Mark's going to have his hands full. But that's the beauty of this category, Daz. It doesn't matter where you are in the field, you are in a race. And it's and if that's what you want to do, well, this is the place to be. Just lost a bit of ground then, Mark did. He's been passed by 2 cars. A little bit unstable round turn 1.
Checkered hay flag being ready by our start line officials. Who is going to greet the checkered flag? At the moment, Adam Bywater has got over half a second advantage on his new mate for the weekend, Tim Rouse. And we'll still see, I guess, they're still mates at the end of the weekend in the next half a lap or so. But certainly the checkered flag is now at the ready. And it is a race between 2, Bywater and Rouse. They've definitely got the gap on Larry Merrifield. And David Musgrove back in 4th place there at the moment. So clean duck car coming under great fire by the number 34 driver. Then it's back to Antonia Venier. McKenzie, who has had Venier go through on him. Carl Nielsen is the next one in the line there in the Napa Auto Parts Motorsport Academy entry.
It looks like Adam's got it to me, but then it's not over till the fat lady sings. Now, I'm not sure you're allowed to say that today, Daz, or is that politically
Neville
incorrect?
Blight, quote unquote. That's your quote, not mine. But they're coming to the line, the checkered flag, readied now by the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club officials. And there's the checkered flag. Just being waved now. And that sees the XL Masters racing for the weekend come to a conclusion. The Adam Bywater that leads them across the line, and Tim Rouse to Larry Merrifield. Musgrove, Venya in there as well. And that's a good run. And Glenn McKenzie there, Nev, that's, after, I guess, an annoying start to the weekend from rear of grid, ultimately home. Grabbed some points back for the weekend in position number 6.
Yeah, considering his start, he should be very happy with that. And it was a pretty exciting race, Dad. When you look at that, those cars come over side by side pretty much all the way through the field. So it was a good race, and they've done a terrific job too. Well behaved, and that's what we're looking for. And everyone goes home happy. And
that's some good news.
Tim Rouse, fastest lap on the last lap. So he's done a great job.
There it is on the screen for you all to see. Bywater, Rouse, Merrifield, Musgrove, Venier, McKenzie, Webster, Nielsen, Mervac and Pesavento rounding out our 10 in the final race for the XL Masters. We will have the XLs back on track for the final race for the weekend in the trophy category class, and that will be at 2:10. On track next will be the New South Wales SuperSports race, as we thank Neville Blight for his assistance during that race again today.
I'll see you back then, Daz. Thank you.
No problem, Nev. We'll take a quick break. We have got sports cars on track, super sports cars on track next at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We'll be back in just a few moments.
go under here and turn the red light on. Yep.
Welcome back trackside here for Pyark March Access as cars make their way out on track for the New South Wales SuperSports. And we have got a depleted field, but I reckon we're going to see some ripping racing leading into the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge for the New South Wales SuperSports, the industry clothing New South Wales SuperSports. Great that Nick Kelly has rejoined us in the SR8 and car being presented by Jeff Forshaw Motorsport. We did see Nick Kelly had an issue in the previous race and they had an alternator trying to get out of the engine bay, so that has been rectified and Nick has taken up his position at the rear of the grid. Stephen Champion is out due to car damage. Brame is out due to an engine. Simon Arthur is being repaired. Let's hope he makes it out onto track as well. Simon Copping fuel pump trying to get out for this race as well, and it looks like Morris and Royal will get back out. 8 out of the 10 are going to be out on track there, and there is Nick Kelly, the guy who sat on pole, was very, very fast in qualifying and the first couple of laps of the race earlier today, but Nick Kelly needs to get himself off the racing surface, and we're going to have a fair old delay here, and I would suggest loss of racing laps here, but Nick has come to an absolute grinding halt, and that alternator problem, boy, the Pyark recovery crew there. Ken Johnson, vastly experienced motorsport recovery guy, right on it. Have a look at the way he positions the car. We'll have service right there. Driver gets out, walks around very purposefully to the back of the car, gets the snatch and strap out, hooks it up, and we should be able to get underway. Justin Tagani will lead them round to John Canavan in the number 67. Terry Knowles in the Radical SR3, the Victorian, the only Victorian in the number 68. Stephen Champion in the number 34 to Warwick Morris in the number 4. Simon Copping, looking forward to seeing how the West in the WR WX10 can go. Love watching a West being driven very well by a guy who knows how to drive big, high horsepower race cars. Nick Kelly out the back of the field, and Mark Brame out as well due to an engine. So Royal and Arthur in the mix there as well. Simon Arthur has commenced his racing in the mid-2000s and has got an eclectic pedigree with Aussie races, rally sprint, Formula Ford and Lotus sports cars, and has commenced his time with the industry clothing SuperSports here at Phillip Island this weekend. So a big welcome to Simon Arthur. We're going to start this race under safety car, so the field will come round. The race timing has started and we are underway, so albeit behind the safety car. So Ken Johnson working well. It's all solo, one up down there in cage recovery, and that car just coming around turn 3 now as well. So it's a fair old tow to a nice safe place to get Nick Kelly out there. So just taking it gingerly. You don't want to wreck the car on the way back there as well, but let me assure you, he's in a very, very safe set of hands with Ken Cage Johnson, a very, very well-known and well-loved recovery guy around the country. You'll see him at the supercars at places like Darwin. For many, many years ran the recovery team at the Australian Grand Prix. I think he's retired out of that now, but certainly great to see the red Pathfinder with Ken Johnson at the wheel coming down, one of Pyark's very, very loyal, long-standing members, and a sports sedan racer from all of those years ago, and was one of the early sports sedan racers in a Mini and an A30, I think it was, and now has had a fantastic career running the tightest ships with the recovery. Got some great recovery people here. We saw Jeff Rowley in action earlier as well, getting these races back underway. Part of racing is that these race cars get pushed so hard they do tend to break down a bit. There's our front-running guy, Justin Tigani. And what a debut. Fantastic debut for Tigani. And Justin started in karts in the mid-2000s, raced karts exclusively up till about 2010, a break away from racing. Justin has restarted his career again here this weekend at Phillip Island. Simon copying in that magnificent West WX10 was a New South Wales sports sedan racer in his red V8 Commodore for quite some time. Race wins in a very, very competitive field of sports sedans in the New South Wales Championship. Shock arrival in a lightweight West in the New South Wales SuperSports at the beginning of 2022. Fixed countless problems with that WX10 and now shows great speed and toughness. It had done right throughout 2022 and getting closer through the field as time goes by. 3 classes being represented here by the New South Wales SuperSports races, Class 1, 2 and 3. Class 1, the motorcycle engines mostly made up of SR3 radicals. Then Class 2, the 2A2C sports cars above 1500cc and the motorcycle engine 1340. So that's where we see the West, Fidian, Wolfe, and also Class 3 is for the Clubmans. And they certainly all have got a place on the track together. Industry Clothing, the naming rights sponsor, founded in 1999 by Nick Kelly and his team, and being run very, very strongly right across the world now with Nick at the helm. Regulator Automation, Oznets, Gary Motorsport Tyres, Ozfreight, Ready, Set, Reline, First Neon, Sydney Composites, and Radical Australia East supporting this racing, and you can see numerous radicals there. Some older ones. Justin Tigani certainly doing very well in the older style of car, as we have ourselves very much lined up. Justin Tigani in the Radical SR3 Silver, you have to call that. And we are underway. Race has started, and that completes lap number 1. We've got 17 minutes and 52 seconds left on the clock for this particular New South Wales SuperSports race. It was scheduled for a 25-minute race. So we've got Nick Kelly out of the way now, behind the first line of defence, and bringing that car back to the paddock area to see what can be done for Nick Kelly after he got an emphatic pole position. Was very, very quick in qualifying. Did a brilliant job, got a 1:31.0, about 3 seconds faster than any of the other cars, but just hasn't been able to front up for a race finish at the moment. This guy won his first race in the category. In fact, did it very nicely indeed. The 78 going deep into turn 4. Just taking the runoff road now and returning back onto the track. That's Paul Royal in the Will Royal Kitchens outfit. So Warwick Morris and Paul Royal had offs towards the end of the last race, and now we start to watch very, very closely on these cars. The Radicals, that car there, the yellow one there, that's the West WX. That is the only one running an Avon tyre. Everyone else is running a Hankook, and now is when we're going to start to feel not only the temperature of the day and how that plays out, but the wear rate of the tyre that is being run on these cars. Even the Hankooks that are being run on the Radicals, they all have their tipping point. And at some point during racing this weekend, the tyres will get to a certain level, and that will be the end of them. So Nick Kelly has been returned to the paddock, and let's hope that the crew at Jeff Forshaw Motorsport can get Nick Kelly's car back on the track for the final race for the weekend, which will be at 3:10 this afternoon. Will lead into the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge 25 lapper for the Jim Richards Endurance Trophy. And there is Simon Copping, very low slung car, And head just sits up there with the roll cage and air box, the only thing sort of just shrouding the back of his shoulders. Very aero-dependent car, every surface on that car. Wind tunnel tested so that it is used for the most advantage. You'll even see on the front guards, you can see on the top where the yellow, the front guards that go over the wheels, you'll see the wedge shape. That's where the rear vision mirrors are. They're mounted inside the guard there, behind that fluting. So no mirrors sort of hanging out the side of the car, as you see on the radical there, up high on the guard. They're actually integral to the part of the bodywork where the mirrors are. And I would bet at around about now, you'd be wishing you had something better than just a little reflective surface bouncing around on top of a guard like that, because I reckon it would be a very blurred view indeed. As we see Tagani's driven off into the distance with Canavan, and this is the battle for fourth that we're looking at now here as Warwick Morris looks to the inside. It's a shame we haven't got Stephen Champion out there with us, not taking any further part, so that's unfortunate. And touching on those tyres, and this is where I'm really keen to see how the Avons on that West come through. Lots of downforce, so the car does have downward pressure on its tyres, and it is very aero dependent, more so than the Radicals. It's a small amount of frontal area. It's also got a small amount of engine capacity, relies on revs, chain driven outfit, so no drive shafts as such, but a chain driven outfit, which can be a problem when they need to reverse out or something. But, certainly getting some more and more pace out of that car. And I guess being a sports sedan, yes, they're aero dependent. They don't use air under the car quite as much as what these things do. So this will be a lot more of a direct experience for Simon. Although down, I'm going to say, on horsepower in the vicinity of a couple of hundred horsepower or more. But certainly this is a completely different driving experience. The mid-corner speed, or entry, mid-corner and exit speed will be a lot higher in the West just because of all of the aero that you can rely on. And one of the things when drivers come out of saloons or improved production or even sports sedans that they have to get used to in the Radicals and in the stores and the Wolves and all of the cars that you can get in the SuperSport competition is that aero dependency. We've seen a lot of drivers, in fact, that have gone through to the GT3 type competition, Australian GT Championship, and indeed international GT and LMP type competition, come into a Radical to get the feeling of what downforce is really like and be able to put behind the habits that they've had as races in cars that are not so aero dependent and jump straight into some of those GT3 cars, which again now use air over and under the car. Become a member of PIAC, the organising body here this weekend, the promoters, the management team, and providing all the trackside support going on here. Visit piac.com.au and a whole new world of motorsport will open up to you. Their motto is access to motorsport. That's exactly what it gives you. Whether it be a race driver looking for access to a racetrack like these guys are here this weekend, or the guys and girls that massive amount of club sprint competitors that are involved, or whether you want to get involved in race management, getting out trackside, doing recoveries, involved in the pit and paddock area, meeting the race teams, rubbing shoulder to shoulder with race drivers and race teams out in the paddock area. Pit lane and grid marshals always required, but certainly a lot of race drivers involved in the Phillip Auto Racing Club as well. We've got 11 minutes left in this journey for the New South Wales SuperSports, the Industry Clothing New South Wales SuperSports Championship. A great way to start the year. Come to the wide open, fast flowing landscape here of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And then rounds 2, 3, 4 and 5 will be at Sydney Motorsport over the weekends of the 15th of April, 27th of May. The 8th of July will be under lights, so these will be spectacular. Let me tell you, the brakes glowing and the flames out of the exhaust, which you just don't see due to ambient light during the day, will become very, very evident at the night round on the 8th of July, and then Saturday the 28th of October at Sydney Motorsport Park, rounding out the season. But these race teams really enjoying themselves here at a fairly similar track. The Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit was relaid, if you like, or brought back to life for MotoGP. The Sydney Motorsport Park or Eastern Creek layout was done for exactly the same thing, was to bring MotoGP to Sydney. So the cornering aspects and the nuances of the tracks can be fairly similar, depending on which part of the track you're on, but certainly the faster flowing corners at Sydney Motorsport Park at turn 1, 4, 5, around Corporate Hill, and run up to the top of the hill and then onto the straight, all nice constant radius corners with a little bit of trickery thrown in there. And certainly expecting upwards of 20 entries for round 2 at Sydney Motorsport Park on Sunday the 15th of April. Cars coming onto the straight now. Justin Tagani has got it all his own way, nearly a 3-second lead over John Canavan. Then this battle that we're watching with Simon Copping, Warwick Morris, Terry Knowles representing all of the Victorians here in this category. And there is the number 68, Terry Knowles, the Oznets outfit. Very, very nicely turned out car as well. Chasing down Warwick Morris. A very, very experienced campaigner in these type of super sports races in a Radical, and really starting to monster onto the back of number 2 of Simon Copping. The only running the A-Bonds, and albeit that the car standing still with its fuel and its driver on board is lighter than a Radical, it does generate some great downforce. Cars going out over the back of the ripple strip there, exiting Siberia, really only get one chance to do that. The concrete starts to bear at the back there, and you can start to cut up a tyre on the inside edge. The entry list for round number 2 looks stacked with a whole lot of different cars in there, a lot of Radicals. It could be even 5 Wolves making their way over from Jam Motorsport by the looks of things, and also 2 Stores and 3 more Wests. So I dare say Darren Barlow and Adam Proctor with the Stores. Magnificent race cars. True sense of SuperSports, the Stores, like the Wests as well. And we're just seeing how a West can go up against a whole lineup of Radicals here. Simon Copping waving the flag. And there is the number 68 Oznets car, the Victorian in the mix there. Currently in position number 5. Got Warwick Morris in front. And Simon Arthur from Canberra. So not all New South Wales competitors, the Victorian and Simon Arthur comes out of the ACT. And Simon Copping just taking the ultimate line there. These Radicals starting to move around a little bit, trying to see what they can do, something different, try and change the order, mix it up a little bit with just 7 minutes remaining in this 25-lap journey for New South Wales SuperSports. Cars out there, of course, the iterations of the Radical SR3 RSX, Radical SR3 XX, the older types of Radicals that we're seeing there as well, with Canavan and Royal in the mix there from 2012 modelled cars. I've got to say, it would really be nice to see Nick Kelly get out in the SR8 car number 1. Justin Tagani now setting the fastest lap, a 1:34.31. You're not hanging around. That is a very, very strong lap. Great sound coming through the microphones trackside here on the Blendline TV coverage. Very, very high revving, screaming motorcycle engines on board the Radical 1500cc Suzuki Hayabusa based engines. Here's our race leader with 5.5 minutes left to go. Car number 6 on debut in the series. And if you like what you're seeing on screen now, check it out. And all of the footage over many, many years of racing. www.blendline.tv for all of your grassroots motorsport. Check them out as well on YouTube. And if you're watching today via social media on Facebook or one of the other avenues, the best coverage comes to you via YouTube. So if you get a chance, make the switch over to YouTube and watch everything going on here at Pyack March Access right throughout the day. It is coming up to 1:30, and at 1:40 we will see race number 2 for the weekend for the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, the headline act here today. XL Racing, sports cars in the Victorian Championship, more New South Wales SuperSports at 3:10, and then at 3:45 we'll embark on the first of the Jim Richards endurance races for the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge this afternoon. There it is on your screen. The rest of today's racing, 10 laps for the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Opening race 4 of the series held here this morning, and a nice synergy with the end of last season, which was run as part of Island Magic, and wrapped up the 2022 season here at Phillip Island to start the season at the place where it last left off. Industry Clothing, New South Wales SuperSports on track now, and if you're looking for who helps them out, Regulator Australia doing the best in HVAC controls since 1974, local manufacturers, their own range of electronic HVAC controllers, and it's one of those companies that just get the job done, and it must be done right. AusNets, sports and industrial Australian owned and operated netting company, specialises in the manufacture, supply and installation, is the latest material technologies to complete the project. In-house operations with steel and aluminium welding, rope work, shade cloth, PVC, fabrics, customisation, wire cables and webbing. Carry out a range of off-the-shelf stock items as well. Gary's Motorsport Tyres, the Hankook Motorsport distributor for Australia. Gary Harrison, a lifetime of motorsport experience for all of your Hankook Motorsport Tyres. Oswide Freight, the freight management team do such a tremendous job. Home delivery, courier and taxi truck available. Ready, set, reline, the pipe repair specialist. First Neon, established back in 1985. As it says, illuminating brands and Sydney Composites for all of your composite requirements. Highly experienced staff, Greg Kerber and all the crew will set you right with all of your composites requirements. And of course, Radical Australia East, Garth Walden and the crew lending their support to this series as well. Talking about the AusNets people, great support of the club. Terry Knowles, who is the Victorian in this field, car number 68, just in the back of shot there, the black Radical, tipping in, trying to make a place late in this with 2.5 minutes left to go, and has his first event here this weekend, and he's bringing it with him as well, sharing the love right throughout the field. Interestingly enough, Simon Arthur has taken the front clip off Stephen Champion's car, and that's awesome because sharing the parts around in the paddock area keeps everyone on track for a good weekend. And that's there it is, car number 65 with the Champion front clip on it. And now that you get a good look at it, you can see the liveries don't quite match, but certainly the panel work fits like a glove. Simon Copping now slow out of turn 11 and could potentially fall into the clutches of these two Radicals, being driven by Arthur and Royal as they come shooting down the straight. 1.5 minutes remain in this 25-minute journey leading into the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, race number 2 for the weekend. And we have got plenty more racing still to come. We'll see these guys one more time at the Industry Clothing SuperSports event, but on debut here this weekend, Justin Tagani is leading beautifully here, doing a fantastic job. Also fastest car on track at a 1:34.13. A couple of cars in the 1:34s, Jonathan Canavan behind him in the Radical, also into the 1:34s. And we have got 2 laps to go. Coming from us, the chief timekeeper, letting us know, the all-important chief timekeeper, should be referred to as. And again, out wide there in that radical. And number 65, you don't want to tempt fate that many times. Simon Arthur has run wide there numerous times. You don't want to get off the back of that ripper strip and tear off the inside of the tyre on your radical race car. Try and keep it on the track there. You also don't want to mess up Stephen Champion's front clip as well. Side by side now with Simon Copping. He knows he's alive now as they drive out of 11 around to 12 in the west, punching the smallest of holes in the air as it gets through. Great little technical race car. Air over and under is used to its absolute maximum. So the air going under the car enters the shape underneath the vehicle, which is designed to pull the car to the ground. Across the top of the bodywork is designed to push the car to the ground, and the more you can get that to work, the faster you can get around the corners. Sometimes the downside can be that you get a little bit of drag in the straight line if you're trying to pull on some rear wing. But when you look at that car coming towards you, you can't even see the rear wing. It is mounted right at the back of the car, and the diffuser and wing operating in unison with each other. As they come down to turn number 4, 47 seconds remaining, checkered flag actually being readied by the PIAC officials down there at the flag point. As we start the countdown to the second race for the 2023 season of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Cars arriving in pit lane, and there's the win to Justin Tigani. And there is daylight back to Canavan. Cars coming around to finish off the New South Wales SuperSports race number 2 for the weekend. Great support from from Nick Kelly. And let's hope that Nick Kelly can get his SR out for the last race of the weekend. They'll start at 3:10. They'll have to be in the marshalling area at about 5 to 3. So let's hope they can rectify that for Nick and he can have a great weekend. Here comes the field now. Canavan. Warwick Morris takes home a podium. Great drive there. Simon Copping brings the Old West home as well. Then it's Arthur, Terry Knowles, Peter Royal, Nick Kelly didn't finish. Stephen Champion didn't start, and neither did Mark Brame. We'll be back with plenty more trackside in just a couple of moments. The Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge race number 2 for the weekend. Back soon.
The Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge is back at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It's race 2, round 1 of the 2023 championship, and what a beauty we had earlier today. Thrills and spills, action aplenty, and a first-time winner in young Kiwi star Marco Giltrap. Another 10-lap sprint coming your way before the first race of the Jim Richards Endurance Trophy coming up later on this afternoon. It's an exciting time to be in one-make Porsche racing because the Porsche Pyramid, the development system where drivers come up through the ranks, is working beautifully. And another graduate from Michelin Sprint Challenge will step into the main game this year in Porsche Painter-Dixon Carrera Cup Australia. Her name is Courtney Prince.
Excited to be taking the leap up to Carrera Cup. I've done a season in Sprint Challenge plus the 2 rounds in 21 before COVID shut down. So it's definitely the next step in my career. It will be a big step, but I'm ready for the challenge. For my goals for the year is basically just have a really good year, learn a lot. Obviously all the tracks I basically haven't been to except for 3, so just progressively getting better. If I can be consistently up in the top 10, I'd be absolutely stoked for my first year. I love the livery. I've never had a pink car before, and I can say I definitely really like it. All the sponsors and BWT on the side, it looks amazing. I can't wait to see it on track.
So first and foremost, just watching Courtney drive out of pit lane at Albert Park will put a smile on my dial for sure, that she's arrived and she's ready to race. But I think for this year, there'll be tracks that she hasn't been to, Darwin, Townsville, so learning the tracks and just gaining experience and I guess improving her feel of the 992, which is a change for her coming from 991, so she's ready to hit the ground running in 2024. As a factory dealership and having, I guess, that long-standing motorsport DNA that we do, I feel that like any business, you should be mentoring and bringing in the future. And Courtney's a big part of that. I've followed her career for many years, and I think we're the perfect environment to nurture her, to get her through her initial year and really be super competitive next year. So the overall team looks really good for 2023. Clearly Courtney coming on board is going to have some fantastic people around her. Nick McBride, for example, has been doing Carrera Cup now for several years, 4 years with us, and I get to work with him for a second year. So I'm really hoping that Nick can part all of his wisdom, his race experience through to Courtney, as well as having people like Mark Senior and Matt Belford around her as well, who are very successful people in their own business world or in their own right. So all the ingredients are there for a really exciting year.
Exciting times in Porsche land, and Porsche Centre Melbourne stepping up big time with a great field of drivers for this year's Porsche Painted Dixon Carrera Cup Australia, and the support of BWT, the pink Porsches that have been so prevalent in Porsche Super Cup competition coming to Australia this year. So race 2 of Michelin Sprint Challenge for round 1. This is how they line up. It's the results from race 1. So Marco Giltrap will go from pole. Aaron Shields, who was awesome to watch in race 1 in the TechWorks car, he goes off the outside of the front row. Lachlan Bloxham and Harrison Goodman are next from positions 3 and 4. Ronan Murphy gained 2 spots in race number 1, so he goes off the inside of the third row alongside Zac Stitchbury, who got stitched up a little bit in the final lap of race 1, hung out to dry at Siberia and dropped a potential podium position down to P6. Sam Shahin's leading the way in Pro-Am. He goes off 7 alongside Tom Taplin. Brett Bolton next, second in Pro-Am, the champion of that class last year. Tom McClellan gained 4 spots to get himself into the top 10. Caleb Sumich, slow away, but gaining experience. Just his 3rd time in the car today. He is up to 11th. Andrew Goldie, the West Australian, out of 12 in the Cirrus aircraft car. Tim Wolfe from 13th. Good finish for him. Our Class B winner was Lockie Harburg. He goes from 14 alongside Matt Slavin. And Jonathan Glixton racing to beat FA. Richard Cowan off of 17th alongside Caspar Tresidder for the Wall Racing and Hillcrest cards on the southeast coast of New South Wales. Check that out. Travis Knipe and Brayden Taylor for Wall Racing in his first car racing meeting, going off of 20. Phil Morris, one of the legends of Victoria Motorsport, alongside my co-commentator David Gregg, out of 22, had that incident around at turn 11. That car has been fixed, so he is good to go in this one. Marcus Flack, after the off at turn 1, tore the front splitter out of that car, went to pit lane, starts from the back. So too Hamish Fitzsimmons, who was involved in that little incident with David Gregg and failed to finish. So they're the 24. They'll be let out onto the racetrack soon. I'm joined once again by a man who's been studiously working away and that knows this place well from his days of becoming the Victorian under 2-litre improved production champion not that long ago, he tells us. This is the racetrack. We're at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Darren Smith, it's a hell of a place to go car racing, especially on an outstanding day like today.
And I tell you what, Richard, the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge and the iterations of the naming of that particular category over the years, we've started 2023 like every other season. Massive promise coming in and delivering in spades in race number 1, and I'm sure it will continue right around. Have a look at this place here. Here's some footage from Island Magic last year. There's Danny Studdert, our great mate, who won the Class B Championship a number of years ago. In fact, took his trophy dressed up as a red M&M in Sydney all those years ago. But certainly, what a track. Our forefathers, we owe them a debt of gratitude for this magnificent racetrack on this, well, prime bit of real estate, really. When you look out over there, we can just about wave to our friends in Tasmania, and there it all is before us. 4.45 kilometres, Michelin Sprint Challenge, lap record of 1:31.14. Tim Slade taking the lap record at the state round last year in the Brabham, running in the MG and invited British sports cars that weekend. It was a class above.
There's some links there, aren't there?
There is, yes.
It works.
There
I know
certainly is.
Simon Wills was distinctly unhappy that happened, because up to that point he still held it from
certainly did.
About 2001 in the old Formula Holden. So that's the scene. Low 30s, the top here today, so it is quite warm. A lot of UV. Cloud that was around this morning's burnt off, and direct sunlight on this beautiful racetrack. So track temperatures up. Teams will need to adjust that with their starting pressures in the Michelin Pilot Sport GT tyres. They're running in these cars. They get 2 brand new sets of Michelins for each round of the championship. And in practice for round 1, they're allowed to bank 2 additional sets to put into the tyre bank as used tyres for future rounds. So plenty of rubber being used here with our great sponsor at Michelin. They've been long-time supporters of One Mate Porsche Racing, both in this part of the world and globally. So there's the weather. 29.9 degrees. Breeze keeping the ambient temperature, feels like, down somewhere in the low 20s, I would have thought. 65% humidity at the moment, but it is a really, really nice day. And another short, sharp, intense race coming your way. Lockie Harburg in the Autohouse entry, number 91. This is the Cover Shop sponsored car in the camo livery, carrying our onboard camera for this race. He's the reigning Class B champion. Came into the series last year with no plans whatsoever to do the full season. Turned out he went very, very well and ended up winning the championship. So, of course, he's come back. If you're wondering what the difference between Class Pro, the Pro and Michelin Junior class, Pro-Am and Class B, well, Pro and Pro-Am run the Generation 2 991 GT3 Cup car. The Class B class is for the Generation 1 car, so the previous gen entry, which has a 3.8 litre as compared to a 4 in the outright cars, about 40 less horsepower, a little bit less aero, and ultimately a little bit less ultimate lap time, but there's still plenty of those cars around, and therefore Class B caters to them. Did you know, Darren, that Porsche is the brand with the highest percentage of cars sold still running anywhere in the world?
Yeah, I wouldn't wage an argument against it. The evidence is every time you go to a racetrack, they're there.
Correct. So if you sold 5,000 cars, other brands might still have 2,500 on the road. Porsche's like 4,500.
Yeah, correct.
There you go. A fun little fact for you.
And look, testament here this weekend how these cars flow down. The Victorian sports cars are racing, and a lot of Porsches running in that. Great marketplace. Comes down,
totally.
Drops into it, and ends up with the Porsche owners clubs and things like that. And great to see how that is working this weekend. I've said it a couple of times. Tim Wolfe out of WA 2 weeks ago was racing at Sandown in the 944s. Porsche emblazoned across the front because Porsche Cars Australia believe in their own program enough to support that category.
Well, the head of marketing at Porsche Cars Australia races in Porsche 944. So
he does.
Talk about backing the own product that you're selling. It's really
Absolutely.
cool. Speaking about backing their product, how about New Zealand motorsport at the moment? Aren't they just kicking goals? Kiwis everywhere.
Certainly in Australia.
Yeah, Kiwis everywhere. Liam Lawson racing overseas. We've just seen another really good Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Championship, TRS to everybody else. And now Team Porsche New Zealand. What a stunning program they've put together. So much like the shootout to get into Super Cup, they've got their own little junior driver shootout to find drivers to race in this category and then step up into Porsche Painter Dixon Carrera Cup Australia. And we'll see Callum Hedge racing in Carrera Cup this year. And that guy is seriously rapid. He is a real star of the future. Ryan Wood was part of the program last year. He's moved off to Super 2 competition. But this weekend, Marco Giltrap with the win. That's him there. And Zac Stitchbury, who qualified second, didn't get a great start and had to work for that race. And then, as we mentioned on the last lap, lost a little bit of time. So 10 laps in the books for this one. 24 cars started the weekend. 24 cars will start race 2. The trick is to get through the 10 laps here to position yourself for the Enduro a little bit later on this afternoon. A vast majority of teams running the same set of Michelins they ran earlier today to make sure that the longer race, especially in these hot conditions at a circuit famous for tyre wear, is good to go for the longer race this afternoon, which will be 45 minutes.
I tell you what, Richard, if you're looking for what to get dressed up in to come to the racetrack, clearly orange, black and white is the colour of choice these days. Front row of the grid dominated by those three colours. The Giltrap group, a name synonymous with Southeast Asian motorsport, particularly New Zealand and Australia. Many, many years we've seen that. It's set for a race start.
So, take 2 at the island, and it's Aaron Shields this time who gets the better launch from the non-gripped up side of the road. And it's a drag race between the two to turn 1. Giltrap not giving away any ground at the moment. Bloxham next, Goodman up to 3rd. Tom Taplin looks like he's made a good start as well in the Taplin real estate car. So Bloxham clear of Goodman in 88, but Aaron Shields, a really good launch. Nailed the reaction time, got the bite point right, and he is clear.
Lockie Bloxham just going for a little bit of a confident swerve on the tyre as he went down into turn 1. A little bit of a move left and right. He had plenty of clear air around him, and he did a great job down the back of the field there. And the Maha entered equipment car is Taylor as well on debut in the series. We'll be watching that car very closely through the 2023 championship.
Someone was torching a right front under brakes for Stoner Corner. I think it was Tom Taplin, who's up a couple of spots to 5th place, the South Australian. There he is, grabbing that inside front under braking. Who's dropped wheels off on the exit of Siberia? Dust kicked up on driver's right. And that was Aaron Shields using all of the road. And off the road, Bloxham that was. Dropped it wide at the hay shed, but manages to gather it up. Somehow gets away with it. He was forced to spend a lot of race 1 this morning looking in the rearview mirror. Taplin gets it down the inside. Inside front torched and just pulled it up in time to avoid a collision with Harrison Goodman in the 88 car.
10 laps the journey in this. You can't afford to slide down into MG on lap number 1 with them all locked up with smoke billowing off them. Taplin's shown some great speed in this opening lap, but Harrison Goodman in the Bob Jane Team Arts Sonic entry out after Lockie Bloxham now, and they're all out after Giltrap and Shields.
276 kilometre an hour VMAX on the run into turn 1.
Yeah.
And the Bob Jane car goes round the outside. It gives him the racing room for the inside at the southern loop, and it could take 25 seconds to complete this pass, but he finally gets it done on corner exit. And Bloxham struggling with the rear tyres on his car at the moment. It's sliding around on corner exit. Good pass. How's the commitment for the Sonic driver around the outside at turn 1?
Why not do it at the highest speed of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit? Commit, show everyone behind you that you're here to stay and you're here to win too. That was massive commitment. Great respect there too, Richard, which is what we need to see in these sort of cars, to give that just that enough amount of room that they don't go off to the dirt.
And full credit, Chris Pither filling in for driving Standards Chief Carl Reindler this weekend, and Crispy got up in front of them all this morning and had a big chat just about racing room, etiquette, the passing points they're looking at, and just how to manage your race and be smart about things. And it was, I got stuff out of it, and I'm an idiot commentator, so hopefully the drivers got something out of it too. Good, clean, hard motor racing is what we want to see, and we certainly got some of that. Tell you what, this guy's having a pretty good show. Tom Taplin up to 5th, already gained some ground from finishing 7th in race 1, and right on the pace now of Lachlan Bloxham and trying to challenge the McElrea driver for 4th.
I tell you what, Porsche do put the right people in place. Over the years, we've had Paul Stokely, Stephen Johnson, Craig Baird. We've had Carl, as you said, and now Chris Pither been operating at the top of his game, and for mine, still can. And great to see the opportunity to help these drivers along. Passes happening right throughout this field in these opening couple of laps. You've got to say, 10 laps is a really short, sharp race for these guys.
Yeah, I quite like it. Usually we go 14 here, so I don't mind the short races leading into the long enduro. Just ups the intensity level. Not that it's
not that it's lacking.
Not that it's low in one, mate, Porsche racing. It is one of the most intense categories around. So this is Taplin, Stitchbury, Murphy. Next, he's in that yellow and blue Sonic Motor Racing car, and then behind them is Sam Shakin, who's leading Pro-Am, and Tom McLennan. And not supposed to have favourites, but young Tom, potentially livery of the year so far for mine. It's the gold, or the reflective blue and purple on a race car with the white signage, the Mac Pro signage. It looks ace.
I guess John Goodacre isn't here with the VB
It's the same
green
thing.
anymore, is it?
Correct.
So, yeah. We had him for a long time, was our favourite with the colouring on his car.
Old gun start. I'm sure Johnny's watching back from South Australia. Still one of the most experienced drivers in Michelin Sprint Challenge history. So this is a really good battle pack. The leader out, 1.7 seconds for Aaron Shields, looking for his maiden victory in Michelin Sprint Challenge, and also the first for TechWorks in this category. He's got 1.7 over Giltrap, and then this is the fight for third, fourth, fifth, sixth in Stitchbury, seventh in Murphy, Shaheen, McLennan, and Bolton rounds out the top 10 in Pro-Am. Just at the back of that shot, and he's got young Caleb Sumich tucked up behind him, his McElroy teammate. Another one down, lap 4 of 10 we're on now.
Gee, Sam Shaheen's got some young guns in front of him, hasn't he? Murphy and Stitchbury, and those guys are quitting themselves absolutely brilliantly, and 6th and 7th at the moment. A veteran of Porsche racing, and he's right with them. He's right there, staring down, breathing as heavily as he can down their neck. The guy knows his way around a Porsche GT3 race car, that is for sure.
He'll be back to compete in Carrera Cup again. Sam benchmarks himself. He's a Pro-Am driver. He benchmarks himself against the pros. He wants to be racing with them and improving all the time, and he's become an exceptionally quick one-make Porsche racer. Spends quite a bit of time at the bend, as you would, when the place isn't booked, because it's quite busy at the moment. Getting track time anywhere in Australia at the moment is pretty hard work. But lots of laps and doing double duty once again, Sprint Challenge and Painted Dixon Carrera Cup. But Harrison Goodman, having made that bold move around the outside at turn 1, hasn't been able to pull away from Lockie Bloxham. So it's now Bloxham on the offence, and this will be a nice change for him after his adventures today. He has been defending hard all day long. Now he can go on the offence and try and get himself back into the top 3.
I remember watching Bloxham in the first practice session at the start of last season. Was a shining light behind Ryan and Tom, and doing the same now. He's just got a couple of cars in front of him, but certainly battling very, very hard, using his head and trying to use every weapon in the book here at the moment, as we see Ronan Murphy charging across the line. This is the group fighting it out for 4th, 5th and 6th. As Richard just said 2 laps ago, they're still fighting it out for 4th, 5th and 6th on the road. And ultimately, if someone gets it wrong, they're going to be fighting for about 15th, because if you go off, you're not going to get back on in this gap, that's for sure.
Bloxham just carrying that inside front down into Southern Loop. Puff of smoke is the unloaded side of the car. We're happy to get rid of that tyre after this race and put some newies on for the Jim Richards Enduro race a little bit later on today. Just want to give a shout out to Tom Taplin. He's doing an outstanding job. Car 26, as I say that, bowls a wide down at turn 4 and loses a spot to Zac Stitchbury, so commentators curse. But he's driving outstandingly well. He is full-time now in real estate, the family firm. They're based down on Jetty Road in Glenelg in South Australia. They've got developments going everywhere. They are as busy as they have ever been. And I should give a shout out, his 91-year-old granddad, who I'm told has only just retired at 91, hope that's me, is watching on from South Australia. And Tommy said that he always watches his racing. So g'day to Grandad Taplin, who's watching on back there from SA, as I'm sure his dad is as well. But a great SA racing family, been involved in motorsport for a long time. And Tom driving really, really well. This car prepared by Mark Buick and his team at Ronan Autosport out of Adelaide. And he's had some real pace today.
Certainly a team that knows how to win in this category. Ronan Murphy ranging up now as well. Sam Shaheen has just been shaken a little bit off this group now. It is Ronan Murphy on the back of the front group. There he is now, ranging up onto Tom Taplin. So first time out in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. The guy from the land of the long white cloud is going very, very nicely indeed against a fellow Porsche racer that comes out of South Australia. And just up the road a little bit more there is Stitchbury and Bloxham. Goodman for Sonic Motorsport. There he is there in the 88. There's Bloxham in the 23. Mirrors full of a very, very big 72 of Stitchbury, another New Zealander. Yeah. Boy, we're getting gazumped by them at the moment in Australian motorsport.
Yeah, we're still better at them than cricket. So this is Stitchbury on the move, and he is the fastest driver on the racetrack at the moment. So he's got the pass done on Tom Taplin. Don't mention the rugby. And now he's looking to get past Lockie Bloxon and then try and get out after Harrison Goodman to get himself on the podium. Probably feels like there was one that went missing earlier this morning in race 1. The leading group of cars came across Marcus Flack, who was going a lap down, and he was just held out wide at Siberia, and as a result lost 3 spots. Such was the closeness of that group. Murphy up the inside of Taplin clears that position, and that will get him to 6th position. By the way, the drivers that started from the back, Marcus Flack is up to 11th place now, so from 24th, good pass, and Fitzsimmons up to 14th, so getting some wheel-to-wheel combat racing action and experience from the back of the field.
Certainly Marcus Flack in the 78, we're watching very closely there. An update for those watching on from the west, Tim Wolfe on debut has made his way now into 16th place and had a massive smile when I had a quick run through the paddock there earlier. Didn't get to speak to him, but the smile said it all. The enjoyment of racing in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge is everything. Stitchbury now has Ronan right up behind him here, so it's a couple of K1W ones taking the battle up now.
Did it look like a little bit of Morse code front bumper to rear there through the southern loop?
I didn't see Lowndes written on the side of any of the cars.
Knowing CL, who'll be watching this too, enjoying some Porsche action. Raced Carrera Cup a couple of seasons ago.
He did.
Pretty effective in them as well.
I'm just quoting Skate from Crompton. They used to call it the Lowndes Morse code.
So Murphy up to 6th. I was talking to Michael Henry, who's the engineering guru at Sonic Motor Racing. I'm working with these young drivers, which he loves. He's had some great relationships over the journey in Porsche racing in his time with Sonic. And he said, I think we're going to have a fun year with Ronan as he gets up to speed. Relative late starter to motorsport, and I say relative, he's still a kid, but to those around him, he was late into the seat. So he's still learning, still getting up to speed, but his pace this weekend has been great. And 6th position once again as we work our way towards the 8th lap of this race, with Aaron Shields continuing to lead. You've missed nothing out in front. The margin 1.6 seconds to Marco Giltrap, who was a little bit quicker last time round. 1:34.7 for the Team Porsche NZ driver, plays a 35.2 for the race leader, so 0.5 of a second pulled out.
I tell you what, next time you see Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge on at a track near you, get trackside. Because when this pack comes past, they absolutely thump the ground and the air around you, and you cannot be absolutely bamboozled by the pace that they set in a straight line. They're coming around through turn 3, the main pack now. Our race leaders are down in through turn 4. But get yourself trackside to see these Porsches, whether it be the Paynter-Dixon Carrera Cup or the Michelin Sprint Challenge here at the racetrack. Get and see them. This is awesome stuff.
Bloxon dropped off the back of Harrison Goodman. I'm sure Andy McElray, team boss at McElray Racing, watching on fairly late in the States now. It's in St. Petersburg, watching young Hunter, his son in Indy Lights, or it's Indy Next now. Not even NEXT, it's NXT for some reason. So he'll be watching on the live stream, seeing how the McElray drivers go this weekend, and then the opening round of Carrera Cup North America is next week at Sebring, iconic track in Central Florida, where our champion from this series last year will race. Tom Sargent will go at it against the best in North America, which is really cool.
Had a great time in Formula Ford, Tom Sargent. Caught a lot of his racing in Formula Ford, and a real talent racing on the national and the Victorian scene. Very, very cool to see his career going on. Of course, Carrera Cup will be at the Grand Prix, so get down to that. There's still some standing room, I believe, at the Grand Prix, so get down. You can't get to see them here at Phillip Island this weekend. I think the next time in Victoria will be the Grand Prix, which is only a few weeks away, so make sure you check out the Paynter-Dixon Carrera Cup at the Australian Grand Prix at Albert Park.
I'm not allowed to tell you much about the field for Carrera Cup this year because there's some really spicy deals still being done, but there'll be 30 cars plus. And oh boy, wowie, it's going to be competitive. There's going to be some spice. Let's go and have a look at what happened up here on the Michelin replay up at Lukey Heights. That's Tim Wolfe with the spin in the 66 car.
So there's the update for the Western Australians. Tim sliding down into MG that time around.
Well, and Andrew Goldie for the WA fans watching on 15th place in the Cirrus aircraft entry. Andrew flew down flew down from Queensland, he tells me, to come here this weekend, but via the International Air Show that's happening over at Avalon at the moment. Big aviation buff, as are many in this paddock, as you would be. Could understand
and every
that.
now and again, some of the big planes do a loop down here, and you can hear them just crashing out over Bass Strait there as well. So they get sent out for a bit of a fly around whilst they prepare for another bit. But being up here, we don't get to see it. But if you do hear it around the island, that's what's going on. They send them down on a loop down here. And back up to the air show. Big move now around the outside, side by side. Stitchbury looks to go on Lockie Bloxham. He's got the inside running at 2. Bloxham crowds the corner using every bit of strategy he possibly can. And Bloxham gets sent wide. This is going to be a hard run down to turn 3. They're going to stay side by side with it. And have a look who's ranging up in the background now. It's Ronan Murphy. This is having it on now at the moment. Bloxham goes wide. He's got the inside running, under brakes for turn 4. Can he get the switch back?
And Murph's going to get this.
Murphy goes through as well.
Oh, with a big don't argue, gets the doors involved, and now he could get Bloxham and they'll run side by side. And he's got a couple of wheels off. Hold on to it, Ronan. He does, but he'll lose that spot to Stitchbury. He'll be annoyed at that, I'm sure, but he won't mind it because he's right in the fix with some really good, young, talented drivers. So Lockie Bloxham, it took 35 seconds, but somehow he managed to hold on to that. They are on the final lap. That's why the intensity just cranked itself up a little bit.
I tell you what, Stitchbury just about threw the silver fern out the window then, didn't he?
Here goes Murph. Stitchbury locks a brake. A little bit of challenges to get the thing stopped down into the final corner. This will run to the line. So too will our race leader, Aaron Shields. His rookie season last year was super impressive, and he is going to deliver his first victory in Michelin Sprint Challenge. He holds off the race 1 winner, Marco Giltrap, and wins race 2. And it's all squared up between the two of them going into the Enduro race a little bit later on this afternoon. Goodman third. Bloxham holds on. Nothing between them. Less than 0.6 of a second covering Bloxham, Stitchbury, Murphy, Taplin, and Shahin just a few tenths behind. And here is Lockie Harburg in the cover shop car, who's going to win Class B. So feisty stuff at the end of the race, and a pass that started at turn 1, continued all the way down to turn 4, and then just kept boxing on through 6, 7, 8, and all the way to the finish line.
It was all relevant too, wasn't it?
Totally.
All trying to get to the finish line. A couple of Kiwis in the mix there, a couple of young debutants indeed from New Zealand, and providing great racing.
Shields and Giltrap locked together on points now going into the final race for the round. Goodman and Bloxham tied on points for 3rd overall, with Stitchbury and Murphy locked together on points for 5th overall. So there's everything to play for and a spot on the round podium coming up later on today. Shields, Giltrap, Goodman, the top 3 in that one. So another new name at the top of the leaderboard, with Lachlan Bloxham fighting his way to 4th place. Stitchbury to 5th. Ronan Murphy, another feisty drive from the 77 to 6th. Tom Taplin dropped back a few spots, but he was racy to 7th. Sam Shahin 8th. Pro-Am winner once again. Tom McLennan was 9th. The Marcus Flack from 24th to 10th in 10 laps. Not a bad day's work for the youngster. Caleb Sumich 11th. Brett Bolton and Fitzsimmons was 13th. So he too started from the last row and got himself up the order. Matt Slavin, Lockie Harburg, the Class B winner. Goldie Gregg, Tresidder, Cowan and Glixton the 20. Aaron Shields set the fastest lap at a 34.2, which shows you how warm it is today. It's 3.1 seconds off the lap record, but they're not troubling that today, Darren. But a great drive. Well done, Aaron Shields. He's worked so hard for that. He was one of the big improvers over the course of last year's championship. He switched across to TechWorks Motorsport this year, and he's just delivered them and himself his first Michelin Sprint Challenge win.
Richard, all that stands between us and the first of the Jim Richards Enduros this year is an XL Trophy race, sports cars, and the final race for the New South Wales SuperSports Championship. 3:45 Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. 25 laps will be the journey, and we'll be back with more coming up. XL Trophy on track next.
I got it. I'll do the lot.
Hey?
I'll do everything.
Do everything.
Yeah, next time you might not be here.
Oh, you do what you have to do, and I'll do what I have to do. You don't do it, no, you
No, I'm just saying.
Welcome back trackside here for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club's March Access. Pyack to its friends, been around over 70 years now, and they continue to roll out fantastic race meetings right across the calendar year. Of course, we've got this one here this weekend. They've got a range of sprint meetings for bringing in the real grassroots side of things. Next one here on the 29th and 30th of April, the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Get down trackside. Join us all here on the 27th and 28th of May. The next Super Sprint on July 8th and 9th. August Access, we'll have Formula 5000s down here. Radical Cup, Vic Sports Cars will be on supercarts for 125, 250 and non-gearbox supercarts. Another Super Sprint in November 11th and 12th. And the all-important party at the end of the year, 25, 26th of November, Island Magic. Mark it down now, put it in your diary, engrave it on the inside of your eyelids. Be down here for Island Magic. XL's on track right now, and we've got Neville Blight joining us for the call.
Daz, I was just going to say, Daz, they've done a magnificent job of the facility. It's world class, right? A top job down here. Now, what have we got? We've got Bradley James on the front row of the grid with Toby Waghorn beside him. Third place, Harry Tompkins. Fourth, Jalen Rosebotham. He's having a little bit of an issue with some power. Ethan Gregg in spot 5, but he's a no-show. There was an issue with his motor, so he's out of business. Josh Sacco, I think that's how you pronounce it. He's doing a good job in 6th spot, and he's a newcomer. This is about his second meeting, so keep your eye on him. He could be something in the future. William Sala in 7th, Aston Catchett in 8th, and what do you got after? There we go. Heffernan in 9th, Harewood in 10th, Nichols in 11th, Lachlan Harvey 12th, Trey Conjunctus in 13th, Christopher Harris 14th, James Lodge 16th, and Matthew Bink 15th. Is that roundabout, or where we?
That is the
it's got
field.
To get close.
That is the field for the trophy. Here comes the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad. Many, many years of great service to Victorian motorsport. They continue to show up and keep our race meetings nice and safe, and it's not just the drivers in the race cars, it's the officials around the track and paddock area, the crowd as well. If anything needs to be done of that sort of nature, you watch them spring into action, and the massive amounts of training that they do away from the racetrack really comes into the fore. It's great to see when you go to the racetrack, the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad at the track. You know you're going to be safe and sound if something does go astray.
We can't thank them enough, Daz, what they do. They spend their rain, hail or shine. They're out there in all the elements, and we really appreciate what they do for us, because without them, we're not there either. So,
I tell you what, though, with the rescue guys, you don't want to meet them.
No.
Because it means something's gone wrong. But a lovely bunch of people they are. You know, come at the end of the day, go to the barbecue down in the shed, and they're all there having a chat about the day. But they're not the ones you want to come in contact with, that's for sure, unfortunately. Let's see how this plays out for the trophy race for the XLs. The last race for the weekend. We've got a 10-lap journey. We've got 14 cars on the grid. Depleted field of XLs here for the trophy race. Toby Waghorn and Brad James off on the front row of the grid. And away we go.
I think Toby's got the jump on him for the start, but James is crawling his way back. So I'll be interested down in turn 2. Let's see what goes on down. Pretty even there at the moment, Daz.
Certainly taking off from the line here. We've got the 61 and the 64 right side by side. And the 84, sorry. Waghorn, Bradley James gets sent wide, as has Ethan Griggolt, he's trying to weigh in this as well.
Jalen Rothbottom, that is. There, in that little
So the
cluster.
61, Bradley James, comes alongside Waghorn. And then we've got Harry Tompkins weighing in on it. At the back of this group, the 164 coming through. That's Josh Seiko. Side by side still. This is how they left the line.
Yeah, throw a blanket over him. Jalen's in this mix this time now. He's been struggling all weekend, but he's obviously found a little bit here. They were telling me they're lacking a little bit of power, but he's found something and he's in the draft, and I would think he's going to stay there.
Neville, what is the power? What do we expect to get out of one of these engines in the front of these cars?
Oh, look, I think they're chasing around 168 kilowatts, somewhere around there. I'm not sure. They're always trying to pitch a little bit more. What depends on whose dyno they're on, but 168, 172 kilowatts, somewhere around there maybe.
That's a big whack per litre, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doing well to drag that sort of performance out of these things. Waghorn gets sent wide there by the 29er Jalen Robotham, gaining some great experience away from XLs over the last couple of seasons and bringing that aggressive, controlled aggression style of racing into the game. Car number 3 now weighing in on it. The 35 there, that's William Sala out of position number 7. And they all start to come over to that left-hand side of the track.
I think down the bottom there, Daz, they're pushing pretty close, if not right on 200 k's an hour as they approach that turn. Now, that's pretty ordinary if it doesn't go round. It's maybe not horrendous when you're going where you want to go, but once you start going somewhere else, it's not so pleasant.
So we hark back to the last time the XLs raced here at Island Magic at the end of last year, November the 27th, race 3 for the weekend, when everyone's a bit tired. The tyres are at their probably coming into their worst sort of shape at the end of the weekend. Toby Waghorn won the last race over Hugo Simpson and James Lodge. Harry Tompkins was 4th. Antonio Meluso, who hasn't been here this weekend. Charlie Nash, also not here this weekend. Donovan Merjvac was 7th. Then Chris Stillo, Craig Featherston, Scott Appledore, Michael Sinclair, Michael Barton. So a lot of those guys not here. Devon Nichols here this weekend. John O'Keefe came 15th. Larry Merriweather, who's been up the front in number 7, came 16th at that race at number 3. So obviously got a little bit faster over the off season, over Christmas. And getting right back on with it now. Devon Nichols starting out of 11th in the car number 123, currently in 9th, made up 2 spots.
Yeah, they work at it pretty hard in the off-season. Look, some of these guys live and breathe this. They put a lot of effort into it, you know, and it shows, you know. It's you've got to. It's not luck, it's hard work. That's what it is.
Anyone that uses the word luck in motorsport or business doesn't know how hard it is to get that luck.
Yeah, the harder you work, the luckier you get.
That's exactly right. It's a correlation, isn't it?
Yeah.
The performance curve of luck and hard work align with each other.
The only bit of luck you have in this is sometimes you might dodge someone, but that's other than that, it's hard work. Preparation, and you need every bit, as they say, the 1%ers. So all the 1%ers add up, and in a category like this, when you're not dealing with a stack of horsepower.
It is. That's one of our front-running cars there. Harry Tompkins slowed right down there on the main straight. There he is. That's a shame in the final race for the weekend to not be playing the front-running part of it for a guy that deserves and works so hard at being at the front. In car number 33, he's exiting off stage left down there at turn 1. Let's hope he parks it up right off the edge of the track there so we don't end up with a safety car here this weekend. So probably want to head it right over infield there. There's the number 95 of Harwood with Nichols in behind there, the Scarcell design entry. And big stars all over that car. Great looking livery. They've done a tremendous job. I've said it every race, every time we see that car, but they need to be congratulated. When you put a livery together like that, it looks great.
Now, I've got a feel for young Harry. He's mozzed himself there because prior to the race I was having a yap to him and he said, well, there's no guarantees you're going to finish. Well, he was right on the money. Unfortunately, he's done it to himself. It's obviously a mechanical issue there somewhere, gearbox maybe. There's been a few of those issues over the weekend with some of the cars, the gearboxes.
William Sala leading this pack now in this car. William Sala leading this one now, this little group here. and 35 is out there. Safety car has been called, and I'm going to suggest that is because we've got a car parked up on the driver's left down the bottom of the straight here. Really unsafe place to leave a car down there. So I would have thought that Harry might have sort of thought a bit harder about that and tried to peel off the grass there and down in behind the wall. But we go under safety car, and I'm going to say needlessly, Neville, that parking the car up there was never going to play out well.
No, he could have picked a better spot than that. I'm not sure what's happened. Maybe he thought he could limp it home, but when you don't know what's going on in the car, it's pretty hard to pick. But you're right, not a good spot. Really couldn't have picked a worse spot if you tried.
Numerous times we've had safety car out today, and there's the message across the bottom of the screen. A big thanks to all of our officials and volunteers, and they really are there from front gate to back gate. Ross Earl, right there, yellow flag, safety car. He doesn't know we're watching him. He's just putting his head behind the flag. I reckon if he knew the camera's on, he'd be putting on a show. But Ross has been at it for a very long time and operated right at the highest level of PIARC on the board, and made some big decisions over the years. Great to see them all around the track there. I guess we're representing the flag marshals at the moment. They are the ones that tend to get the most recognition because they are the most visible. When you're waving a yellow flag and holding a safety car board, you pretty much get the attention, don't you?
You certainly do. Sometimes they're hard to see, though. They wave those yellows, and unfortunately, you're focused on the car in front of you, and you can get caught very easy. We've had a little bit of trouble with that.
There we go. Yeah. And the field just coming under control now. We'll have a real quick pick-up, and indeed that is what has happened. Jeff Rowley, again, one of those very, very experienced officials here. Check it all out at www.piarc.com/officials. And, of course, Motorsport Australia can point you in the right direction. If the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club isn't your flavour, it certainly is down here. Great club to be part of. Lots of competitors, lots of officials, lots of families involved, and second, third generation along the way here. And here's a feature of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, the actual replicated size go-kart track out over the back of the museum. Plenty to do here at the Grand Prix circuit, and when racing's done for the day, I can thoroughly recommend, after earlier on Christmas time, going to the Penguins for about the first time in 40 years, and took my 8-year-old daughter down there, and it was just fantastic. The vibe around the place, and there is people there from all over the world. It's well worth going to see the little penguins as they come back to the beach, and get the message through that we're going to have the safety car peel off. Lights are still flashing.
Yeah, I think that we'll get a start this time round, but while we're dealing with that, I wouldn't mind thanking PIARC for inviting us down and allowing us to race. It got us out of a bit of a jam, and I can't thank them enough. But they're always accommodating, so thanks to everyone involved there.
Harry Tompkins now coming back, towed up the access road up the middle of the paddock here. The old runway, the old airstrip down the middle of the track down there many years ago. Aeroplanes used to arrive in at the track, and even one unceremoniously landed in the dam all those years ago here during a Formula 5000 race weekend. And here we go. We are now under control of car number 61, Bradley James.
They've bunched up well there, Daz. They're all a bit line astern. That can be a bit of a problem from time to time. Some of them sort of aren't concentrating and get back too far, and then behind them they're frustrated and whatever. But
then they try and get past each other before the control line, and you're not even allowed to overlap.
Right. No, so we've got not a bad line there. The last bloke could move up a little bit.
Brad James is gone now too. Yep. He's put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
And off he goes in the car act, number 61. He's got the 29 right behind him. Jalen Robotham started out of fourth, currently finds himself in position number 2. And Andy Kadich as well, who's started from halfway down the field in 8th spot, has now gone up 4 spots into position number 4. William Sala is next. Seiko there as well in the mix. And here they are down at turn 2 as they cross the line. Waghorn. And then we've got Robotham. So Robotham, then Waghorn.
He's done a good job, Robotham, to get into amongst this, because really, for earlier in the day, he just really wasn't a chance. Well, he's a bit of a show in this lot.
Certainly is.
Yeah.
And as is the 84. Toby Waghorn doing a brilliant job here. Always been at the front of the field.
Yeah.
We've obviously lost Harry Tompkins, which is a massive shame, because we really look forward to seeing where Harry could push it to in this last race for the weekend.
Yeah, some of these kids have come a long way in this class. I mean, it's been a brilliant thing to get into, you know, if that's what you want to do. I'm repeating myself a bit there, but if you want to go car racing and you need somewhere to start, this is it. It's so good on so many levels. Racecraft, setting cars up, you know, and then the competition out there that you've got to fight for your spot, you know, and they're a great bunch of people to work with too, you know. Everyone gets on with everyone well.
Yeah, well, you focus a lot on the on-track stuff. There's a lot of stuff getting to the race meeting, doing your paperwork, getting here at the right time to get your paperwork checked, get through scrutineering, all these bits and pieces that make up a really busy weekend. When you put your car on the trailer at home and you head to the racetrack, that's when it just starts, isn't it?
That's for sure. Yeah,
Weeks before, you got to have your entries in, you got to get all organised.
We could really do without all that bit. We just want to get in and drive, right? But anyway, it's not quite how it works. But there's, you know, you've got to be safe. You know, there's a lot of inspections to make sure they're safe. We don't want to see anyone get hurt, and so there's a fair bit going that, and the scrutineers do a great job of that. Jeff Riddle's been working with us today, and he's all over it. So yeah, you want them to be safe. You generally just want them to go home. You know, they've got to come down, put on a show, and go home.
Have a look at this. This is getting very racy. Caddick goes back a spot. Ashton has driven a great race in number 13. It's gone back one spot just there. So we're getting very much down to the business end. 5 laps remaining in this race. We may end up not going that journey, being we had 2 laps under safety car. The rest of the weekend becomes very, very time certain. Waghorn still chasing down the 61 of Brad James. And that was the front row of the grid. That was how they started. Next was Harry Tompkins. He's out. He's gone back to the paddock, as has Matty Bink, who started from the rear of the grid there. Out over into the dust there for the number 84.
Jalen looks like he's out of it now. He's lost the toe. Now, just the slightest bit of hiccup and you lose that toe, you're out of it, you know. And especially when you're lacking a little bit of power, he's not going to be able to get back there under his own steam. So whether he's had a little moment, maybe missed a gear or having trouble getting or whatever, but it's cost him. So once the draft's gone, you're gone.
Never a true word has been spoken,
No.
Neville. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, young Lachlan Harvey here, he's come a long way. He's been doing a great job. Right, he's typical of the young blokes at the start. We were a bit all over the place and reshaped a few panels on that car a few times, and but he's got his act together now, doing a great job.
You notice when the money that would ordinarily be spent on new tyres and brake pads is getting used in panel repairs, you soon realise that that's not the way to go. Toby Waghorn, fastest lap, a 2-minute .2088, and in fact, that is a ripping lap around here, doing a tremendous job. Panels flapping now on the number 13. That's one of the out of macro racing cars. That is Ashton Caddick, and he's had a bit of a touch up there in the number 13. That's not what we wanted to see at this time of the weekend. Everyone was looking forward to putting their cars back on the trailers without flapping rear bumpers. At the 29, just in front, is Jalen Robotham, and they are fighting it out for third in the race. So, you know, at this point of the weekend, this is when we start to throw some more effort at it.
Caddich's car is last year's Vic State Championship car. It was the number 1 car last year. So it's starting to look a little bit second-hand at the minute, but they'll fix that up and get that going again.
They start to climb the big climb. It would be a pretty heavy haul in an XL. Getting out from Siberia, you see some of the Formula cars come out of there and they just whip through it, but these cars up through the gearbox, using all the revs they possibly can to pull up to the top of the hill here. Here is Sala and Sako going for it as well. The roadworthy shop, car number 35, blazing down the side, gets the message across. The roadworthy shop there. And they get the message across as well with the trick trailer signs across the front of the windscreens, don't they?
Trick Trailers have been a terrific sponsor, and they make a really good trailer too, and they'll custom make it to what you want. Some of the guys get them made just to fit that car, and then that way it fits in their garage and whatever. So they're really good Carrans down there at Trick Trailers, and he'll do whatever you want. But it's definitely a good product, and they've been around a long time, and in the racing cars for a long time.
Kev Stoopman around all those years ago started off the Trick Trailers across the line. They go now for that 5th position. This is back out in front of the race now, and this is Bradley James, Toby Waghorn. Toby Waghorn has set the fastest lap in the race, going back 2 laps ago. We've got 2 3/4 laps remaining in the competition for the XLs in the trophy class here this weekend. The Masters are done and dusted. They will be up on top of the pit building, just watching their fellow protagonists go at it here for the trophy race. But Brad James has a lead. There it is. It's not really measurable by time. It's all measured by visualisation, really, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, there's not a lot in this. This is anyone's race. Yeah, this is you couldn't call this yet. If Toby can stay in that draft and pull it, and I'd nearly back him in this time. I think he'll stick with that draft, and if he's right on his hammer around the last turn, he'll probably get it.
We're sizing him up here with still 2 1/4 laps left to go.
I wouldn't be passing at this point. I'd be just sitting with him.
It's all about filling the mirrors on both sides of the car at this time.
Let him think he's got it, and just
the 61 now, just making little mistakes.
Keep a bit of pressure on him and whatever. But it's a good duel. It's been a good duel all weekend. But if I was a betting man, I think this pair, they'll swap spots. But that won't happen till the end.
So running around, coming across the line now. This time still got 2 to go. Will be the signal, I would expect, to these drivers.
See, I'd say Toby's pretty smart with this at the minute. He's just working with James and trying to bridge that gap. So they've moved away from those other cars, and that's a smart thing to do, because then he only has to focus on Bradley. He doesn't have to worry about being caught from behind.
Caddick's pulled out behind Jalen Robotham in the run down to turn number 1, and they have gone side by side. We've just had confirmation from timing. This is the last lap. So that's 3rd place. That has just heated up right going down the straight there. So Robotham had Caddick draw alongside. Ashton Caddick started out of 8th position, currently in 4th. Can you imagine if he got from 8th to 3rd? That would be a marvellous drive, albeit with the rear bumper hanging off the back there, just hanging in midair. Still got plenty of attachments onto the car there, so nothing really to report too far back. Toby Waghorn now looking very, very racy. They're coming down to Siberia for the last time. Big sweeping wide late turn in there as he's fastest in a front wheel drive.
He needs to get a bit closer than that. He's not close enough now. He's got to close that gap if he wants to get this checkered flag. They've done a mighty job though. They're not that easy to drive. I mean, they look like that you're not doing much in there, but you are working constantly. It just doesn't stop. You're busy. I don't know whether you can see that. The wheel work James was doing there, right? You've got to keep it on the track, and it doesn't always want to do that, you know. So, and they're pushing him into the limits, you know.
Absolutely.
There's no casual driving.
They're ragging them, that's for sure.
Yeah, and if you don't do that, you're not going to get anywhere. So you're running the risk the whole time of spitting it off.
There's the checkered flag being readied now down there by the Piarc officials.
Toby's got a pretty good run coming around there, so he's in with a chance.
They're going to line up side by side and come running down the straight. Remember, 0.01 is the closest finish we've had. This is going to be just as close. They hit the line, 0.01. Toby Waghorn takes the win on the line. So that is now 4 races in Victoria in 2023 that have been won by 0.01. We're going to have the year of 0.01 of a second, being how close you have to be on the finish line. Home in 3rd is Jalen Robotham. Then we've got Ashton Caddick, William Sala. Then we go to Seiko in the number 164. Cars still streaming to the line. And the checkered flag still waving.
They don't get much better than that. Daz?
Terrific racing there this weekend from the XLs. Let's hope they can continue it right through the season and into the future there as well. When we have racing like that, it is certainly well worth coming to the track to see that sort of performance. Nev, thank you very much for your time up here this weekend. It's been great to have your expert comment, and of course you're working very closely with the category to make sure they've got great events like these to go to throughout the year. So thanks for your time. Appreciate your time up here with us.
No worries, it's been a pleasure, Daz, and thanks to everyone involved. All right, they put on a good show, and thanks to all the officials. Thank you.
Thanks, Dev. Toby Waghorn home with the win. Bradley James, Jalen Robotham, Ashton Kadich, William Sala, Josh Seiko, Jake Harwood in 7th, Caleb Hefferon in 8th, Devon Nichols in 9, Tien in 10, Christopher Harris, Lockie Harvey, Harry Tompkins didn't finish the race, and that rounds out our last race for the XLs for today. We've got sports cars on track next for the Victorian Sports Car Championship. Back in a moment.
Very big field left there. So what those 60, there was 3 missing, wasn't it? 68. Is it 90? 90's not even there. We got the right race? I've got SuperSport race 3.
If that music doesn't get you up and about, air guitaring, like my co-commentator Callum Brannigan, down on one knee, absolutely belting out World Championship air guitar work. Welcome, Callum. Sports cars on track, and we are about to really rip it up here. 20 minutes is going to be the journey here, so outright sprint race coming our way.
Absolutely. Hello, Darren. Hello, everybody tuning in from home. You missed the air guitar special just before, so we'll try and get Darren back on the stage, the proverbial stage, and try and whip that one out. But yes, sports cars out for their final race of the weekend. It's great to see them back and get their season 2023 back up and running, and they're supported this weekend by Wolfe Technic. And it is a 20-minute race, and as you can see, they've already started counting the time down, so that's a little bit, well, it's obviously by design, but from race control, just trying to keep these race meetings as close to schedule as possible. The time ticks down as soon as they leave the dummy grid, so that's why you can see that one ticking down. But we have a very healthy grid of sports cars lining up, warming up the tyres and coming your way very shortly, Darren.
I'll tell you what, the Weissach brand Porsche are very, very well represented here this weekend, and there's a reason why. They build a really good race car.
Yeah.
It's maintainable, it's affordable for those in that bracket. You can get spare parts, all of these sorts of things. We've also got a Mark car in the mix here this weekend. There with in the field there with William Timms, and we've also got Michael Stillwell in car number 60 in his Mustang. As we see the grid coming around, Jamie Lovett will be on pole position. Let's see if he can take 3 from 3 from 3, as would be the way out over this weekend. Andy Hall certainly wants to halt that progress. He joins him on the front row of the grid. Michael Kokonos really does have to concentrate on when the flags or when the lights do go out. No jumping the start this time in the Audi. Can't wait to see how Michael lines up for this race in his R8 LMS Ultra GT3 in the black and blue 5.2 litre outfit, out of position number 3. Ben Schutz in the older 996. It's going to be interesting to see if Ben can secure himself a championship drive this year. He's certainly not going to have it all his own way. In fact, if the first 2 races of the season anything to do about it, it's that number 16. And I've got to say, Callum, I'm happy that it's a number 16. I raced almost exclusively under that number, so it's really cool to see you having some success.
Also my lucky number, Darren. It's the date of my birthday. It's also the number of the great Billy Brownless, who plays for the Geelong Football Club, or used to play back in the day. Number 16 was his number. Of course, Sam DeKoning, the current number 16 for the Geelong Football Club.
In fact, Billy Brownless and I cut a fairly similar figure these days. He's just about 1.5 foot taller than me.
Just as much enthusiasm behind the cans as well. So
that's right. Sonny Olivora there in the 447, the number 6 grid spot there. Andrew Smith in the number 70. Looking forward to seeing how Andrew goes in the number 70. Came on good and strong in the last race. Same with Stephen Sluger. Anthony Peltino. Then it's Simon Ziegtel. Billy Morelli. William Timms. Michael Stillwell in the claret red Mustang. Ronan Little. Stephen Kepper, and don't think Sven Borkhardt has not joined us.
And I think the Stephen Kepper car's also been loaded onto the trailer and has already left the track, unfortunately. So, yes, Kepper and Borkhardt's both not making their way out for the final race of the weekend, Darren, which is never how you want to finish your weekend. Obviously, you want the car to be in one piece.
Revs rise in the flat 6s on the front row of the grid. Jamie Lovett again brains them off the line there. Have a look at Bora go for it as well. He gazumps. Ben Schutz off the start there as well. And the number 27, Bill Timms, gets a good charge down into turn number 1 for the first lap in this race. Of course, the timer has started, and we have now got just on 15 minutes of competition ahead of us. Michael Kokonos got the legal start that time around, but I tell you what, that Evolved Technic car got away like a rocket. Sonny Olivora, and there he is in the 447. Got the Audi up the inside here, 5.2 litres of power versus the 3.8. And they go down into turn 4. Big brakes on the Porsche. That's what they're renowned for. Have a look at Ben Schutz behind Kokonos. Is he going to sweep around as well? Sonny Olivora holds a nice line there, giving each other plenty of room. Well done to Sonny there in the 447, giving those 2 more experienced GT racers. Last year's champion and a guy that's been racing in the Fanatec Australian GT Championship as well. So he has just realised that got a great start. Probably don't want to bend it by mixing it up with these guys down at turn 4. They're crowding in on me now. We've got plenty of time to play this one out.
Geez, Vora's been making some very speedy starts, certainly today in the race earlier today, as well as you've just seen and Darren pointed out. So very quick off the line is that Porsche, and on screen there you can see the number 68, that's Stephen Sluger in that white Porsche with the green and red stripes on the side there. And onto the main straight for the first time is Lovett. So he's got about a Porsche car length, or about 2 or 3 actually, between himself and Andrew Hall sitting in position 2. It's a lot closer than we saw them earlier in race 2 this morning.
Jamie Lovett put 2 wheels off on the dirt coming onto the straight. You don't get away with that twice, Jamie, so hang on to it. And Andy Hall has gone with him here. This is exactly what Andy needs to do in this race. You cannot let that Red Bull sticker get smaller in the distance as he drives away in the UMS number 16. Evolved Technic emblazoned across the front windscreen of all of our cars here this weekend. Great to see Evolved Technic, a fantastic product, getting themselves into another workshop as well in Burwood very, very soon, I believe. So that'll be a great evolution of the brand there as well. So Christian Fitzgerald doing a brilliant job, sees the value in the Victorian Sports Car Championship and has said, right, I'll support you. And Andy Hall has been working away with David Stillwell very, very hard in the background to try and get these cars to the track.
It's great to see David behind the scenes this weekend, working tirelessly, as you say, Darren, to keep sports cars thriving in Victoria. Great to see him there. That was the number 12 of Constas up the inside going into turn 4 just earlier. And you can already see he's starting the gap, Bora. And that's the battle for position 5, I believe it is at the moment. And there's Sluger looming in the background in that white, green and red Porsche coming through. It's turn 10. Fantastic part of the circuit. Deep under brakes coming downhill. It's a bit tricky, and the further you park it onto the right-hand side, as much you can actually really drive it across the curb on the far right-hand side. And Porsches don't like, well, they like the curbs around Phillip Island, but around street circuits they are a little bit of a mishap for them, unfortunately. But coming onto the main straight here, you can see just how beautifully suited to this circuit these Porsches are. Jamie Lovett with a 1 minute 36.4, and as the great Richard Crail alluded to earlier in that second race of the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, the conditions are quite hot out there, so we're not expecting Hollywood numbers, certainly not in the heat haze you can see of this very fine Sunday afternoon. It says 24.4 degrees, but you dare say it feels a lot hotter out there at the moment, Darren.
Yeah, it certainly does. That Mark GT car going down the straight there, a really big thump coming out of that car there. Michael Stillwell hasn't made his way onto the grid in the Mustang, so that's a shame. It's really cool to see the Mustang back out there. It's been a real feature of sports car racing as part of the Victorian production sports car racing scene for quite some time. So obviously an issue for the Stillwell family racing outfit down there, and Michael not taking any further part in this. The interesting aspect, Callum, about this kind of racing is that we're actually seeing some of the Caymans start to come in here as well. The Porsche GT4, which is Billy Morelli and Anthony Montonia in the Porsche Cayman GT4 as well. These cars are a magnificent evolution of what is the 911. They've taken it away from obviously the 911 naming and given it a whole brand of its own in Cayman and building them to a GT4 spec. And they're brilliant race cars. They're really starting to come in their own, being part of DTM these days as well.
I guess you'd say that the 718's a spiritual successor to the early 911s, which were a lot lighter and a lot smaller than the 911s of today, or the 992, the current production Porsche you can purchase off the showroom from your local Porsche dealer. But the 718, smaller, lighter, a little bit less power, so spiritually it's a lot closer to what the 911s used to be back in the day. So coming down the main straight, so this is going to be a good comparison between these two cars in their straight line capability. And the 718, the straight line handling of that car is actually quite good, so he's not getting too far away. The car ahead of him's not stretching the legs all that much in that GT3 Cup car. Coming into turn 1, that's the number 70 car of Smith. This is a great battle between these two cars, but that's exactly what Victorian sports car racing is all about, isn't it, Darren? It's all about multi-class racing.
Run what you've brung and get into it. That's what it's all about this year, is get these cars out of the sheds, out of the garages, get them on the racetracks. There's multiple classes you can fit into, class A, B, C, D, E, F, S and X, X being experimental or invited cars, S being the cars MASB, SC, SC rules on treaded tyres. Class F is the MA2Fs, including Porsche 944 Challenge on treaded tyres. You've got the likes of BMW 1, M2, M3, M4, Lexus RCF, Ford Mustang FMFN, Hold Monaro, Audi TTRS, Toyota 86. Can you imagine 7 or 8 ex-Toyota, Gazoo Racing Toyota 86s running in their own stanza in this race? It would be a magnificent addition to it. Across the line now goes Jamie Lovett. He's just eased back that lead. Andy Hall has got it back 2.2 of a second that time around. In fact, Andy Hall has gone a bit faster again. Fastest car actually on track is Michael Kokonos in that magnificent sounding Audi as he comes down the straight there. And there goes Benny Schutz in the 996. Gee, he's acquitted himself well. Never sat in a Porsche race car before yesterday morning, and Ben finds himself just off the podium in P4. Daylight in front of him, daylight behind him, so you'd have to say securing position number 4 is going to be pretty cool. Be interesting to see the point score at the end of this weekend. Obviously, Jamie Lovett has got that thing by the short and curlies, but certainly Andy Hall is mixing it up here. I've got to congratulate Andy. He has been working tirelessly in the off-season to try and get this category up and running and get it off the ground. The fact that they've got nearly double the amount of cars that the sports car scene had last year come here to this weekend. Not that they're all on track right now at the end of the weekend, but there's hardly any categories that can say that anyway. They tend to have a little bit of attrition across the weekend. A great mix of cars out of the Porsche stable. We've got the Audi, we've got the GT Mark car. They've all got their place in here. In fact, Class D, you can run the McLaren 570S, the Mercedes AMG GT, KTM Crossbow, Aston Martin V8 Vantage, Janettas, all sorts of stuff in there. So there is a spot. And Andrew Hall said to me, if you've got something and you're not sure, if it's not actually written down, ring me, have a talk to me. We want to get cars out of sheds. We want to have people having fun with their pride and joy rather than just sitting there and polishing it up and not really knowing what to do with it next.
So I can see you salivating at the fact that you could, in theory, does that mean you can get some of the old nations cars out
my
here?
word,
So
you could,
something
yeah.
like a Diablo GTR, is that something I can see your eyes lighting up at the side?
Why wouldn't you?
That, but
I'm not sure how you'd go, but
as you were saying, it's credit to Andrew Hall for getting these guys and pulling the cars out of sheds, because you got something like the Michael Kokonos Audi R8. It's an LMS GT3 spec car, and it's a bit of a tall ask trying to convince these guys to pull these exotic cars out and race them at high speeds around a racetrack. So it's great credit to the organisers behind this series, and Evolve Technic as well for jumping on board as a corporate partner. It's great to see grassroots sports car racing very well supported in Victoria.
I'm going to throw the gauntlet down to those with Lotus Elishas and Exesias. They're around. They are all over the place. Come on, the Lotus fraternity. Let's get the Exesias and the Elisas out there. You'll run really well with these Porsches. Be great to see some Exesias out there. Great to see some Elisas out there. Let's get them into the Victorian Sports Car Championship and see if we can take on these cars, because the guys from Weizach at the moment are having it all their own way, which, hey, that's fine by me. I don't mind really who's at the front, but mixing it up would be fantastic. And Andy Hall, who's currently sitting second in this race, I reckon he's going to be pretty tired tonight. They load those cars on, he's going to be like, phew, we got round 1 done. Let's head off to round 2, which is at Winton on the 29th of April. So not too much time to think about it.
This is a great little battle that continues to rage on. So that's it's the battle for P8, position 8, and that's Smith in the number 70, the dark grey Porsche. That is a 997.2 GT3 Cup car. 3.8 litre flat 6, and just behind him is the number 428 of Pontonio, and that is indeed a 718 GT4. That's also running a 3.8 litre engine in the rear of that car as they're coming out of turn 11. It is baking hot out there. You can see the heat haze rising up there. Now this is getting very close, Darren. This is the battle for the overall lead. In the front, we have Jamie Lovett in the number 16 Porsche. Just behind him, Andy Hall, as we were speaking about before, in the number 130 Porsche. And just behind him is Michael Kokonos as well, slowly reeling them in that Audi R8 LMS GT3. That is a beautiful, menacing-looking Audi with those blue headlights and that matte black livery. It is definitely starting to close up with just over 4.5 minutes remaining in this race. So you'd hazard a guess there's about 3 racing laps left in this race, assuming nothing goes wrong. Running wide there. There goes Hall. He's opened the window there for Kokonos, and that's all he needed to take that position away. So he elevates himself up into P2, and he's got these sights firmly on the back of Jamie Lovett.
You know what's got me rubbing my hands together is just seeing Kokonos go through there as well. Can you imagine how many cars over the years, these Audi R8s that have gone through MPC, and if some of those cars that used to race in the GT Trophy Series started to come out and get some drivers on track? Gary Higgin and Matt Stupas could come along here in the KFC cars and have a bit of a run for all intents and purposes. I guess they're the owner drivers, and that's the stipulation. It's owner drivers situation. So putting hot shoes into rented cars and things like that is not what it's all about. But certainly the amount of cars that MPC have bought into the Australian GT3 market, there's got to be some cars floating around. Certainly wave the flag to the likes of Scotty Taylor and Griffo that have got GT4 cars to come to Victoria and have a chat with Andrew Hall and get them out on track. I guess the Landmark weekend was here this weekend. They've proven that it can certainly be done. They plan to be at the Bend Motorsport Park on the 27th and 28th of May. Phillip Island again on the 20th of August, a one-day race meeting, and rounding out the year up the Hume at Winton on the 16th and 17th of September. So plenty of racing in the production sports car racing of Victorian Sports Car Series.
Just trying to keep an eye on, Darren, how these cars make their speed. You can see Kokonos make significant ground in the final sector, especially coming over Lukey Heights and into turns 10, 11 and 12. So that he makes up significant ground, but Lovett's especially quick and sprightly through turns 4, 5 and 6. Able to get that power down in that Porsche beautifully. The traction is outstanding in Porsches always, but Lovett is absolutely driving the wheels off this car, maximising track limits and using all the space that's available to him. And it is just over a Porsche's car length between himself and Kokonos coming into turn 1. I think the Porsche's just got a little bit more straight line handling over the Audi, or a bit of an advantage in that regard, given the fact it's got less aerodynamics, so it's got a little bit less drag. But with that Audi with massive wings on it, it might have a little bit more power than the Porsche ahead of him, but it's a little bit of a parachute towards the end of this long main straight. 2 minutes remaining in this race.
This is where the Audi has an advantage. Callum through here, it really sticks to the road here, comes under brakes. Jamie's got the corner covered off, so it's making it very hard for Michael Kokonos to get through there. He shows the nose, but I reckon watching him coming up the hill, the 5.2 litres versus the 3.8 litres, will certainly start to give that torque curve feeling, and the car comes out of here in a lot better shape. Watch the launch Audi go now. The aero starts to come into effect as you sweep left and right, but I tell you what, Jamie Lovett has said, I don't care, I'm into it. But now look at Michael Kokonos start to move in now, and grab a load of brakes in the Porsche, whereas the Audi doesn't. Look at that, closing the gap right up. Bit of an optical illusion with the angle of the camera there, but he's now right under the rear wing of that car. You can't even see the Evolve Technic sticker on the front of Kokonos' car. He's that far under the rear wing of Lovett's.
And full credit to Lovett as well. He's driving a defensive race for a 15 whole minute, or almost 15 whole minutes in this race, driving massively defensively from Kokonos and Andy Hall. Hall, by the way, is still looming in the shadows there, so he's got the perfect view of this battle as they come past Billy Morelli. He's being lapped in his 718. And you can see there, Lovett able just to stretch the legs ever so slightly on this, which will be the final lap of the race for the weekend for the sports cars. But here comes Kokonos, reeling him in once again, but he's not far up. He's not up far enough there to take away that lead.
I used to really like an Audi R8 LMS in all white, like we're seeing the two Porsches either side of this matte black one. I like an all white Porsche as well with the black wheels. I think it looks very menacing. I've changed my mind. I still like a white Porsche with black wheels, but a black Audi R8 LMS is absolutely mint.
Geez, Lovett's really up the inside there, so he's covering off. He's not leaving anything to chance on this final lap, and I dare say the team will be radioing in just to let him know and keep him up to date about the time left in this race. So now that the time has ticked over 20 minutes, we expect the checkered flag to be waved this time around. Lovett with a fairly significant, we haven't seen a gap quite like that the past few laps, so he has a handy little margin up his sleeve coming through Lukey Heights for the last time. Andrew Hall still holding down position 3. Ben Schutz in a race of his own sitting in 4th position, but that's been an outstanding weekend for him in that Porsche 996, Darren.
We never had any doubt, did we, about Benny? We knew he'd do it very well. Whatever he's jumped in, whether it be the Daytona Coupe, whether it be whatever he's got his feet in. A great race car driver, and I would really like to see him get an ultra competitive drive in this series to defend his title. did a terrific job. But I tell you what, 3 from 3. You can celebrate now. Jamie Lovett gets to the line, beats an Audi to the line there with Michael Kokonos at the wheel. And the 130 of Andy Hall has worked so very hard in the background to make this championship what it promises to be. And I tell you what, Callum, you got to slap that guy on the back and say, mate, you have worked so hard in the off-season. Well done. We've enjoyed it. We certainly have enjoyed it. And it's, Constance is the next car. He's just taken Ben. So Ben will have 4th place taken from him. But Constance, again, out of the bag. This guy in car number 12 is going to be an absolute threat as the season starts to come on. Who knows if we get to Winton and the different performances of these drivers could certainly come into it. That has been a great drive. Ben Schutz has been a great drive. And I actually reckon the next guy on the road, Sunil Vora, hasn't really featured that much in this race, but has proven to us that, well, I tell you what, you get a nice Porsche under you, and you have Christian Fitzgerald whispering in your ear all weekend long, and you're going to get yourself a result. To the line he gets and finishes it off there as well, as does Stephen Sluger. He's got himself an updated car. I'm going to say it here, Callum. I think Stephen Sluger can probably get further up the field as this year goes on.
Absolutely. Look forward to seeing that battle between those two guys. That's Vora and Sluger throughout season 2023. Here comes the Mark Cars Australia entry coming down the main straight, sounding absolutely fantastic as it thumbs past the start-finish line to come home in position 10. That's Tim's in position 10, just ahead of Zettel in position 11, and Billy Morelli rounding out the top 12. Darren, there's the provisional finishing order for
there it is. 3. Jamie Lovett, car number 16, wins by 0.2 of a second over Michael Kokonos, and another second behind is Andrew Hall. George Constas, wow, what a weekend for George in car 12. Ben Schutz, welcome back to Motorsport, mate. Great to have you on the grid. Last year's champion, won every single race in the 2022 series. Sunil Vora, wow, big things to come from there. Stephen Sluger will certainly produce more results. Andrew Smith, what a surprise out of car number 70. Great to have him on board. Anthony Pontino in the 428. William Timms in the Mark car doing a tremendous job. Simon Zettel and Billy Morelli runs it out. We'll get Michael Stillwell. We'll get Rowan Little in that magnificent purple Porsche back out on track. Stephen Kepper and Sven Boykarts join in, and we've got in excess of 15 cars. I reckon after this weekend, we're going to start to see some MX-5s, some Lotuses start to come out of sheds. All will find a very happy home in the Victorian Sports Car Championship. I think it'll be a good way to go. And congratulations, as I said, they've done a lot of hard work in the background. Thank you, Callum, for your time up here this weekend. And we march on to Winton for the next round of the State Series, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up in the later stages of April, we make the trip up the Hume to Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track. It'll be great to, round 1 was a huge success at Sandown, getting that underway. It's hitting the ground running certainly for this season, but we're very much looking forward to round 2 at Winton coming up later on, Darren. So, of course, we'll be on the ground calling all the action alongside Blendline TV with a smorgasbord of categories, entrants and cars coming your way.
Of course, if you want to see more motor racing trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and I'll say yes to that question, 27 and 28th of May is round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. August Access, Formula 5000, Radical Cup, Vic Sports Cars on that, Supercarts, and then Isle of Magic rounding out the year, 24, 25, 26 of November. We'll be back with New South Wales Supersports in just a moment.
I'm here with Barry, who is Chief of Marshalling here at Phillip Island. He works for PIAC. Barry, you work at Phillip Island, one of the most beautiful racetracks in the world. What's it like?
Fantastic, it's great. I love coming down here.
And what is, as Chief of Marshalling, what is your responsibility?
I line all the cars up here before they go out on the track, so they go out in the correct order. It makes it easier for the guys out on the grid to put them in place. So. Yeah.
And how long have you been doing it for?
Oh, possibly about, I'd say over 20 years.
20 years, that's a long time to be doing it. What is it you love about it so much?
I just love it with motor racing, you know. I not only do here, I do Sandown, I do Grand Prix at Albert Park. So.
And what would you say to someone who wants to get involved with PIAC?
Get in touch with them, come down. It's if you enjoy motorsport, well, it's great, and this is a great area to see. You see all the cars come here. It's not like some other areas where you just see them go past. It's here they're parked right in front of you, so it's great. So,
And what are you looking forward to most this weekend?
oh, they're all good categories. You know, it's that doesn't really worry me what categories go out. I love them all. So
Just fast cars and the quality of the racing.
yeah. Some of the like the Porsches and that are, it's a lot of money there, but.
Thanks for your time, Barry. If you guys want to be involved with PIARC, web address down below will get you to the website and you can get involved from there.
Mercury ciders down in the fridge down here for next week.
Did you stay down here last night?
New South Wales SuperSports cars rolling out onto the track now. They've provided some great action right across this March access meeting by the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Let's get a little bit of background. Let's get the homework done on this one. Nick Kelly will not be in the last race, therefore Simon Copping wins Class 2 for the weekend and goes into this one sitting on the second row of the grid. Justin Nagani, 31 points. Jonathan Canavan, 28 points. Warwick Morris on 24 points. Terry Knowles on 23 points. Stephen Champion on 12 points. Simon Arthur on 11 and Paul Royal on 9 points. Jonathan Canavan has a gearbox issue. So we'll keep an eye out for that car, which is supposed to be on the front row of the grid, car number 67. All formed up behind the safety car now. Big thanks to Cool Drive and the crew down there for providing great safety car here this weekend. It's had some work, unfortunately. We like to get these cars and park them up and then return them at the end of the weekend unused, but unfortunately we've seen a fair bit of work. Let's have a look at the grid. Justin Tagani, Jonathan Canavan, allegedly. Let's see if we can get a shot. No, there is the number 67. He's lined up on the front row. Then it's Warwick Morris, Simon Copping, Simon Arthur, Terry Knowles in there, Paul Royal, Nick Kelly not taking any part, neither is Stephen Champion and Mark Brame. So a compact field to start the final race for the weekend. We've got 9 cars out there on track, 2, 4, 6, 7 in fact, so we've lost another 2 around there. So compact field. And, well, if the competition has been like it has been all weekend long, it's not going to really matter as long as we've got 2 cars going for it, and that's pretty much what we have seen throughout this weekend. Coming under the Grand Ridge Brewery, a bit of a legacy item from the World Superbikes last weekend, but get up to Merboo North and check out their product. And the cars very, very slowly coming down the line. Justin Tagani, in his first time in SuperSports, leads them away this weekend. He's had an absolute ripping weekend and gets away nicely down to turn number 1. And they line up side by side as they started. Some ripping stuff here. Have a look at Simon Copping. He's already won the class for the weekend, so has started his title hunt with a perfect scorecard. Part of the class system that is the New South Wales SuperSports. But Justin Tagani, that number 6 screaming down, 1500cc SR3, letting the car flow nicely. Copping looks out from behind the stream there. 1000cc on car number 11. White helmet just sitting just in front of the airbox there as well. Every bit of that car has a purpose to use the air. I touched on earlier on the weekend, you can just see that black ridging on the top of the fluting on top of the guard there, and you can see it there, perfect shot. The mirrors are mounted in top of the guard there, so they don't have purpose-built mirrors. You've got to try and work it out with the vibration that would be going through that guard. What's going on behind you? Terrific livery on this car. Warwick Morris just in front there. Good weekend for Warwick, been doing this for quite some time, the driver of car number 4. 25 minutes is the journey for this final race for the weekend for the Industry Clothing New South Wales SuperSports. Probably should get myself some Industry Clothing. I've said it enough here this weekend. Check it all out. They've been around for a long, long time. And unfortunately, Nick Kelly not playing any further part. Great to see Nick come to the races with the SR8. Was rapid in qualifying, brained the field in qualifying. We know him very, very well in Victoria for his time spent in the Audi R8 in GT Trophy trim. So it's a shame not to see the Industry Clothing racer out on track having fun with his mates for the weekend. 67 now, that's John Canavan. Bit of a question mark around Jonathan Canavan's got a gearbox issue with the number 67. Certainly got an issue with the blue paint sticking to the front of the car there with the yellow paint underneath it, so that'll get a touch up before we get to the next round. Looking forward to that at Sydney Motorsport Park on the 15th of April. A whole whack of new cars believed to be joining in the field. Something to really, really look forward to. A host of radicals will be on board. 5 Wolves expected from South Australia. 2 stores in the mix there. Love the stores. Great looking sports races, Supersport cars. 3 Wests, a Novo Proto and a Juno. I know what a Juno is, but I don't know what a Novo Proto is. So we'll keep our eyes peeled. It'll be great to be trackside on the Saturday the 15th of April at Sydney Motorsport Park to see all of those cars and all of these radicals and the West mixing it up at Sydney Motorsport Park on the 15th of April. Terry Knowles still in the mix here this weekend. In fact, he's the last car on the road. 7th in this race, coming down the straight now. There he is there, bringing along his support with his organisation, Osnets. And they are bringing fantastic products. They make all their own products here in Australia. The latest materials and technologies. They include steel and aluminium welding, rope work, shade cloth, PVC fabric customisations. Check it all out at www.osnets.com.au. And of course, just talking about the industry clothing side of things, there will be a new 2023 SuperSports t-shirt in time for the next round at Sydney Motorsport Park. I really hope my good mate Gary O'Brien, who I work on with the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast, gets one up there for the next round. In fact, pretty tempted myself to head up for one of these other rounds, pretty much all at Sydney Motorsport Park now. Saturday the 15th of April, Saturday the 27th of May, Saturday the 8th of July and Saturday the 28th of October. The pick of them for me is Sydney Motorsport Park under lights, July the 8th. Nice, cool, crisp winter's air. These cars will be in their absolute element. Absolute performance gains in that cold night, cold, dense air at Sydney Motorsport Park. The lights come on. A brilliant, brilliant facility, and these cars will absolutely light it up. You'll see the brakes glowing. There'll be flames out the back. You just can't see it. They're always there. You just can't see it in the ambient light of daytime. So looking forward to seeing some footage there. Let's hope that's being brought to us by the Glenline TV networks on YouTube. Best place to do it there. Here's the car that's got a bit of a mix and match fairing on the front of it. The front clip there is off Stephen Champion's car. So great camaraderie. They're sharing parts across cars in the field. And certainly will be really cool to see Gary O'Brien in his new industry t-shirt from the New South Wales SuperSports races, as he will be probably calling those races at Sydney Motorsport Park. Does a tremendous job of it too. Over the years, we'll be releasing plenty more podcasts via the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast between Gaz and I over the next few weeks, so keep your eyes peeled. Facebook viewers, for uninterrupted coverage, visit Blendline TV/net and get onto their website. There is so much content there. You can absolutely spend hours enjoying motorsport from around Australia. You can see the Bathurst Hill Climb footage on there, which is just some magnificent bits of kit that get up that hill. Have a look at this now. The number 11 down the inside, pushing on through the 65. So Arthur copping going through there. Now Arthur not letting it get away either. Sharing that front clip on the car to Stephen Champion. So he's got to give that back in one piece at the end of the weekend, you'd have to suggest. And then Peter Royal and Terry Knowles waving the flag for the Victorians here in the New South Wales SuperSports Championship, the Industry Clothing SuperSports Championship. Great racing still going on here. 14 minutes and 50 seconds left on this one. This is car 2 on the road, Jonathan Canavan. Jonathan Canavan started tracking and sprinting in Victoria and improved production in the early 2000s up to about 2010, and moved into the New South Wales SuperSports with a few races in 2019 with his first full year last year, several class wins and nearly winning the 2022 championship. So keep your eyes peeled. Everyone is a contender in the Industry Clothing 2023 New South Wales SuperSports Championships. Great category, plenty of media support as well. Lots of packages going around to keep sponsors involved and getting involved. And the cars need very little introduction. They grab your attention as soon as you see them come past. The speed around the corners, watching coming through turn 12 at the moment. Drivers set the wheel angle and just drive it out onto the straight. Aero under and over the cars. And the Radicals raced all around the world. Very important piece of kit as well for driver training. A lot of them set up for driver training. You can have a pro driver alongside. I know Paul Stokel up in Queensland has the driving events business, and his car, actually a drive school car, so it's got the twin controls, actually won the Radical Australia Cup with Liam Talbot at the wheel back in about 2014, 2015, and did a ripping job. So Jonathan Canavan, we know, has got gearbox issues. I'll tell you what, he's not doing too bad. A 135.81 for a guy that is nursing his car. Around goes the 78 and the car behind him. So that is that's Peter Royal and Terry Knowles. Both gone round. There's the Wilroy Kitchens entry of Peter Royal. The bronze colour, green wheels. He turns it around to try and rejoin. Gets back on the track there. Can be quite bumpy to the inside of turn 4. And continues on his way. But I tell you what, that was an all-alone spin there. And then when Terry Knowles arrived, he went around as well. He got back on with it pretty much immediately. As we just see him getting back underway, coming up around past Hayshed there. The afternoon sun certainly affecting them all now. They've all gone for those Iridian reflective lenses on their helmets. I'll tell you what, when you come up over Lukey Heights at this time in the afternoon, it is absolutely glaring. Cars on track now. There's the number 4, Warwick Morris, about 240 kilometres an hour down the main straight at turn 1. Flat. Hold it flat, and the aero takes care of you. It absolutely does. Flat, 240 kilometres an hour, and around you go. Let the car, let the technology do what it does. The composites, the aluminium, the titanium, let it do what it does. Let it do what it's designed for, and trust it, and you'll get through. You'll probably get an extra couple of kilometres an hour out of it as well. Fastest lap now to Justin Tigani, a 134.77. He's done that on lap number 6, so that's good. That's good. The Hancooks are still pulling fastest laps in the race. It's not the fastest lap of the weekend, but certainly fastest lap in this race. And now we're just seeing the ultimate lap time. Every sector, the fastest is to car number 6. So I tell you what, look out. New South Wales Industry Clothing Supersport Championship. Justin Tigani has absolutely torn it up here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit today. And he has got 9 seconds, just out over 9 seconds lead over the 67 of John Canavan. We know is nursing that car home. Fantastic to see the car number 4, Warwick Morris, sitting in P number 3. Now here comes Simon Copping, the only car on the Avons, and it is still going absolutely brilliantly. And then we have Arthur joining in there as well. Arthur started out at 5th place and maintains that. Terry Knowles, who had a spin all on his own, goes across the line. Then we wait for Peter Royal, who also had a spin all on his own down at turn 4. Here comes the West. The WR-WX10. I remember when I first saw these Wests, I could not believe what they were. They really are basically a Formula Ford chassis with a whole lot of outriggers to make up the bodywork, but the marvel of these cars is how it uses the air. You can see how it drags the air from both sides of the front pod, channels the air underneath the car into flat bottom, about 3/4 of the way, halfway back on the chassis, and then distributes it out the back of the car on that wing that is giving downforce there as well. Sits very low amongst the bodywork. Very clever, very tricky way of producing a racing car, and they do a tremendous job. Again, raced all around the world. You can pack up your West and take it to North America and do this same sort of racing, or through to Europe, even into Asia, China, and do plenty of this sort of racing. Not sure why you'd want to when you can come to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, Sydney Motorsport Park, and do this sort of racing. Big shout out to Phil Hughes, who was going to be entered here this weekend in his SR8. It would have been great to have him here. Lucky for Phil, he runs a very, very busy business and really didn't have time to get the car or himself ready, and would have loved to have been here. Certainly will be taking part in plenty of prototype racing throughout this year as well. So would have been good to see Phil here in the Hughes Supercar Services SR8. That magnificent screaming power plant that he's got the whale exhaust on the back of it. But have a look at this now, coming around 8 minutes left to go. Car number 6, you just feel as though it has to keep it on the island, keep it on the black stuff, ticking around, maintain that now nearly 10-second lead. Don't back off, because as soon as you back off, you're going to make a mistake. But at the moment, the Tagani entry, he's doing a brilliant job. Have a look at this SR3. Let's have a listen to it coming onto the straight. Absolutely screaming. You can seamless gear change. Down into turn 1, down a cog, 240 kilometres an hour. Turn it in. This is where the stalls would have been really good at the bottom of the straight there. The West is really strong down there as well. Very, very small frontal area. And charging into turn 1. Hopefully we get to see the New South Wales SuperSports back here at Phillip Island at some stage in the future, and we can see some of the stalls and the Wests join in. Some SR8 radicals would be really good to see. The Proto and the Juno, which we're going to be having at City Motorsport Park for the next round of the Industry Clothing Series. Simon Copping now, that absolutely screaming motorcycle engine. Got himself a nice bit of track now into a nice rhythm. But certainly closing up behind Simon Arthur. The SR3 RSX, so the newer of the radicals there, being deployed to try and catch the West WR-WX10. Battle that's raged on since the start of the race, the 67 of John Canavan. I've been told by numerous sources nursing this car. Doesn't look like it. He is out there and going to race it until it stops or gets to the end of the race here. He's going to give it a red hot go. But Warwick Morris is in hot pursuit. He doesn't appear to have any issues whatsoever. Warwick has brought the car along nicely on its hand hooks, as all the radicals have done. And here is that 67. Second place on the road now, so John Canavan will be very happy with that. That is a terrific result. Moved only over a couple of seasons ago to New South Wales SuperSports, and supported by Nathan Martin Motorsport at the track, so working very well. Bit of attrition here this weekend, snuck into the series opening round, and cars still not quite ready. Of course, Motorsport, like the rest of the world, is absolutely plagued with spare parts supply, whether it be chassis components, motor components, all sorts of bits and pieces that you need to keep your race car going. I know the rod ends and bearings are back in good supply nowadays as well, so there's still many, many different bits and pieces that are in short supply. 67 sweeping onto the straight under the Melbourne Bridge. And a long run down. Absolutely magnificent view underneath the pedestrian bridge on the main straight there. Straight out over Bass Strait. You get about 1 nanosecond to glance up at it, then you glance back down and you're at turn 1. So I would recommend not glancing. Take a quick look and get back on with it. Get back into the gearbox. Make sure everything is feeling good. Across the line now. Copping has got Arthur right with him this time around. 0.25 of a second. In fact, there it is. Nearly physically unmeasurable. And as I touched on, there's a lot of competitors waiting on engine components, engines to arrive in the country. Let's hope that the next few weeks until April the 15th, so it's that 4 or 5 weeks, and all of those things start to land and everyone gets to have a run around Sydney Motorsport Park. Up the inside now, Copping has the 65 of Arthur. Looking up the inside, they give each other plenty of room. And continue to fight on here. You get the feeling that the number 65 wants to get through now. He's sat there, tailgun for long enough, and wants to push on through. Time clock now says 2.5 minutes remaining in this journey. So the SuperSports cars continue on. Be a tough old drive out there at the moment. Side by side, coming out of turn 11, the 65 gets all sort of skatey out over the back of the ripple strip, up onto the grass. Ultimately takes the run onto the straight out of the equation. And I can see from my vantage place, last lap board getting ready down there at the moment. But that has certainly affected what was going to be a race result affecting run for car number 65, Simon Arthur, out of the equation. Simon Copping breathes a sigh of relief because he has got no one behind him and he certainly can't see anyone in front of him. 12.5 seconds up the road is Warwick Morris. And he's driving very well. Really congratulate Warwick for a good run right throughout this weekend. And I would say getting to the end of this race has been the race of the weekend. Getting yourself to put the car on the trailer or on the truck back to Sydney or somewhere in New South Wales where the series is based is the big challenge here this weekend. But certainly looking forward to seeing those Wolves travel over from South Australia for the next round. That'll be really cool to see that. A couple more SR8s coming on board. The stores, certainly that is a great part of my memories with SuperSports racing. Another car off into the grass there. Can't quite pick that up. Is that the all black number 60? No, that's the 68 of Terry Knowles, the Victorian. And he gets back on the black stuff. So yeah, the promise of those Wolves out of South Australia. 2 more stores, 3 more Wests, the Novo Proto and a Juno. And who knows if David Barlow will bring the Chiron down from Queensland as well. We certainly encourage him to do that. Last lap board has been shown to the field now. And Copping has done something wrong there as well because Arthur has caught him back up on that last lap around. There's the number 6, our race leader, coming out of Siberia for the final time around here, the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, as we start the countdown now to the last race for the weekend, the Jim Richards Endurance Trophy for the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, their 3rd race for the weekend over 25 laps. Couldn't think of a better way to bring the checkered flag down on what has been a fantastic March access weekend here for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. And the number 6, Justin Tagani, won the previous race here this weekend. Will win this one as well. And a really big flag waving signal to the rest of the field that he's arrived with the category. And there it is, checkered flag. Received graciously at the line there by Justin Tagani. And last time round it was 15 seconds lead to anyone else in the field. The 1540cc Hayabusa engined car gets across the line, as it does with Warwick Morris, the SR3 in there as well. And Warwick will certainly do his championship hunts fantastic. He will finish second or third in the round. And just scraping it to the line there, John Canavan limped it all the way through, just getting there before Simon Arthur and Simon Copping there as well. They all limp their way through to get to the end of the weekend. Terry Knowles, the Victorian, is the only other car we're waiting on around the track, and brings it to the line now in the number 68, Terry Knowles. There it is, the confirmation. Justin Degani, Warwick Morris, Jonathan Canavan, Simon Arthur, Simon Copping, Terry Knowles and Paul Royal round out our field. Unfortunately, no Nick Kelly, Steve Champion or Mark Brame. Look forward to seeing all of the Industry Clothing New South Wales Supersports at the next round, Saturday the 15th of April at Sydney Motorsport Park. Will be an absolute ripper once they get there, and I can't wait to see out Saturday the 8th of July at the night round at Sydney Motorsport Park. How cool is that? Class 1, Simon Copping wins. Round winner for Class 2 will be Simon Copping. We'll sign off from the Industry Clothing New South Wales Supersports for now, and we'll catch them next time out at Sydney Motorsport Park. We've got Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge cars lining up in the lane for the gym. Back in a moment.
Sun shining on a beautiful afternoon at Phillip Island, the majestic Grand Prix circuit. We're a couple of hours to the southeast of Victoria's capital city, Melbourne, and no better place to be on a beautiful autumnal day like today for the first round of Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia, and we're rolling into the third and final race. This is the Jim Richards Endurance Trophy race, a series within a series in Sprint Challenge, a longer distance race more akin to what you'll see in Porsche Painter-Dixon Carrera Cup Australia, and also global one-make Porsche racing. 40 minutes there or thereabouts, 25 laps on the clock for this one, with Aaron Shields and Marco Giltrap tied at the top of the leaderboard for points. It has been a furiously competitive weekend across the two sprints and qualifying yesterday. And as always in this series, Michelin Sprint Challenge's most successful team have been right at the front of the field. Sonic Motor Racing have won more titles and races in Sprint Challenge than any other team. And here's an intro to their three young stars for season 2023.
Yeah, super pumped to join Team Sonic and join the Porsche Michelin Sprint Championship for 2023. It's first time racing in Australia, and couldn't be more stoked to be doing it and joining a team like Sonic for the season. So yeah, huge thank you to Michael and Maria Ritter for the opportunity, and all my supporters who have made this happen. Yeah, my goal for the season is just to get some really good, consistent results and, see where we end up in the championship, ideally in the top 5 somewhere, and, hopefully we'll be fighting there at the front somewhere come the season's end. Yeah, for sure. I certainly respect everything Dad's done in his time in Australia. He obviously had a half-decent run at things, but no, for sure, I'm here to do my own thing and, just do the best I can with what I have and the people around me and the support I've got, and, see how far it takes me and, just give it 110%, take every opportunity, and hopefully we'll come out of it successful in the end.
So really great this year to be continuing with Sonic in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Really looking forward to this year. Showed lots of progress last year with the team, so looking to improve on that again this year and continue growing and improving with the car and understanding the car a bit more. And so my goal for this year is to be up the front of the pack and challenging for the championship. That's the aim you always want to have, but after a year of learning last year, we think that this year will have the ability to do that, so sort of looking forward to see what the year has and what it can bring. And
it's amazing to come home for a year, come race Michelin Sprint Challenge with Sonic, really looking forward to it. It's a new challenge, never done anything in tin top before, and really just looking forward to be home and racing. Like everything, everyone wants to go out and win the championship, and I'm no different. But really, first year in tin tops, yes, I want to win, but I want to learn as much as possible.
They're a bunch of talented youngsters, and they have all delivered in their own way so far in this opening round of the championship. Harrison Goodman on the podium in the last race, equal third on points so far in the Bob Jane car, having a really good weekend. Ronan Murphy with a couple of fifth places to his credit. He's been super quick, and Marcus Flack, well, we saw him spectacularly grab pole position yesterday, fired it off the road at turn 1 at high warp factor this morning, but recovered through the field to 10th place in race 2, and that's where he will start for this 25 lap feature. So Shields, fresh from his first race victory in one-make Porsche racing, goes from pole for TechWorks. Rob Woods, the team boss, very pleased, and one of their other drivers floating around, Max Bedell on the headset this weekend, Thomas Maxwell here as well. Marco Giltrap, the 18-year-old Kiwi from the front row, Harrison Goodman and Zac Stitchbury back to 4th position. Now, you might be wondering why Lockie Bloxham's back a couple of spots. He was given a 2-position penalty from race 2 for driving standards infringement breach, so he's dropped back down to 6th position with Ronan Murphy in front, Thomas Taplin behind, and Sam Shahin leading the way in Pro M. Tom McLennan goes off 9th alongside Marcus Flack. Watch for the youngster to pass some cars again in this one. Caleb Sumich continues the learning process from 11th. Brett Bolton, Pro Am title contender, from 12th. Fitzsimmons, another to work his way through the field, goes off 13 with Matt Slavin who had a really good run in Pro-Am last time round in 14th, Lockie Harburg Class B leader from 15th, and Andrew Goldie, the West Aussie, out of 16, with his long-time one-mate Porsche rival David Gregg in his repaired 87 car next, Caspar Tresidder, Richard Cowan and Jonathan Glixton out of 20. 2 more rows to round out a bumper field, 24 cars, Tim Wolfe, Phil Morris, Travis Knipe and Brayden Taylor enjoying his first race meeting here. I saw Tony D'Alberto in the paddock. Why is that significant? Well, Brayden twirls the spanners on Tony's championship-winning TCR car for Wall Racing. That's his day job, and this is his first time going racing with, of course, Wall Racing running the car. 24.3 degrees at the moment here at Phillip Island. The temperature dropping just slightly in the afternoon. Bit of a cool change coming across Victoria later tonight with a bit of rain, but we're clear for that now. Beautiful sunshine still baking down. Track temperature still quite high, and again a light breeze, but nothing that will upset these cars as it has done so in the past at Phillip Island. Darren Smith back alongside me in the commentary box for this one. 25 laps. We love these enduro races, Daz. They're really good fun. They evolve, they ebb and flow. Some drivers go hard early and take the best out of their tyres. Some bide their time and attack late. They always produce some unpredictable racing.
It's one of those races where you don't want to be sitting in a comfortable couch with your feet up, because you end up standing up, sitting down, standing up, sitting down, and getting really engrossed in the race. And it really does. It'll certainly bring to the fore some of the packages we've seen out of Porsche as well, with the support that they offered, was the fitness training aspect, and we touched on that earlier today. So that'll start to come in. It will really start to sort out those that have shown the true commitment and really sold themselves into the Porsche way, trained hard, given the physical presence. You know, we look at the Melbourne Porsche team there as well, now being fronted up by Cam McConville. Super fit guy, triathlete, and you know he's going to look at his drivers and go, "Hey, you're not training hard enough, mister." Yeah, into the gym.
I remember he missed a Bathurst event at one point because he was off doing the big Hawaii, is it Kona triathlon? That remarkable thing over there. So. They're all fit, and that's probably a program you and I should investigate at some point, Daz.
Well, you're wearing the Porsche uniform, mate. That's I'll leave that with you.
If we're going down, mate.
We're going down together.
As a team.
I'm just pushing you out to sea. See you later, buddy.
So the cars get to their grid positions on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here at the island. People watching from all corners of the world, enjoying what's been a spectacular start to Michelin Sprint Challenge. From here we go to Queensland Raceway, Symmons Plains, Sydney Motorsport Park, Mount Panorama and the Bend on the calendar. So some really good racetracks to round out what is one of the great championships in this country in terms of producing young talent, producing Pro-Am talent that make it to Carrera Cup or beyond, and just generally putting on a great show. And in just a few seconds, when the final few cars roll into position, they'll get these things up near the 8,000 RPM rev ceiling on a Porsche Flat 6, find the bite point in the clutch, and then launch them down towards Bass Strait to start a 25-lap challenge at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Revs up. Let's do this. Final race of round 1, Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Good start, Aaron Shields once again. Goodman from the second row of the grid was quick off the line and instantly goes drivers left to open up the approach to turn 1. Stitchbury away well. They're all learning, all their starts improving as the weekend goes on. Blocks them next. Then Ronan Murphy, Tom Taplin and Sam Sheehan side by side through the Southern Loop. But for the second time in as many races today, it's Aaron Shields with the best launch, the best run, and the exit clean. The run down the hill to turn 4.
Andrew Goldie got a ripping start as well. He gripped up beautifully, grabbed second gear and just drove past 3 cars before he even hit grid position number 1 from down there in the field in the AM section of this race. So watch for him to feature in this early stanza of this race. Everyone got away cleanly. It was magnificent. Watch everyone just moved away brilliantly and align astern with each other now. They want to draw alongside each other and not let these front-running cars get away from it. Interesting little bit of thing I could notice from our vantage point on top of Marco Giltrap's car was the 8th state of Victoria. You know, that one that got pushed off the east coast, the New Zealand map on the roof there. So really good, nice touch that. I like what they've done there with the Giltrap car.
Earl Bamber Motorsport leads the way with Marco Giltrap in second. So it's TechWorks leading the race with Aaron Shields. Then EBM then Sonic, then McElrea, then another EBM car, then another Sonic car. So the split and the variety at the front of the field, as good as it always is in one make Porsche racing with these outstanding professional teams that put on a great show. Tom Taplin away smartly as well. He's up to 7th. This is Lockie Bloxham under pressure from Zac Stitchbury. 1 down, 24 to go. Standing lap time of 1 minute 41.7 for our race leader. But he finds himself under pressure from the 18-year-old from Auckland, New Zealand, with Goodman right in the mix as well.
Gee, Harrison Goodman, have a look at the pace he's showing early here, side by side. Bloxham's been sent out wide there by Stitchbury, and he stays with it, stays in it, uses it, tries to take an advantage. There's not much of an advantage to be had from that when you get pushed out wide at turn 2 there. The corner starts to camber off, and you end up struggling for grip here. 2 wide down into here. It's 2 rows of 2 wide in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge.
Watch Stitchbury. So Shields defending, had Giltrap going with him, and Goodman just been hung out to dry a little bit at turn 4. So Stitchbury trying to go the long way around at Siberia, couldn't quite get it done that time by. It's all concertinaed up. Nothing between the top dozen cars in this field at the moment. And Shields having to drive defensively early in the race means everyone stays very, very close together.
Geez, I'll tell you what, Stitchbury's using the dirt and more off the back of the ripple strips here at the moment, covering everyone behind him in a smoke screen. Have a look at Ronan Murphy down the inside here, tries to get by on Bloxham. Bloxham's getting absolutely peppered by challengers left, right and centre at the moment. Taplin, the South Australians, weighing in on this as well. And look out, here comes the 78 just from behind there as well. Pushing very, very hard is Marcus Flack.
It's been the story of Lockie Bloxham's day, hasn't it? The mirrors are copping a wear out. This is the battle for the lead, side by side. Giltrap got a really good run out of 12, and he's going to motor past before they get to turn 1. So lead change. Marco Giltrap gets the front now. What's Goodman got? Can he run with them in the Sonic car? And this is a Team Porsche New Zealand sandwich at the moment because Zac Stitchbury's got to the back of them as well. Gee, it was a good...
close.
What a great run out the final corner for young Marco Giltrap, and was alongside at the start-finish line and had enough momentum just to drive past clear. And Shields defending again, hard under brakes. This big stop down the hill, and Stitchbury's going to get an advantage here. They'll go 3 wide, thank you very much. Goodman gets a spot. Stitchbury trying to go around the outside of the lot of them, and Aaron Shields is going to go from 1st, potentially to 4th position in the space of 6 corners.
Hold on. It gets very willing here, has to duck in behind. Stitchbury gets the spot away there as well. So we are underway, Richard. We've been doing this for 2 laps. There's 25. How many can we keep this intensity up for?
Stitch gets it wrong at the top and drops it. Had the big wobble coming up to Lukey Heights, and he's off the road. He'll gather it up and drive on, but all of that hard work undone for the young Kiwi.
He was popping wheels off on the exit of Siberia and the round through the hay shed there. So that is the lesson learned. You can't be popping wheels off here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Try as hard as you can to not go off the back of the ripple strip there, and it's all come to that now. Bloxham still under fire. Ronan Murphy ranging big in his mirrors, and then in behind Bloxham is Taplin, Marcus Flack, Sam Shaheen in the first of the AMs. Then it's Tom McLennan, Caleb Sumich inside the 10 now, and Fitzsimmons weighing in there as well.
So Marcus Flack's got up to 7th position, started from 10th, so worked his way into the 10 in the last race from the back of the field. Of course, progress gets more difficult when the further up the field you get, because the talent and the ability gets higher as well. This high quality pro field and all the Michelin juniors we've got this year. So hasn't Harrison Goodman had a good race, and he's just 0.4 behind our leader and absolutely going with this fast young Kiwi. So 2nd year driver, came out of Sonic's brilliant Formula Ford program, the most successful Formula Ford team in the history of the world, and he's going along with it. So let's unpick this. Watch car 72. It's young Zac Stitchbury, and it's going to have a really big moment getting into Lukey Heights, and that's the point he dropped it off the road.
Gee, that's when you unload the aero in your Porsche and you understeer off. A feature of the type of vehicle they are, with all the weight hanging out over the rear wheels here. You tip them in, they'll hang on, but you don't want to unweight your aero, that's for sure. Have a look at Flack, Richard. This is awesome to watch this young fella going at it. Really, really impressed with this. Oh, wheels off all over the place. Was that Lockie Bloxham then?
Yeah, just dropped it wide on the exit of turn 11. It used to be known as Belinda's Terrace, I think, down there, didn't it, Daz?
12, yes,
Yeah.
it certainly did.
And this battle, he's got a very good run as a result. Bloxham's run onto the straight compromised, and Murphy's going to have a look around the outside at turn 1. We've seen this done once before today. It's rare you get to see it on multiple occasions. Couldn't get it done there, and as a result, he's got Tom Taplin trying to work his way past to the South Aussie. Another second-generation racing car driver doing good things in Porsche racing. Giltrap leads. Goodman going after him and sets the fastest lap of the race last time round with a 33.8. Most teams banked a good set of tyres, Daz, for this one. And a lot of them using a set of tyres that's just done 5 laps in qualifying, 5 or 6 laps. That second run in qualifying we saw yesterday afternoon. So they're all got good tyre condition for a 25-lap race at a place that is brutal on rubber. Rears, yes. Right-hand side, absolutely.
These guys out in front aren't doing actually anything silly yet. They're really not torching the tyre. It's actually the guys in the next group that are really starting to push each other that are going to start to torch up the tyre.
Darren Smith's lap 5. It's not doing anything silly yet. Okay, we'll file that one away. See where this plays out.
There it is. But these guys are moving around. They're trying to make position. The two lead cars are line astern of each other, just having a race. Whereas these guys are moving around, trying to find different bits of the track. Tom Taplin in the last 12 months has really stepped up. He's grabbed the monkey bars and taken the top step, and he is really pushing hard in the number 26 in season 2023, doing more of what he did, in fact, last season. So good to see. But I tell you what, the talent keeps coming at him, doesn't it? And Ronan Murphy in front of him right now.
Totally, and he's got himself into a current spec car for the top class as well. He's running a Class B car last year in Pro, so racing with about 40 horsepower less than everyone around him and less aero. So still coming up to speed in the latest spec Taplin car, run by the Ronan Autosport team, headed up by Mark Buick. But yeah, getting up to speed. He's a quick young race car driver with plenty of experience now as well. So Giltrap 0.5 back to Harrison Goodman, and last time by, Goodman was very close going down to this point of the racetrack, but the second half of the lap was very good for the race leader, and he was just able to ease away a little bit of a buffer zone. Meanwhile, Shields, Bloxham, Murphy, Taplin, Flack locked up behind them as well. So young Marcus getting in there. He's the son of Damien Flack, long-time Porsche Carrera Cup racer. He's been overseas racing Formula 4 cars very successfully in Europe and the Middle East. Decided to come back to play his trade in one-mate Porsche racing. The Flack family heavily involved in Porsche racing. So Damien's brother Adrian is a top-flight Pro-Am in Michelin Sprint Challenge, in Porsche Carrera Cup, I should say, in the top series in Painted X in Carrera Cup. And Damien Flack's, Adrian Flack's kids, there's too many of them, it's hard to say. Adrian Flack's kids are all go-karters, and they're racing in the Australian Karting Championships this weekend. Lana going along well. I'm sure they'll be watching on. So the Flack family, the point I'm trying to make here, is going out in force in one-mate Porsche racing, which we love.
Fantastic, and why wouldn't you? I've said it a number of times over the years, and that is when a manufacturer is as committed, if not more committed to it than what you are, that's where you want to be. And they've proven it, and we've seen it right throughout the lead up to this weekend. And great to have the Porsche brand back on the racetrack here, and we look forward to seeing the Painted Dixon Carrera Cup come alive at Albert Park. That will certainly be the next place you can get right up on the wall and feel the power and the speed of these cars come rocketing past.
Have a look at the intensity at the pointy end. So lap time check. Best laps of the race. Giltrap 33.8. Goodman 33.8. Shields 33.9. 33.9 Bloxham. 33.9 Murphy. Nothing in it with that entire leading group of cars. All within a tenth of a second. Furiously competitive. And it's only going to get better as these drivers get on top of these cars and understand them a little bit better over the course of the season. 0.5 the margin. Goodman not letting the race leader get away. Flack now having a look down the inside of Tom Taplin. Has he got enough of a nose there? Squeeze down towards the apex. And has to back out of that. The rule that race director Dave Stewart and this weekend's driver standards advisor Chris Pither have put in place is that to execute a move, you need to be at the A pillar of the car, basically the wing mirror with the front of your car to successfully complete that pass. So you do have to get quite a long way down the inside and perhaps not quite there. Here's a battle pack side by side. Aaron Shields continues to be under pressure from Lockie Bloxham, who'll enjoy being in the offense today. No chance to get by that time by, and Murphy, of course, right there. So to Taplin, and this battle pack continues. Lap 8 of 25, 18 to go. Goodman still with the fastest lap of the race, though. Giltrap punching out personal best sectors out in front.
Cars still look like they've got plenty of grip coming down that very high load turn 3. And the reason being, as we just saw then, was like 8 Michelin signs across the rear wings there, underside and topside, owned by the tyre company that shots these cars right around the world, are real uniting the tyre across the Porsche championships around the world. And Michelin have thrown great support at the category. And this tyre acquits itself very, very well underneath these cars.
Essentially, Hyundai still leads Pro-Am. While we watch this battle, again, sort of Noah's Ark down into MG. Lockie Harburg continues to lead the way in Class B as well. He's running on his own down in 17th place outright. And we'll continue to follow this great fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th position. It's a long championship. Points accumulation over the course of the season is great, and it's the recovery drives like we've seen from Marcus Flack that are going to make a big difference when we get to Bathurst for the final round of the year. Imagine finishing a championship at Bathurst. That's going to be huge. So too potentially the move here from Lockie Bloxham, trying to go around the outside. Shields has got the thing dancing on the rear axle. It's like a sprint car sideways through turn 1. And Bloxham gets through. And another change of position further back as Flack works his way past Taplin for 6th place. Shields' car got to the mid-corner and the rear just gave away a little bit. It started to slide, and that was all the invitation that the 23 car needed.
So here it is now. Ronan now all over the back of Shields as well. So the 116 coming under intense fire. And Flack will certainly be pushing through. Rear lock there on the Ronan car. Ronan Murphy's car there.
Is that the inside left?
Yeah.
Unweighted side turning in, yeah.
Unusual.
That's odd. Rarely see that in these cars. They don't run ABS in these cars. So you do get some locking potential, but just the unloaded side of the car perhaps turning in aggressively to Siberia. And again, Shields defends heavily, covers his line. Murphy backs the thing in this time.
The secret there, Tom Taplin's doing it, getting it out wide there, flowing the car nicely. But Flack has really got the feel of this car underneath him at the moment. He's pushing very, very hard. Started out at 10th, weighing into the top 5 now. And we'll see over the next little while if Flack can continue this push forward. But like water reaching its level at this point in time, it becomes more and more difficult. Down the inside now for Tom Taplin. Has a look, more about just throwing it there and making an appearance and letting you know. Got the high beams on there as well, so they'll know he's there. I dare say they're not too much interested in what he wants to do next, because they've got their own race in the front windscreen to look after.
And cleared of this battle pack, Lockie Bloxham last time round was quickest of the top 3. So actually pegged a little margin back from the 2 race leaders. Murphy this time around the outside at what was known as Honda. I don't think they've sponsored it for 20 years. Run out very, very wide. It's now Stoner corner into Siberia. Went really deep there. It'll just open the door a little bit for Flack perhaps to have a run. They're very difficult to do anything on this high speed. Amazing bit of road past the hay shed.
Lockie Bloxham taking the ideal line through there. Just watching Marcus Flack getting it out over the back of the ripple strip there. You don't want to do that too many times. We've already seen what happened to Stitchbury doing that as well.
And word from race control is that they've shown the bag sportsmanship flag that is to Aaron Shield for blocking. And it is quite overt, that positioning that car down the middle or the inside of the road, both at turn 4 and at MG. So the team will be on the radio to him just to let him know. Max Vidot, Carrera Cup driver here, is on the headset to the TechWorks driver. He's seen him actually pacing the top of the pit building. He's a tall unit, so he's easy to spot, fast driver, and another graduate for a Michelin Sprint Challenge.
And gee, hasn't he grown up over the last little while? That physical training's working very, very nicely for him. Great to see Max at the track and helping, I guess, someone that's going to be an ultimately competitor to him, but that's how it works, isn't it, in these race teams? You want the work. got to help the next team coming through. Coming onto the straight that time around, Tom Taplin just about had the car moving on its wheelbase there, got very, very loose, kept into it, which was the wise choice.
He got it wrong, under brakes Aaron Shields and bowled it very, very wide and surrendered a couple more spots. And Murphy goes through, and so too Flack. So he gets himself up now to 5th position, Murphy to 4th. And now Taplin's going to go on the offense here and try and do the same thing. It just looked like he couldn't get the thing turned in down there at 4. It's very, very wide on the entry to the corner.
Getting aggressive again as well in the entry to Hayshed there, out on the back of the ripple strip. That's a very, very fast right-hander. Oh, just need to ask Craig Lowndes about that one many years ago. David Auger in the Alpha as well. And you don't get an opportunity to do that too many times in a row around there. That is massively fast, and you'll be dealt a pretty rough card you have to deal with if you continue to do it throughout a race.
Yeah, it's just been a really challenging lap or two for Aaron Shields, and he's lost the momentum that he had, and as a result he's been gobbled up and runs wide, and now Tom Taplin goes past as well as they run down towards turn 1, although Shields will hold on driver's right. They tip into that corner. It's just under 280 clicks in a cup car before they ease onto the middle pedal to get them slowed and stopped. Just behind them is Sam Shaheen catching these two, and now Taplin with a good run out of the southern loop. So Giltrap the leader, Goodman second, Bloxham third, Murphy up to 4th, Marcus Flack in 5th place, and then back to Aaron Shields, who remains in 6th. But how long is that going to last as Tom Taplin has a look down at turn 4?
Hey Richard, 11 laps done, 14 still to go. How is it? We're 11 laps in.
It's more than a full sprint race yet.
Yeah, it's a massive race here. This is fantastic stuff here. Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge is living up to everything that the drums beat about for this series. Have a look at this now. This is some defensive stuff. Aaron Shields, he's got his thoughts back on the window in front rather than behind, but he's certainly not letting Tom Taplin through. The amazing thing is the intensity that Tom Taplin's turned up, and have a look who's ranging in the mirrors now. The first of the AM cars, Sam Shaheen, weighs in on this one.
Yeah, but this group has just become a little detached from these guys that were in front. They've sort of gone 2 by 2 now and broken themselves up into little battle packs rather than that big freight train. I wonder in the back of my mind how long they were able to keep that intensity up with the furious battling. Tell you what, it's on for the lead. Harrison Goodman having a look around the outside at turn 1, and I think he's actually got this. He does. The Sonic car gets in front, so he was the better part of a second behind. There's been a change of the lead, and Harrison Goodman wrestles it away from Marco Giltrap. Big moment in the car race, and the Sonic driver now hits the front. Could we have 3 different race winners from 3 races? Then it torches the inside front Michelin, trying to get it stopped down at turn 4. So this is the first time he's led a Michelin Sprint Challenge race. Podium finishes last year, yet to win.
Driving brilliantly there, has just turned it up a level, and I've got to say that maybe Marco Giltrap has just used a little bit too much car to get to this point in this race. We both looked up at lap 11 and went, crikey, it's lap 11, and they've been turned up the volume to 11 and driving very, very competitively. Here we go now, down into MG. This is Lockie Bloxham with Marcus Flack in behind.
It's going to be, it's not over yet. We understand there might have been some lap traffic that slowed Giltrap down, and he got to it out of turn 10 and 11, so that slowed his run, and we've seen how important momentum is, and here's another example of that, because the Team Porsche New Zealand car's got a very, very good run. We'll try and go the long way around at 1, but won't do it this time. So the battle changes tack again, and this time Goodman's the one defending rather than attacking. This is great stuff.
Terrific stuff. Turning it on the gym every time we go. Racing in the Jim Richards Endurance Series over 3 events throughout the season. And why not started at round 1 here at the magnificent Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Looked to the inside, not being able to make the move there, but gee, the Giltrap car has still got plenty on board there. I thought he might have used a bit too much car, but just caught, as you pointed out, Richard, with some lap traffic and not being able to get that ultimate run onto the straight. But what it does, doesn't it absolutely reiterate how hard you must get out of MG Corner and flow the car all the way around to turn 1.
Lockie Bloxham's been shown the bad sportsmanship flag as well for overtly aggressive defending. So the same flag they showed to Aaron Shields early on. And he was gobbled up by Adrian Flack while all that was going on at the lead. So Marcus Flack, I'm going to do that with Adrian Racing in Carrera Cup and Dad Damien watching on from the stands. Hello to the Flack family. I've just used the surname and get away with it.
Grabbed a random name out of the clouds.
The point through all that is he's got himself to third place and he's actually catching these two. So if these two continue on this little internal battle, bearing in mind there's still a full sprint race to go in this one, there's a very good chance the driver of car 78 could get to the back of these two.
No doubt.
Or could he? Down the inside this time. Giltrap with a great run. Used the toe to perfection and slices down the inside at turn 1 and retakes the lead.
Harrison Goodman didn't put up too much of an argument then. He knew that the aero effect of the car slingshotting through was going to pay out there. He just held his line, trying to run it there, and just got a little bit of movement under the front tyres there, exiting 2. So maybe that tells the tale a little bit more, because have a look at Giltrap now. He has got 4 or 5 car lengths away, and we've got Marcus Flack in the 78 ranging up on Goodman now. So changing ebbs and tides of this race.
Murphy's catching them as well. So the top 4 are all compressing up here, and Bloxham still with them. So there's not a huge, only 3.5 seconds covering the top 5 cars. All again, it's just concertinaed back into a really close battle. Jonathan Glixton in the Racing to Beat FA car, Frederick Ataxia, jumping out of the way through the hayshed. So gentlemanly driving from the Pro-Am driver.
Good to see too. There's no point weighing in on this battle as they push the front end of the field through. Harrison Goodman just getting a little bit squirrely there as well. Flack has seen it, observing the back of Harrison Goodman over the last 3 or 4 laps. He's seen the car moving underneath Harrison, and he starts to bring on the pressure now. So the number 78 moves into a position of offence. Harrison Goodman is now got a confusing decision to make. Not sure if he can take the offensive battle up to the guys in front, but certainly falling into the trap behind.
I don't know if young Flack can win this race, but he is going to have a proper crack at getting to the back of Marco Giltrap, the race leader. He has got car speed to burn at the moment. Remember, started this one on the 5th row of the grid. Started race 2 on the last row of a 24-car grid. And remember, lap traffic can giveth, but it can also taketh away. So where it gave Goodman an opportunity before, it could cost Giltrap at some point. Flack down the inside. He's second now.
Phil Morris getting out of the way there, the veteran Victorian racer. That'll hurt him. He won't like getting out of the way. He wants to weigh in on the front of this, but he has got himself right out of the way. Plays no part in the front part of this field coming through on him.
Saw his brother Johnny here briefly earlier today as well. So one of the great Victorian racing families. So change of position, Flack to second, Goodman back to third. Both run out of the same Sonic Motor Racing stable. In fact, you heard from all 3 of them before the start of this race, and now Ronan Murphy has got to the back of them as well. So the Sonic trio hunting together, going out after Team Porsche New Zealand Earl Bamber Motorsports, Marco Giltrap. So Jonathan Glixton parked on the infield between turns 11 and 12, drivers left.
Thank you for that, Jonathan, taking no further part in the race.
It's a long way out of harm's way there.
Gee, the front of this race is absolutely compelling from P2 back, because at the moment, Marco Giltrap is giving plenty to chase at the moment. Oh, big torch of the tyre there from Flack. That's a left-hand front that'll be like a 50-cent piece now. But he gets on with it, puts it behind him. We'll go door to door, down in through turn 3. Harrison Goodman holds to the inside. Flack, who knows what he's got on the left front of that car now. Under brakes, bobbling around, as is Porsche famous for. Huge amount of braking capacity under these cars.
Gee, this is good. Great racing. So it was an error that led to that opportunity for Goodman, who gets down the inside. There's contact, big contact between them. Sonic teammates Murphy trying to buy into this as well. Elbows out stuff, and it's going to cost Flack a couple of spots, and Murphy now clear. Gets himself to third.
Gee, I didn't like the way the rear wheels clashed with each other then. Harrison Goodman went a little bit up in the air there, so we hope that they haven't cut a tyre or anything like that. Certainly adding to the drama.
Got him down the inside, Murphy. He's going to get himself to second here. Good pass, clean pass. And racing room given as well. So Ronan Murphy now finds himself in second. Goodman back to third, Flack to fourth. And this is just Christmas coming all at once for Marco Giltrap, who finds himself 3.5 seconds clear out in front. Thank you, Sonic, says Team Porsche New Zealand EBM.
Don't they ever?
Well, it's all friendly fire.
Geez, I hate to see it when it gets unfriendly then. If this is getting clashing rims like that coming out of Siberia. Harrison Goodman now still under brakes at turn 2 there, getting some movement. Here's Lockie Bloxham now, and Tom Taplin getting mixed up in this. So Tom's into 6th place.
Good pass. They'll run side by side. Bloxham, if he can hang tough around the outside at turn 3, might be all right in the braking zone down here into 4.
Gee, we're getting a lot of this weekend at turn 3. That is such a brave you're trusting on the guy with you there that you're not going to do anything silly.
Bloxham holds on. And Aaron Shields now slowly buying himself back into this mix. Fitzsimmons is in there too. He's got past Sam Shahin. So the TechWorks driver, remember, a red flag in qualifying yesterday, and then he also copped a rock through the radiator in qualifying. Running strongly, unfortunately, off the road in race 1. Had the DNF started from the back, so he's another one that's worked his way through the field. Still 8 laps to go. And this is Bloxham in 5th, Taplin in 6th, Shields in 7th, but for how long? Because Fitzsimmons gets down the inside and passes his TechWorks teammate and takes that position away, so he moves himself to 7th.
Zac Stitchbury through on Sam Shahin there as well, so Stitchbury back in, trying to push inside the tent now, just hanging on. Went backwards early on in this race and pushing very, very hard, side by side down the straight. Taplin and Bloxham. Taplin will be on the outside run, but doesn't need to go to the outside. Commands the lead of this battle and will hold it down through turn number 1. Does Bloxham have it for him in turn 2? Taplin makes sure he can't get up the inside, crowds the inside of the corner there. Just sending the message that it's going to be hard work to get through here. Stitchbury on Shields now. Have a look at that, putting the nose in.
So remember, it seems like an age ago, but young Zac Stitchbury had the big off at the top of the hill at Lukey Heights, and the thing almost snapped on him. He was lucky to keep it pointing in a generally straight direction. Bloxham torching a Michelin down there at turn 4, but gets it stopped and turned okay. So this has been a good comeback drive, back to 9th position. Only 10 seconds off the race lead, mind you, after 19 laps. What a show Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge has put on this weekend. Provisionally, and I say provisionally because there'll be some stuff to play out after this, I'm sure, Marco Giltrap potentially to win the round. Second would still be Aaron Shields, despite the fact he's dropped to 8th, and could be further back because Stitchbury looking to make a move as they go past Brayden Taylor, who drives right off the racing line. He'll nuke his own tyres for the benefit of letting the leader through, which is very gentlemanly of him. So despite the fact he's down the field, Aaron Shields still second overall on points for the round. Harrison Goodman third, but of course there's still 6 laps to go, and if this race is any indication, just about anything could happen. Here goes Stitchbury.
And as we talk about it, it most certainly does. A position change there. Stitchbury now got inside the 10 and is now pushing for a top 5. Certainly got the car under him to do the job here. He's Lockie Bloxham for Harvey Norman, Team Navy. Getting it around there. Fitzsimmons in the Confluent car up the inside here. Drives all the way through. Mid-corner there. That's a tough ask at turn 2 here. Southern Loop. And he did it. Held on beautifully like he was on rails. And just runs a little bit right at 3. Bloxham looks to the outside. That's not going to work out there when you're that late at the run at it. And Stitchbury appearing big now in the mirrors of the 23. And Shields also coming on here all the while. Giltrap out in front of this race. Ronan Murphy is in P2, not able to join the race leader but it's a big gap now to Goodman, Flack, Taplin, Fitzsimmons, Bloxham, Stitchbury, Shields and Shaheen, and that's how many there are in this pack.
I wonder, and I'm just thinking out loud, I wonder if Shields has torched a tyre early in the race so badly that he's now got a handling balance, because it just doesn't explain why he's plummeted down the leaderboard. Just doesn't. He's got race-winning pace. We've seen that. And Stitchbury now clear of Bloxham as well. And the same could be said for the 23 car. It could be in exactly the same position because they've tumbled down the leaderboard. You don't forget how to drive these cars quickly in the space of a race. Give them the benefit of the doubt and potentially a torch Michelin at some point. These two cars both have been grabbing tyres early in this race when they were in the heat of that early battle. I wonder if that explains why they've tumbled down. Remember, this place is brutal on rubber. Long, loaded, high-speed corners. Tough on tyres is Phillip Island. So Bloxham now to 8th. Shields to 9th. Clinging on potentially to a spot on the round podium, though, still.
Tough on tyres, Richard, but the place offers so much grip, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's the sharper edge. Let's call it the hot mix for the older people at home playing. But certainly it is a track that offers up a lot of grip, a lot like Mount Panorama. In fact, fairly much similar hot mix has been used on both these tracks now. So it is very tough on tyres, and that is much to do with the surface and that high speed, constant radius corners where it's just pile on the speed, build and build and build the speed. And that's where it starts to tear the tyre, not only off the surface, the grip surface, but off the bead of the rim as well.
Correct. So 5 to go in this one. You've not missed anything out in front. It's Marco Giltrap by 4.7 seconds now over Ronan Murphy, who in turn's got 1.5 over his teammate Harrison Goodman. And he's got Marcus Flack 0.4 behind. So there's probably still a little bit in that battle for 3rd and 4th position in this race. Remember, separate point score for the Enduro Cup race, their little series within a series. Imagine being a Kiwi and winning a series named after Jim Richards. That's pretty good life goals kind of stuff there, isn't it?
Yeah, one of their more famous ones. There's only a few, I guess, up the road in surnames like McLaren that might top Jim.
Certainly right in the conversation for greatest of all time, isn't there? So nothing out in front at the moment. We continue to watch Lockie Bloxham, who's been in the thick of things today. Feisty, fast, second-year driver. Came into Porsches out of Toyota 86. A learning year last year. Ended up finally got to the podium by the end of the season. And it's been a challenging day for him today, but has had plenty of speed. Enough to compete for podiums, and he will be a factor, no doubt, over the course of a championship. And in a field this competitive, does it often one round he could be nowhere, and the next round he could be dominating. And it's going to ebb and flow. I got a feeling this title is going to be won by the driver that finishes 4th in every race. So that it could be a title on consistency, because I truly think it's going to ebb and flow over the course of the year. Let's come back to that. Flack looking down the inside of Goodman at MG. Can't get it done there, but this has started to intensify once again.
The great mix of tracks that we go to as well really plays into it. The next track is going to be QR, I think it is, where they go to. Up the inside now, the 78 gives a bit of a don't argue to Harrison Goodman on the way through there. So Flack into P3, steps onto the podium.
Tom Taplin.
He's coming on through too as Harrison Goodman got issues.
There's a massive witness mark on the right rear corner of the Bob Jane car.
That's certainly where that coming together out of Siberia, where the car went up in the air a little bit.
Correct.
Earlier on in the race, that's where that witness mark will be, and Flack locking it up into turn 2 that time around. 3 laps, or 2 3/4 laps left to go. But I'll finish my point. The different tracks and drivers like different circuits, their home tracks, away tracks, whatever it might be. Great history there, poor history there. Different iterations of track. QR's the next one. Completely different to this, John.
Yeah. But it's the David Wall approach to winning championships. So you can go out and win 10 races in a year, but if you have 2 DNFs, you're probably not going to win the title. So competitive is this form of racing. Flack is torching the inside unloaded front corner on this lap. It just keeps reverting back to the flat spot. But he's got himself clear now to 3rd. It'll be a big job to catch Ronan Murphy. He's further up the road in 2nd.
How's the Porsche hard cut on the gearbox coming out of Siberia?
Bang,
Full
bang, bang.
load, bang, bang, up through the gearbox. Magnificent pieces of engineering, these cars.
Fitzsimmons doing a nice job. Teenager right out of go-karting. Goodman veers left and right, and he's got Stitchbury trying to stitch him up down at turn 11, and he's going to get that pass done. So the comeback drive continues. He's now within 9 seconds of the race leaders. Taplin slow out of 11. And dropping spots, he's got an issue. What a shame. It's been such a good drive for the young South Aussie.
Oh, that's
He's
heartbreaking.
been magnificent today. And from 4th position, the thing's dead stick and coasting on the start-finish straight. Oh, that'll be heartbreaking.
With 2 to go. That is absolutely shattering, that is.
On for his best ever race finish. Flack locks it up big time and drops it just off the road at turn 2 and gives away 1, 2, 3 positions. That's that same tyre. It got torched a couple of times last lap, and it went again there, and that time he couldn't pull it up.
Tapping right rear flat. That's a shame, and I tell you what, we're starting to see this all start to come unfolding now at the front of the field. It's not Giltrap and it's not Murphy, but it certainly is Flack who's having issues as well, and we've just seen Tom Taplin as well. Harrison Goodman gets back into the last step of the podium into P3. But Stitchbury's in there, and Fitzsimmons. Have a look at that, Richard.
Yeah, fifth. He was firing off the road at Lukey
Out of
Heights.
13th.
Yeah, but he fired it off the road at Lukey Heights, remember, at the start of this one. It's epic. What a drive.
The gym.
This is...
the gym.
I try and deliver the promises I make, Daz, and I feel like we've lived up to them today with the show that the Jim Richards Endurance Trophy race has delivered us once again. With Marco Giltrap, the 18-year-old Kiwi with a big weight on racing shoulders that seem at this point very adept at carrying it. Simon Evans, New Zealand champion, racing car driver, is here on the coaching duties as well. He's been working closely with Marco. They shared a car in the Enduro series over there for some time, getting some laps, getting some experience. He's been running around in a cup car in New Zealand endurance racing for some time, getting laps and building up to this point. It's cool to see Simon, who's a very fast driver, spent a year in Super 2 for the Super Black racing team at a point there, and very good in New Zealand Super Tourers. Level-headed guy to coach a teenager on the verge of big things, you feel. And he's about to deliver a really nice race win. He's half a lap from home.
Tim Wolfe down in 19th for those watching on from the 944 Challenge. He's taken the step on the pyramid. And Brayden Taylor in the Maha Equipment, that fantastic German equipment company, representing well with Porsche. There's a synergy there, the two German companies making themselves well known in Australia. So really good to Brayden. He's getting the car home at the end of the weekend and representing the Maha brand beautifully.
Well, his granddad, Sir Colin Giltrap, is one of the greats of New Zealand motoring and motorsport, but the family reaches well beyond New Zealand in motorsport. They've supported so many young drivers. Now they get the opportunity to support one of the family. And this is a huge story for El Bamba Motorsport, Team Porsche New Zealand. Marco Giltrap drives it along Gardner Straight and wins the Jim Richards Endurance Race and round 1 of Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge Australia here at Phillip Island. What a show it's been, and it continues right to the line. Murphy second. What a great drive, Ronan Murphy. Harrison Goodman third. Zac Stitchbury fourth. Oh, Shahin just misses out on beating. No, he got him. Shahin beats Aaron Shields to the line for 6th and 7th. So Giltrap will win the round over Aaron Shields provisionally in second and Goodman in third. So the round result generated on points. Shahin wins the Pro-Am class. Giltrap, Murphy, Goodman, the top 3 in the race. Stitchbury 4th, a pretty wild one for him. Fitzsimmons 5th, Shahin 6th in Pro-Am. Shields 7th, Bloxham 8th, McLennan 9th, and Sumich inside the top 10. Good drive for a youngster who's getting up to speed in these cars. And in fact, his best lap in that race, not far off the race leader, so he's got clear pace. Well, what a show. It's been spectacular, the opening round of Michelin Sprint Challenge. Box office stuff over the course of this year, and there's a Porsche wrecking yard down at the MotoGP pit exit with Marcus Flack pulling his car off to the side there as well. He limped across the line in 11th position. I wonder if he ended up with a puncture at the end there too, Daz. It's been a great show. It's been a pleasure to be here and work with you and the Blendline team. Thoroughly enjoyable motor racing in this series. Absolute box office. Do not miss around. Marco Giltrap, the winner. Murphy, Goodman, Stitchbury and Fitzsimmons, the top 5. Super Drive. Shaheen Pro-Am, Shields. Look at the margins there. Nothing between those two. 0.001 as they cross the line. Bloxham, McLennan and Sumich rounds out the top 10. Up and down roller coaster ride there for Marcus Flack. He was second for a while in that one. Brett Bolton in Pro-Am in 12th. Slaven Goldie, Greg Hardberg. Class B winner, Tresidder, Cowan, Wolfe and Taylor. And then Morris, Taplin, Knipe and Glickston. I'm going to go and run and do a podium, Daz. That was a really entertaining race, as they always are. And my thanks to all the hardworking team here at Phillip Island, PIAC, all our great volunteer officials from the Porsche Motorsport family to yours. Thank you for your hard work and all the sacrifice you put in to come and allow us to go car racing and put on a great show like that.
Been great having you here, the bearded burbler out of the Barossa Valley. Richard Crail needs very little introduction wherever he goes and wherever he chooses to commentate races around the world. Thank you, Richard. You bought the game, you bought your A game with us here at Phillip Island, and we really appreciate your input. Great weekends racing. A very big congratulations to PIAC for running this event, the March Access event. We've had E30s, we've had the New South Wales sports cars, we've had SuperSports, we've had the Victorian sports cars start their championship here this weekend. Plenty of racing, XL Masters, XL Trophy. Fantastic weekend. Let's get plenty of people down here to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit on the weekend of the 26, 27, 28 of May for round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Stay tuned to Blendline TV for August Access, Formula 5000, Radical Cup, Vic Sports Cars, Supercarts 125s, 250 and non-gearbox. And of course, put a big tick and a mark around the weekend, 24, 25, 26 of November for Island Magic. Thanks to everyone trackside, all of the management downstairs at the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, all of the volunteer officials, and everyone joining us online, particularly to our mates down there in the Blendline TV van. They worked very, very hard in a confined space, and they've turned it on here this weekend. There's a lot of motorsport coming your way via the Blendline TV YouTube channel and the social media networks that they are involved with. We will be back with more on Blendline in the not too distant future. Stay tuned at piarc.com.au. I'm Darren Smith. See you soon.